We have breaking news. Multiple Congress members got to see the Epstein files unredacted today. And anything? Well, Congressman Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna said a couple things. Number one, that some of the files that they saw today were still redacted because that which the FBI gave the DOJ already had some redactions and those were still there. Second, Ro said some of the sensationalist documents seen on the internet may have actually had appropriate redactions as some of the senators were women. Three, they said some of the files that were originally released by the DOJ that were then taken down were still unavailable to them. And four, they identified 6 men who had been redacted who would likely be incriminated by their inclusion in the files. And who were those 6 men? So Thomas Massie said he'd rather share that in committee or on the House floor, but on X today, he called the DOJ for saying the torture email looked to have been sent by a sultan, and the Deputy Attorney General responded that it was Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayman from the UAE. Anything else? Massie also called him out for redacting what was a prominent CEO listed as a co-conspirator, and the DOJ unredacted it for the public as Lex Wexner, former CEO of Victoria's Secret, and they also unredacted Karina Shuliak. Anything else? Massie also pressed her on X for this list to be unredacted, which they did, which revealed some more names. It's unclear what exactly this list is. It could be internal government indexes of those tied to the investigation. Obviously, there's still a lot more work to be done. Wow.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it because we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media in the morning at this point. And let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. We got a lot to get into. We got, of course, Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna doing their press conference. Then we got a press conference done by Akeem Jeffries. So we're also going to get into that. And, of course, get into more details about the Epstein files. So let's go ahead and double tap that screen and let's get right into it, guys.
Welcome to the court. Yeah, sorry to keep you guys out here that long.
Well, that was an interesting experience. The user interface is a little clunky at first, but what I saw that bothered me were the names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files. So that's the first thing that I saw. It took some digging to find them. Then I'll let you talk about what you saw.
Well, and we discussed that. I mean, there are 6 men, some of them with their photographs that have been redacted, and there's no explanation why those people were redacted. And Thomas discovered it through his MIT logic with some of the searches. But, you know, that's really concerning. I think there are 2 other points. One is some of the internet concern about some of the more sensational emails. I mean, I do think it's important to recognize that some of the senders.
Yeah, how it connected to Pizzagate, how they're now talking about grape soda. They also start talking about, jerky, which people are trying to say, now they're eating humans and all this crazy stuff. Child sacrifices. I mean, it got crazy. Sending of torture videos. Like, let's be real. When we was reading those emails out loud, or even when I was reading to myself, it got a bit disturbing.
On that are women, and so some of the redactions may be appropriate, some may not be appropriate. We need to look at that. But just because there's an email out there, it doesn't mean that there's necessarily an improper redaction. The bigger concern is these 6 individuals. I will say that the staff was very professional in allowing us to do the searches. Our bigger concern is that there's still a lot that's redacted. Even in what we're seeing redacted versions. I thought we were supposed to see the unredacted versions, and that's because the documents produced to justice from the FBI, from the grand jury, was redacted when they got it. So we kept doing the searches for the unredacted information. And it's the identical redactions that they have. Now, I don't think that's nefarious on the career attorneys that were reviewing it, but they obviously haven't gotten the production because our law says that the FBI and the original grand jury needs to be unredacted.
Right. The U.S. attorneys and the FBI.
And right now, we've only figured out 2 of the unredacted guys' name, which one is Lex Wexner, which I've been yelling at from the mountaintops for a while now. Like, somebody needs to check into this guy, Lex Wexner. He has a lot of pull in Victoria's Secret and all this good stuff, and Bath and Body Works. So he was one of the main reasons why Epstein was able to get access to, these model type women or even younger women. And I believe he also trafficked some of them through Wexner. And the wild thing about Wexner is he has heavy influence in my city. Yeah, but in Columbus, Ohio, and Ohio State, he has his name on a building. I mean, he stays out there in New Albany. I mean, he basically owns the city.
Are compelled as well as the DOJ, and the DOJ was responsible for this document production, and they just produced documents that have been given to them from the FBI, the 302 forms, for instance, which need to be unredacted. There was one other thing that definitely needs to be addressed. Some of these files have been taken down, like the DOJ produced them, and for some reason they took them down. Maybe they decided that victims' names were in there and that they needed further redactions. But those documents not only haven't been put back up on the site with the appropriate redactions, they were not available to us to search. As far as I could tell, we couldn't search the documents that had been taken off the internet.
Can you share with us the name of the 6 men that you identified?
I probably should do that from the floor or in a committee hearing.
And look, they should be releasing these documents. We have many avenues where we can compel that legally. Maybe they've done it out of oversight. I don't know. I don't believe that. But, they should be releasing those documents. And our hope is to get them to do that. And then in some of the redactions, they need to be very careful on whether that was a survivor or not. Just because, for example, someone is female doesn't necessarily mean they're survivors. And it seemed like they blanket redacted anyone who was a female from my review.
Yeah, I would like.
Yeah, and that's the truth, because here's a problem. I mean, there are females who, work for Epstein. It wasn't just Ghislaine Maxwell on her own. There was also women who helped Epstein recruit women and bring them in. I would say groom them as well. I mean, there was women involved in this child sex trafficking ring as well. And they need to be called out and not being protected because they're women.
Give the DOJ a chance to say they made a mistake and over-redacted, and let them unredact those men's names. That would probably be the best way to do it.
So how much of the redactions, you said that there are a lot of, the documents, some of what you saw in there had redactions. How much new information then did you see that was unredacted, or did it look pretty similar to what we've seen publicly?
I mean, what we're after is the men who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked women to. We want those names published. We're not out to embarrass people. And the problem is, we went in there hoping to see that in 302 forms. What we found out is those 302 forms were redacted before they got to the DOJ. But our legislation directs the FBI, which is the agency that produced those 302 forms, to also produce these documents. The Attorney General is ultimately responsible for that production. So that's why we're here at the DOJ to view these files. But there needs to be more information given in those 302s. So I was disappointed we didn't find that. But it's also clear, just sort of as a checking their homework, that they need to do a little more homework. There are 6 men. We went in there for 2 hours. There's millions of files, right? And in a couple of hours, we found 6 men whose names have been redacted, who are implicated in the way that the files are presented.
Activism, my question is, what's your message to Pam Bondi after what you saw today?
Need to do a little more.
So yeah, they revealed like 2 names so far. Yeah, like I said, one Lex Wexner, the one that gifted Epstein a mansion, basically, and also who believed to be one of his financiers, and also a sultan in Saudi Arabia. So a sultan in Saudi Arabia.
Work, and I would like. I mean, we'll see her at the Judiciary Committee here in a couple days.
So to the Muslim homies, hey, look, bro. There's Christians and Muslims and Jews in the Epstein files, okay? All of y'all are in there.
At the very least, these 6 men, maybe she can make public. I mean, we're happy to provide the information to them, and they should do that. Look, there's some of the effort, because there were a lot of career attorneys on there. There's some redactions that were appropriate, some, for protect the survivors. And some of the most sensational things out on the internet, there may have been appropriate redaction. So, for Thomas and me, it's always been about the facts. And our biggest concern is what was redacted before it even came to the Justice Department. I mean, the reality is that the most important things, the 302 files and some of the
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Information on the prosecution memos, it's unclear that those redactions happened here. We saw a lot of files that already were redacted. And then, of course, they have been protecting some of these men. Maybe it was not intentionally, but the law is very clear. They need to comply with the law.
And finally, the documents that they put up and decided for one reason or another they had to take back down, I was hoping to see those here. They didn't appear to be in the database that we were able to search. For those ostensibly are wholly redacted files now. We know they exist. They published them for a brief period of time and pulled them back. They need to answer to us as to do they intend to redact those files and put them back up and put them in the database so that we can search them and see if it was appropriate to take them back down from the website.
Are these men,
because it makes them look real suspicious. It makes them seem like, oh, well, y'all knew that Congress was going to come in and investigate this. So you were like, all right, well, we'll release some, we'll release all of it, but then we'll take some back before the congressmen come in and be able to review the unredacted version. So, I mean, yeah, like, why'd you take those out? And you got to let them review the unredacted version because it looks pretty sus. It looks pretty sus. Looks like you're trying to hide something again.
What fields do they work in? Is it finance? Is it political?
At least one is a U.S. citizen. At least one is a foreigner. And the other 3 or 4 have names. I'm not sure if they're foreign or U.S.
And which field do they work in? Is it finance, banking, political?
Finance.
One is pretty high up in the foreign government.
And some are there.
Yeah, like I said, there was a sultan of Saudi Arabia in Saudi Arabia. So he's up there in the Saudi Arabian monarchy, and that's going to be a hard guy to get. I mean, I don't know. You never know. Saudi Arabia might handle that for us. But Lex Wexner, well, we can always grab him. But, I mean, the man's a billionaire, and he has a lot of influence in the financial world. That doesn't mean he's untouchable. It just means that, hey, the man's going to have lawyers for days.
Of the others as a pretty prominent individual. But I think that the point is that these 6 are just what we found in 2 hours of a review of the files that aren't redacted. The broader issue is why so many of the files they're getting are redacted in the first place. And until that becomes unredacted, the main things that they're sending to the career attorneys to review, I don't think we're going to have full compliance with the law. Get to the question that most Americans want to know. Who were the rich and powerful people who went to this island? Did they rape underage girls? Did they know that underage girls were being paraded around? And after seeing this, I don't blame the U.S. attorneys, the assistant U.S. attorneys reviewing it. If they're reviewing redacted material, what are they supposed to do? But they're getting, it seems like, material that's already been redacted.
Congressman Raskin also viewed these materials earlier, and he said that he saw President Trump's name redacted. He saw Lee Wexner's name redacted. Did you see President Trump's name redacted, Lee Wexner's name redacted? Can you share anything about that?
I didn't put Donald Trump in the search engine, so I couldn't tell you.
Why not?
No. I mean, I'm surprised. As hard as honestly, as hard as Donald Trump goes against Massey, I'm surprised.
I did, and that was a woman that wrote that. And so it may be proper to redact it, and it may not be. I don't know. It seems like part of their algorithm for redaction was just to redact every woman in there, pretty much.
Yeah.
So we can't parse if the person who sent that was a victim or not.
But none of this is designed to be a witch hunt. If just because someone may be in the files doesn't mean that they're guilty. But there are very powerful people who raped these underage girls. It wasn't just Epstein and Maxwell, or showed up to the island, or showed up to the ranch, or showed up to the home knowing underage girls were being paraded around, and some of the sickening stuff in there about the violence. And what we want to do is have the investigation to get to those people, to answer those questions. Not to say that every internet rumor about some email is going to be true. And like I said, in some of the cases, the redactions may have been appropriate. But for Thomas and me, it's never been about getting Donald Trump or getting Bill Clinton or scoring political points or trying to destroy people's reputations. It's about actually getting justice for these survivors.
Do either of you plan to read the 6 names on the House floor?
That's all I care about.
I think we need to give the DOJ a chance to go back through and correct their mistakes.
Yeah, and trust me, the DOJ is gonna have a lot. They have a lot of explaining to do. And Pam Bondi on Wednesday. Oh man, I mean, bro, the oversight committee is going to they're gonna crucify this young lady. I mean, bro, they're really gonna burn her at the stake. When she goes in there, I hope she really thought about her answers, because she got a lot to answer for.
How long do they have?
They're already breaking the law. Look, they're way past the deadline. And the reason they gave for taking so much time is so they wouldn't release victims' information. But in fact, they've released all kinds of victims' information.
Yeah.
So the problem here is not the deadline. The problem is they need to go back. They need to themselves check their own homework or have somebody else check it. And as Rose said, they need to go to the U.S. attorneys and the FBI, who are compelled by the legislation directly to produce that material to them unredacted.
Yeah, because I mean, let's be real. When you read the Epstein files, you're like, why are you guys redacting the names of people he's like pretty much talking about trafficking children with? Like, why are you redacting those names? Why are you redacting the names of assistants of Epstein, who is pretty much telling them when certain kids are supposed to arrive, or pizza, or talking about pizza and grape soda with certain friends and all that? Why are you redacting these names? Why don't you unredact them so they can answer for themselves? Because these are the people that we want to know. Like, these are the people we want to know about. They don't got to be famous. They don't got to be Trump or Clinton. We just got to know that they're involved in this child trafficking ring that may be still going on.
I think, look, we could have brought contempt or impeachment weeks ago, but our interest is in actually getting the information out. And as a result of the strategy we've been pursuing, this is the largest release of the Epstein files in history. Now, it's not enough, but it has exposed people in the highest levels in technology, in finance, in real estate. It has exposed the establishment and monarchies in other countries. So our push is, how do we expose this and have accountability, not how do we score political points or have retribution.
Pam Bondi, what questions are you going to ask Pam Bondi?
Well, he's on the committee.
We'll see Wednesday.
You said a lot of the redactions were already made before the files were in the hands of clear entities. Who do you suspect would make those redactions?
It seems that they were made by the FBI or they were made by attorneys in the grand jury, but they
do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get it to 100 likes by double tapping that screen, and let's get more people on the conversation. Appreciate the support.
Justice Department, it seems, got some of these documents already redacted. Our law was very clear. Unless something was classified, it required it to be unredacted, and they have not complied with that law. And that law needs to be complied with, because that's where a lot of the information is, especially about the powerful people in this country and what their involvement was.
I mean, yeah, it was in the name. Epstein Transparency Act, aka we were expecting you guys to give us all the Epstein files unredacted. I mean, if anything, we thought you guys were, I don't know, going to fake a pandemic or carry United States off into war, but instead you released these. Well, before you guys released the Epstein files, but they did. The government did release the Epstein files, but except they didn't really provide too much transparency, especially with whole pages being redacted. We got, like I said, people who work with Epstein's names being redacted, especially in some pretty incriminating conversations. So, yeah, that's the main problem. The whole transparency part of it, I mean, they completely missed the mark on that.
You know, their involvement could have been that they were showing up at this island knowing that there was pedophilia taking place. Their involvement could have been that they were actually engaged in raping underage girls, or knowing that underage girls were being raped. We won't know until we see those files.
What information did you see that led you to believe that those 6 men were implicated in Epstein's crimes?
It's a list of 20. You can actually, I'll direct you to the unredacted, or the redacted file. It's a list of 20 individuals. 3 or 4, Maxwell and Epstein are on the list, and maybe 1 or 2 other people, and everybody else is redacted. And their names are redacted, but it also includes 20 pictures, 20 photographs. And they're sort of mug shots. They're not the best pictures. I'm not sure if they were mug shots or not, but there are at least 3 or 4 males in the photographs. I couldn't verify by looking at their names because they have foreign names. I couldn't verify by looking at their names that they were male until I went and looked at the photographs. By the way, in the document I'm directing you to, the photographs are redacted and their names are redacted. There is no reason in our legislation that allows them to redact the names of those men, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Unless
if it was about protecting victims, I mean, these guys aren't victims. They're co-conspirators. I mean, they're cooperators. So if it was about protecting victims, then what the hell are you doing protecting these guys? Because these guys ain't victims.
are there any male survivors, which seems
They're the ones victimizing.
hard to believe given this issue. But and all the women that are redacted, it's unclear if they were just actual survivors, in which case they did the appropriate thing, or whether they just, as Thomas said, had an algorithm to take out any woman's name.
There's also there. Hold on a second. There's also an FBI form that lists people who are conspirators, and one of those is a male. It's like on an FBI form, they've redacted his picture and his name on that form where they were, I guess, considering an indictment or indicting or something. I could also, I don't have the number in front of me, but I could direct you. It's a 3-page EFTA file.
The Justice Department has said it's letting you go.
I'm not sure if they're mugshots.
Were authorities investigating these individuals, or like?
In one instance, it was, and in the other instance, it seemed to be.
I've got to go. I'll let Thomas.
No, I got to go too.
All right.
One question, one last question for you, Congressman Khanna. Congressman Massey has called for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to face potentially some accountability for the connection that he has in these files. Do you support that call?
Absolutely. Look at what's happening in Britain.
Oh, crap.
You have a left government. Actually,
Yeah, people are calling for Howard Lutnick to resign, which is, if you don't know who Howard Lutnick is one of Donald Trump's friends, personal friends, and our Secretary of Commerce right now. Yes, it's Howard Lutnick. So, yeah, he said in an interview that, in 2005, he went over to Epstein. He left. He said, oh, it was creepy. He didn't like the vibes. Him and his wife said they'll never go there again. Well, that turned out to be a lie, because in the Epstein files, it proved in emails between him and Lutnick, well, it proved that Lutnick actually did meet up with Epstein. They was emailing about going and meeting up for dinner and all this wild stuff. So, yeah. I'm not, I mean, to be real with you, I'm not really too sure he should resign over that. But if he doesn't have a good explanation, then yeah, go ahead and resign, bro. You're cooked. You just have to take that for what it is.
I know Keir Starmer. I was excited when he won, and yet I believe he needs to be held accountable with what's happened with Mendelssohn. You have the British monarchy having to answer questions. I mean, the King of England is putting out statements, and yet in our country, we have not had that reckoning. People in power, whether they're in government, whether they're in finance, whether they're in technology, if they have been implicated in the files in morally embarrassing ways and in ways that shock the conscience, should be held accountable, and it should be regardless of party.
So you're calling for Howard Lutnick to resign?
I believe that Lutnick, at the very least, needs to be brought before Congress. I think, based on the evidence, he should be out of the cabinet. But I mean, it's people say, "Oh, you're just a Democrat saying that." No, I mean, look at what he is, how much influence he had with Epstein, and he wasn't transparent about it. But again, it's not about Lutnick, and it's not about any particular person. In this country, we have to make a decision. Are we going to allow rich and powerful people who were...
I'll be real with you. These Epstein files make a lot of people in the administration look bad. Of course, Howard Lutnick. I mean, Kash Patel. Used to be Dan Bongino, but, he's back on the podcast. And the reason, because Kash Patel and, Dan Bongino were the ones telling us that, oh, he trafficked people to himself. Nothing to see here. Now, we're not sure if they're working with limited... And we're not really sure if they're working with limited information or if they was literally trying to run a cover up. And then when, of course, it comes to Lutnick, I mean, like I said, he just got caught up in a lie. It is what it is with that one. I mean, he can sit there and explain himself, but I mean, bro, you You said you never met with him again, and here we are in emails looking at it, and you did. You were talking about it. I mean, it even made Elon Musk look bad. I mean, okay, I ain't gonna lie, it really made Peter Thiel look even worse, even crazier than he already looks in interviews. So the tech guys even got some explaining to do.
Friends and had no problem doing business and showing up with a pedophile who was raping underage girls. Are we just going to allow them to skate? Or like other countries, are we going to have elite accountability and have accountability for the people who did that? Most Americans believe we need accountability.
Can you confirm that President Trump wasn't on this list?
No, I didn't see him on that.
Oh, wow. He confirmed President Trump wasn't on that list. He's like, nah, I ain't seen him on that list. All right, Massey. All right, Massey keeping it real. I mean, like I said, like when it comes to Trump, bro, I mean, Trump did not work as deep as with Epstein as the Dems try to make you guys believe. Like, trust me. Like, there's people like Lex Wexner. That's the guy you need to focus on. That's the guy who worked really deep with Epstein, like hand in hand. All right, man. Let's get over to our guy, Hakeem Jeffries.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Notwithstanding what Donald Trump continues to say, the affordability crisis in America is very real. It is a clear and present danger to the economic well-being of working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans. Donald Trump and Republicans have failed the country when it comes to the economy. Republicans promised that they were going to lower the high cost of living on day one of Donald Trump's presidency.
I'm crying. I mean, bro, if you're really gonna be over exaggerate like that, like, come on, bro, don't be childish. And gas prices are down, which you guys were complaining about. You complain about eggs on day one, and those are down, which you guys were complaining about. You guys said there was gonna be a recession because of the tariffs. Well, there wasn't no recession. I mean, you said there was gonna be crazy inflation because of tariffs. Well, inflation is down. So, like, I'm sorry, but did anything you guys say come to fruition at all? Like, did it come true whatsoever? No, of course not.
But costs haven't gone down in the United States of America. Costs have gone up under failed Republican policies. Please. Housing costs are out of control. Grocery costs are out of control. Healthcare costs are out of control. Utility bills are out of control. And childcare costs are out of control.
Bro, that all happened under you guys. And I mean, all right, I'm gonna be real with you. When these guys talk about childcare, I'm like, yeah, you know that little Somali fraud thing that you guys were subsidizing these people that weren't really running daycares? You know that kind of affects the cost of childcare. Yeah, I mean, when people are getting government childcare subsidies or funding, and these people are not really having or taking care of children in the community, like, kind of, you know, that kind of inflates childcare costs. And of course, you know, that rapid inflation under Biden, that also effed them up as well. I mean, these daycares got to buy food and supplies and all that as well. And trust me, all that went up under Biden. So you tell me that has nothing to do with it?
Affordability crisis in the United States of America is very real. Republicans have failed to lower the high cost of living. And as a result of the Trump tariffs, costs are going up by thousands of dollars per year.
Bro, he said thousands of dollars a year. Like, bro, I'll be real with you. It ain't even been a year since we had the tariffs. They started in April, bro. Bro, it's February. Like, what do you mean in years? Like, all right, now you're just not making sense. And because of the tariffs, we were able to get manufacturing back for, of course, auto, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, aerospace. I mean, what I'm sorry, but there's a lot of pluses to these tariffs. And of course, I mean, Trump was able to lock in trade deals because of these tariffs. So you guys said that they were inflationary. You were wrong. You said that it gets passed straight down to the consumer. Well, if that was true, why is all these countries shaking in their boots every time Trump throws the word tariff around? Like, why would they not just dismiss it and say, all right, well, no, just going to go straight to the consumer. So who cares? Well, that's not what's happening. So what you guys think about tariffs don't match up to reality.
On everyday Americans. Democrats remain committed to driving down the high cost of living, to fixing our broken healthcare system, and to ensuring that we have immigration enforcement policies in this country that are fair, just, and humane. Republicans have failed America.
Okay.
On affordability.
Bro, what did you do under Biden? I mean, Akeem, please tell me the policy that you proposed under Biden to help with affordability. You didn't. Y'all just let the man low-key drive up inflation and then whistled on by his prices skyrocketed. Then you gaslight the American people by telling them they're in the best economy ever. I'm sorry, but it's really hard to hear you guys talk about affordability when y'all made things the most unaffordable the Americans ever seen in years. Under Biden, it's really hard to hear y'all on affordability. It really is, especially when Virginia voted for Spamberger on affordability. And has things gotten more affordable for Virginia? No, the woman is raising taxes, but she ran on affordability. Like, come on now. Y'all should be the last ones talking about affordability, running the most unaffordable states and cities.
On healthcare, on immigration enforcement, and they have failed to make life better for the American people. Questions?
Thank you. It's looking increasingly likely there might need to be some sort of short-term stopgap for DHS with the deadline approaching at the end of the week and no agreement.
No, I wouldn't be so mad about Dems criticizing Trump on affordability if they had a plan themselves. I mean, like, am I not being fair? Am I not being fair? Like, let's be real, Dems. Like, come on now. Like, you know, if y'all had a plan on affordability and you laid it out before, it's going like, well, Trump is doing this wrong. This is our plan instead. All right, I would hear you guys out, but y'all don't really got no plan. Y'all just sitting here complaining all the time about Trump's plan. And parts of it is working. I ain't saying that everything is going smooth, but yes, there's parts of his affordability plan that's working. When you guys are complaining with no plan. You guys got elected on affordability in Virginia and you're raising prices. So therefore, I mean, like, once again, what plan do you have besides F Trump?
Yet. I'm just curious if there's any chance you would vote for or allow your members to vote for a short-term CR to do a clean extension of DHS just to give more time for negotiations to take place.
ICE is out of control right now.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. If you're on Rumble, like the video.
The American people know it, and ICE clearly needs to be reined in. Taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, not brutalize and kill American citizens. Our position has been clear. Dramatic changes are needed at the Department of Homeland Security before a DHS funding bill moves forward. Period. Full stop.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. As these negotiations are happening, the Homeland Security Committee will hold an oversight hearing tomorrow where they'll hear from the heads of ICE, CBP, and USCIS. What do you think the heads of these agencies need to say to the American people to, I guess, communicate that they understand the gravity of your demands, the gravity of the moment? You all say that ICE needs to be reined in. You have very, very obvious concerns about what's happening in terms of the president's immigration policies. What do you need to hear from some of his administration officials tomorrow at this hearing to let you know that your message is getting through, at least for the administration?
And remember, guys, that they're trying to go after ICE, but they can't because due to the big, beautiful bill, ICE funding has been approved all through 2026. So even if there was a shutdown DHS, well, sadly, it wouldn't have worked because ICE would be funded. But they said, but for some reason, they want to punish the other departments in DHS that have nothing to do with ICE operations because they can't affect ICE. It's childish, but this is their plan.
Donald Trump and the administration promised that their immigration enforcement policies were going to target violent felons. They lied.
Whoa. See, that's what I'm saying. No. There was no lie. Trump said we're going after undocumented immigrants and especially the ones that are violent felons. He didn't just say, oh, we're going after the undocumented immigrants that have felonies only. He never said that. So I'm not even sure why Akeem Jeffries is acting like he said that. That's not what he said. That was never the message. He said, look, if you are here undocumented, you got to go. It is what it is. We got to clean up our streets when it comes to these undocumented immigrants. We got to clean up the labor market when it comes to these undocumented immigrants. It is what it is.
To the American people, the Trump administration is not targeting violent felons. They're targeting American citizens, communities throughout this country, and law-abiding immigrant families. The American people know that ICE is completely and totally out of control. They've gone too far and need to be reined.
No, the protesters have gone too far. I mean, y'all just need to go out there and let our local police and everything will be good.
At the hearing this week, Trump administration officials should apologize to the American people for using their taxpayer dollars to unleash wicked brutality on the American people, and in some cases, kill them in cold blood, like Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. The administration also needs to commit to the dramatic changes that Democrats have forcefully put on the table, including but not limited to mandatory body cameras, judicial warrant requirements, no masks.
Now, look, first off, no, they're going to wear those masks because you're not going to dox these people and harass their family members. I mean, look, bro, the whole Don Lemon situation is like case in point. They found out that an ICE officer was pastor, or he went to this church, and they went there and harassed the churchgoers. So there's my case in point on why these ICE officers need to wear masks. Now, body cams, I agree with that, actually. No, let them wear body cams, please. And then, of course, when the administrative warrants they need judicial warrants, that's just a way of being able to block them from being able to grab these guys out of the houses. Because if you actually look at the reasonings of bringing up an administrative warrant, the only way they could bring up an administrative warrant is if there's a final order of removal for that person. That's the only reasons why they can go in on administrative warrant, if there's a final order of removal. So there you go. There is requirements to get that administrative warrant. That is quite fair.
And into
shoot, it's fair to me. Shit, I'll be real with you. It's fair to me. I don't know about you, but personally, it's fair to me. I ain't gonna speak for you, but shout out to the Kraken for the torch for 200 joules. Appreciate the support, my man. Oh, and shoot, shout out for starting us off on the support. Appreciate you, my man.
Roving patrols that are brutalizing American communities. No racial profiling, no targeting of sensitive locations like schools, hospitals.
I mean, bruh, it is what it is. Look, if illegal get hurt and they got to go to the hospital, we'll give them care and then we'll deport them. I mean, look, if they go into church, we'll let them praise the Lord and all that good stuff, and then we'll deport them. I mean, if they go into college for some reason, I don't know. Well, there is programs or funding options for undocumented immigrants to go to school. So it is a bit wild out here in the United States right now. But even then, as soon as you get off of your class, you're getting deported. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. If you're undocumented, we just want, I know it sounds kind of effed up to say, but yeah, we do feel like you need to be deported, especially if you had years in the United States to get your paperwork together. Oh yeah, we really need you up out of here.
Houses of worship and polling sites, and independent investigations to ensure that when ICE officials break the law, state and local officials can investigate them and prosecute anyone who has committed a crime in the United States of America. Mm-hmm. House and Senate Democrats have clearly transmitted to the American people and clearly transmitted to the White House and our colleagues in the House and the Senate the types of dramatic changes that need to occur at the Department of Homeland Security before funding bill moves forward this Friday, and we're still waiting to hear back from the White House, which shows to me that these extremists aren't serious about getting ICE under control.
Thanks, Mr. Leader.
Bro, are y'all serious about providing like crowd control so the protesters aren't obstructing ICE? Are you guys serious about dismantling those ICE watchers like guys so they're not following and obstructing ICE? Like, are you guys serious? Like, let's be honest here, because it seems like you kind of like letting things get out of hand and then blaming ICE for everything.
So now that the Epstein files are available at the Department of Justice, unredacted, is there a strategy? Obviously, there are millions of files. Is there any coordination among Democrats for who is looking for what? And are you, or is anyone in leadership going to be taking advantage of that opportunity?
Well, on this matter, where the American people in general and the survivors in particular are seeking full accountability and full transparency, Robert Garcia and the Oversight Democrats, along with Jamie Raskin and the Judiciary Committee Democrats, will continue to take the lead. The lead will also continue to be taken by the Democratic Women's Caucus, led by Teresa Ledger Fernandez, who has worked closely with the Epstein survivors throughout this Congress and will continue to do so. Back.
Thanks, Larry Jeffries. The House voted unanimously to strip out that provision the Senate put into the appropriations package that would allow senators to sue the government over Jack Smith's investigation and get money back. There's now a hearing on with the telecom companies tomorrow.
Oh, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
In the Senate, and Lindsey Graham has said he's trying to get some version of this through the Senate in the future that would allow for a private cause of action by private groups who had their phone records similarly pulled. Is something like that entirely dead in the House of Representatives? Would you consider any sort of legislation like that might come out?
We'll have to take a look at any bipartisan proposal that relates to allowing everyday Americans to vindicate their rights under the law, if in fact those privacy rights have been violated. But the continuing temper tantrum being thrown by Lindsey Graham perplexes me. I don't get it. Like, there's enough corruption taking place coming out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue right now, the most corrupt administration in American history, Donald Trump and his sycophants running the largest pay-to-play scheme ever seen, focused on enriching themselves, their family members, and their friends, as opposed to actually addressing the affordability crisis or driving down the high cost of living. Republicans in the House and the Senate have shown no interest.
I mean, look, I'll be real with you. No, Trump is not distracted by, enriching his friends. If anything, he's distracted by foreign, what's going on in Iran and what's going on in the Middle East. Actually, he's been distracted with foreign policies than, domestic policies, which I do agree. He do need to focus on that more.
In dealing with the affordability crisis and no interest in fixing our broken healthcare system, I would suggest that John Thune and others actually pass the straightforward extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Focus on that so we can actually restore affordable healthcare for tens of millions of Americans who are right now facing dramatically increased healthcare premiums. In some cases, seeing their premiums increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. That's unacceptable here in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and Senate Republicans have done nothing about it. After House Democrats partnering with 17 House Republicans sent over a month ago a straightforward extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
No, which is true. Yeah. Well, what was it? It was a 3-year extension on the tax credits, actually, a 3-year extension. And I went past the House, but I don't think it made it past the Senate. Actually, yeah, I think it got struck down in the Senate.
Rosa DeLauro said she would support a funding bill that essentially funds every portion of DHS except for ICE and CBP. A, is that something you would support? And B, if it is, would that not be basically giving up all the rest of the leverage, given that the big, beautiful bill funded those two agencies for 4 years?
We don't look at the moment that we're in as exercising leverage over the other side. We want to fund the government in a manner that actually promotes the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people. The ball is in the Republicans' court right now. We sent over a proposal. We've given them legislative language as it relates to the types of dramatic reforms of DHS that the American people are demanding, and we've heard nothing but crickets from the other side. That says to me,
well, I'm gonna be honest with you, Akeem. Well, you haven't changed y'all argument. Like I said, they don't want to keep sending these billions of dollars to these insurance companies that just raise their premiums and make things unaffordable while we're steady giving them billions of dollars. Like, bro, this is our taxpayer dollars going to these insurance companies and they're still raising their fucking premiums. I mean, bro, do you not see how effed up that is? Do you not understand that we kind of want this to go a different way? And instead of just trying to work out a different way of like, or a different system, you want to just keep on going with the status quo. Like, bro, are you working for the American people? Because it sounds like you're working for these insurance companies right now. But I digress. All right, guys, let's go ahead and switch it up. Let's get over to the right side of media with our guy, Jesse Waters. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Fox News alert, the final deadline for the Nancy Guthrie ransom just passed. The alleged kidnappers demanding $6 million by 7 Eastern. Just moments ago, Savannah Guthrie released this.
We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find.
I mean, not to sound like that guy, but maybe you should just give this guy his $3 million in Bitcoin. To be honest with you, if you want your mom back, instead of trying to just search for her and all that good stuff, just pay the man. I'm sorry, but you might just have to pay the man. Actually, the guy to increase it to $6 million in Bitcoin by what they say, like 7 o'clock tomorrow. So I wonder what they're gonna do now.
Her. She was taken and we don't know where.
Oh.
And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation.
Yeah, I can
understand.
This is the first time Savannah has spoken directly to the public. Previous videos were mainly aimed at the kidnappers. Many feared Nancy was no longer alive and that negotiations had taken a dark turn after Savannah put this video out on Saturday.
We received your message and we understand.
We will pay.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us. And we will pay.
Yep.
This suggested to some that,
you know, the crazy thing is, like, because I was reading up on it today, and they said the FBI didn't even know that she was in contact with the kidnapper. So yes, her family, it was in contact or is in contact with the kidnapper, and they've apparently already been working out a deal. I mean, and the FBI didn't even know about this. I mean, you would expect them to actually be the one, connecting to the kidnapper, with her or for her, but they're doing it on their own. So it's looking like the kidnapper's about to get that $6 million in Bitcoin. And I mean, well, that's not good. That's going to set a bad precedent. Well, we're just going to start kidnapping rich people and asking for ransom in Bitcoin. Don't do that. Don't do that, please.
the Guthries were willing to pay for the return of their mother's body. But then, late Saturday night, unmarked police vehicles returned once again to Annie Guthrie's house. That's the sister and her husband, Tommaso. Law enforcement stayed for more than 2 hours. Cameras flashed inside the house, and reporters heard loud clanking noises as several items were carried out and loaded into police vehicles. At one point, an agent was seen carrying a silver briefcase, possibly a Celebrite device, typically used to analyze iPhones and computers. This would be the second time investigators brought the device to Annie Guthrie's house. Later, a deputy was seen loading a white case along with a brown bag into a police vehicle. Does this suggest authorities are scrutinizing the family? Does this mean they don't believe their side of the story? We have no idea. It could very well be routine, but with no suspects and the sheriff not ruling anybody out, it does raise a lot of questions. 10:30 at night seems very late to be conducting sudden searches of the sister's house. They must have gotten new information, or perhaps there was something so urgent they couldn't wait for the morning. We assume the Guthrie family's cooperating with authorities. We have no reason to believe they aren't. The next day, Sunday, investigators searched a septic tank behind Nancy's home, looking for possible evidence that may have been flushed. Fox News examined the area surrounding the property. Watch.
Wanted to give you a different point of view. So you've got Nancy's house, it's in the middle, and the lots are large enough for privacy. We walked the front of the properties, and on one side, mailbox to mailbox, it's about 300 feet. On the other side, it's a little closer. But with both homes that flank her house, there are lines of vegetation, there's space and cactus. And from what we could gather, it appears the neighbors to the back may have the best vantage point to her home.
Authorities haven't even determined whether the ransom notes are legitimate. As far as we know, they could be real or they could be hoaxes. And so far, whoever's sending these messages hasn't provided proof of life. Authorities have said there's been no video or no pictures proving Nancy's still alive in anyone's captivity.
I'm be real with you, like, bro must be a professional, because a lot of, I mean, bro, they'll be able to figure out where they at from the sound in the video. I mean, bro, you could tell so much just from one little video of just her, you know, showing her face. They can see the lighting. They may be able to see the sound, maybe see what type of area they're in. I mean, there's a lot they can get from a video. So we might be actually dealing with some real deal professionals. I mean, best thing they could do was maybe, like, I don't know, send a selfie of her face. And even then, I doubt they would do that because that number could be tracked. So we might be dealing with some professionals here if they're, you know, if they're not willing to get in contact. I don't know, but, like, think about it like this. They use Bitcoin, so you can't really track Bitcoin, be real with you. Once you send it to that wallet, it's that, like, that's it. You can't really track it. It is what it is. And then, of course, like, no video. I mean, no phone call, no nothing like that. I mean, hey, at least they learned from the predecessors who try to do ransoms, because that's how they usually get caught, by sending some type of proof of life.
Although these messages could contain written details that only Nancy and the family would know that prove someone has her. Also new tonight, the FBI is saying it's not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers, nor have we identified a suspect or person of interest in this case at this time. There's also a new question about the note itself, which specified that the payment be made in U.S. dollars, suggesting the senders could be outside the country or foreign actors, or the messages could just be written by AI. The sheriff's department, after doing a ton of media, suddenly doesn't have anything to say. The Nancy Guthrie investigation is ongoing. Follow-up continues at multiple locations. No suspects, persons of interest, or vehicles have been identified. No scheduled press briefings. If any significant developments occur in this case, a press conference will be called. So no time for a briefing, but the sheriff did have time for a basketball game. Here he is at the University of Arizona Wildcats game on Saturday, just minutes before Savannah released the video saying she'd pay. So Savannah paid the ransom? We don't know. The deadline just passed.
Oh,
authorities are
passed
expected
today.
to continue activity at the Guthrie homes tonight and into tomorrow. Earlier, TMZ reported that the Bitcoin account that the alleged kidnappers were using still appeared empty.
Oh.
Do you pay ransom without proof of life, or do you just roll the dice? These are the heart-wrenching decisions that have to be made.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube?
Yeah, that's the worst part about it. I mean, somebody said in the chat, like, how do we know this is, like, even the, you know, the scammer? Well, not the scammer, but the kidnapper. How do we know? How do we know it's not just a scammer who's trying to, you know, take advantage of this very, well, I mean, very crazy situation. There's people who are effed up enough to do that type of shit. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into our guy, Sean Hannity, because he brought on our guy, Dan Bongino.
Focus at the Bureau, former FBI director.
Well,
by the way, we
used to
welcome
be
him
my
to our
guy.
Fox family once again, the newest Fox News contributor. He's back.
And he's now the newest Fox News contributor. Of course you are. Of course you are. All right.
The one and only Dan Bongino. You come at this, Dan, first of all, as a friend, number one, number two, but also having now recently spent time on the inside. And it's so easy for people on the sidelines, Monday morning quarterbacks, to be second guessing everything law enforcement is doing. However, I do think a definitive statement like we mentioned, the FBI says they are unaware that Savannah Guthrie was talking with her mom's suspected kidnappers means they know everything about the communications to this point. What is likely in your mind going on behind the scenes?
Okay, so the FBI was brought in a couple days after there was, you have to have a request for assets to be brought in, or you have to have federal jurisdiction. This was done by request. That's why you saw the crime scene was reopened again. That was the FBI ERT, from what I've heard, going back in the evidence response team to take over and do what they do. They do it best. That's all they do is process evidence at these scenes. So what's going on right now? I see three possibilities, Sean, and I'm not going to weight them. These are three possibilities. If you apply Occam's razor, I see could apply. The first would be, obviously, it's a kidnapping. That was an intended kidnapping for a ransom payment. That would be the first possibility. Again, I'm not weighting any of them. The second possibility would be this was just a crime that went awry. Someone was at the house. Maybe it was a burglary. Maybe something went bad, and that you've got some bad actors committing another crime unrelated. In other words, requesting a ransom for something you didn't do just to take advantage of a situation like this.
Scam.
The third possibility, again, this is and this is where I think you have to kind of think outside of the boxes, especially given some of the messaging that we've seen lately, is the possibility that there may have been some kind of maybe a medical emergency or something. And
I mean, there's also the possibility that this could all be fake. This could all be one big scheme to get money from her daughter, maybe. I mean, there's always that. There's always that possibility as well.
This was not a kidnapping.
Praying for that.
And I say that only because, and again, I'm not weighting these possibilities. We're just, when you can't find someone at a crime scene like this right away within the first couple of days, you either have really good surgical type operators, or the story you've been told or you may have believed may not be the story. I mean, think about it. What are the possibilities that there's no LPR trips, license plate readers, that Somex scrubs, social media exploitation turned up nothing, that cast analysis, cell phone analysis, that there's other tools I don't want to really talk about, but I promise they're there. We've used them in cases that none of this stuff was tripped after the Bureau came in and applied all their assets. It's just, it seems really strange.
Let me quote veteran FBI Special Agent Lance Lysing of Arizona. And he said the notes to the media outlets, that part of the investigation now he believes is come and gone. And then he said, in legitimate ransom cases, kidnappers move fast. They establish leverage quickly. Communication begins within hours, not days of an abduction. Proof of life is produced early and often. This case has not followed the history of a typical kidnapping at all.
Could be a scam.
What does that tell you?
Well, there's two conflicting points on this. One, as I told you before, with this relatively what appears to be sterile crime scene, you would have these incredibly skilled, and I don't mean that, of course, in a qualitatively good way, but they have these criminal skill sets that they were able to not leave a trace of DNA, a footprint, a fingerprint, a tire print. Again, they didn't trip a license plate reader, managed to turn off any cell phone type of activity.
That's what I'm saying. It's almost like either a professional did it or this is all one big setup because, like I said, it was done too clean. I mean, you tell me we don't got no damn car leaving the scene. We ain't got nothing. You tell me they did this by hand. I mean, all right, bro, whoa, what the F is going on? Did they come from the underground, take her underground? Like, what's going on? We have they can barely find any real footsteps outside of the premises. So, yeah, what's going on? And like I said, this lady could have, I don't know, had an accident. She might just be lost, and these are scammers. This lady might be in on some type of scam against her daughter. I mean, who knows? Who knows?
And then you forget the medication. It just, again, it doesn't seem like that's particularly well thought out. How are you going to go out and get the medication afterwards? It's not that easy to go pop in a Walgreens when you know everybody on planet Earth is looking for someone. I mean, it just seems like a lot of conflicting information. And that's why I say I'm not weighting any of those stories. But clearly at this point, I think we have to consider everything outside the box, because whatever is inside the box is not really panning out right now.
What do you say to the FBI experts that I've talked to, the sheriff's department out there, that they're not ruling anything out? And I want to be very clear. I'm not rushing to judgment. I don't want people to rush to judgment. We don't do that on this show. We make a point of not doing that. But 90% of abductions usually involve someone that the abducted person knows, and a lot of times that ends up being family. Now, those are the odds. I'm not making any conclusions, any accusations at all. Just to the contrary, I think we need to be very careful. But those numbers are real. So if you're an FBI agent, that is in your head, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you got to consider that. I believe that was scenario number 2 I discussed, that this was an incident that went bad, someone who knew the person, like you said, landscaper, electrician. We had a case in Florida like this before I was in the FBI, way before, but a woman had let a handyman in the house. They found the woman in the septic system. I mean, you have to consider that it was someone in the inner circle as well, that it was a horrible crime. We don't know what happened, and that the distraction may be, in fact, a request for ransom later on to get people off the trail. I'm not telling you it's what happened, but again, when the story doesn't pan out after a couple of days, and I've been on these, Sean, I mean, we handled the Minnesota shooting of the lawmakers. You know, we had the incident up in Coeur d'Alene. I mean, we get woken up, me and Cash, all night on this stuff. I know the assets that get deployed. If you don't find them within the first couple of days, there's something about the story that's not right.
Yeah, it's scary. We're always glad to have you back on the show.
Welcome back. Well, we'll see what happens after that. Well, shout out to Dan Bongino. Like I said, I may not like him for the whole Epstein thing, but I'm be honest with you, his expertise is valued. Well, be honest, let's be real. His expertise is valued, especially as ex-deputy director of the FBI. So shout out to Cash. But let's get into our girl Ilhan Omar, because this young lady, she might be cooked, guys. Look, man, I know y'all wanted her to get caught up on, oh, she married her brother and her papers are fraud. And no, guys, that's not true. No, she never married her brother. But what she might have done, allegedly, is run a fraudulent business with her third husband that she cheated on her second husband with. So there's always that. And according to the second husband, not said, but the second husband even said, marriage because of irreconcilable differences due to infidelity. So, hey.
Massive fraud scandals have been rocking Minnesota for months now, really years. It's just now we know all about them. And fresh scrutiny is happening on one of the state's biggest political names while all that fraud is going on. Far-left Democrat Ilhan Omar is facing a House investigation involving her and her husband. You see, their financial fortunes have exploded in the last few years. Disclosures about Tim Mynette's wine business have jumped from just $51,000 to nearly $30 million a year. That wine must be delicious.
Oh God, don't
That's a
hate.
stunning rise.
She
And you know
balling.
what else is rising? Eyebrows. Especially given Omar and her allies' long history of railing against wealth, profit, capitalism.
We need to make sure that we're holding special interests accountable, that we're getting money out of politics, that we are taxing the uber rich, that the 1% gets.
So crazy. She talks about getting money out of politics, but you know what her husband, Tim Mynette, runs or allegedly runs? A political consulting company that she was giving, I would say kickbacks to, to help run her political campaign. Yes, and she was paying her, I guess at the time boyfriend, soon to be third husband, Tim Minette, money for giving her political consulting. So yeah, you were talking about keeping money out of politics, but here you were, well, circling money through politics.
To pay their fair share.
The only people who benefit from this bill are toy spaceship billionaires like Elon Musk and Donald Trump himself.
Those kinds of spoils that they are rolling in are not earned. They aren't working for those billions of dollars. They're stealing them. They're stealing them from you.
Yeah.
Well, from all that, maybe Ilhan Omar is building some toy spacecraft that we don't know about. Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. Chad.
Harris, good morning. The wealth of Presley and Omar have jumped since they were elected to Congress. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer took the unique step of asking his panel to probe Omar and not the Ethics Committee.
The Ethics Committee has jurisdiction over members of Congress. The two businesses in question are owned by Ms. Omar's husband. So the Ethics Committee does not have jurisdiction over a spouse, only a member.
Yep.
Omar
Smart.
contends she did nothing wrong.
I mean, it is a smart move, though. I mean, think about it. It's like, yeah, don't put it in her name because they can only hold Tim Minette accountable. They can hold him accountable. Maybe there could be an investigation done into him. But as far as Ilhan Omar, I mean, her name's not attached to it. Ilhan Omar is only worth $30 million through marriage. Yeah, through marriage. Not through fraud, but maybe through the fraud that, well, I'm gonna be real with you, most likely through fraud, but through the fraud that her husband got her name on.
But says
Well,
her
his
rapid
name.
wealth
Sorry.
stems from her husband. He has a consulting business which may be worth millions. Plus, the couple had an interest in a California wine operation. The wealth of congressional spouses is complicated, especially if they are responsible for most of the income.
Sometimes there's income that they're bringing in where there are questions as to whether the way that income is made may conflict with the day-to-day job duties of the member of Congress.
Oversight Committee Democrats find it strange that their committee is probing Omar.
I don't think that we should be playing politics with this committee. It's unprecedented to go after another member. There's a procedure. There's a House Ethics Committee. We've never done that with members. There's a different procedure for House Ethics.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, they probably shouldn't have did this to Omar. They should have like did an investigation into her husband, you know, sent the DOJ after her husband and leave Omar out of it and just catch. Because think about it, like I said, she's not a millionaire because of the fraud that, well, she has her name on. She's a millionaire due to the fact that her husband, Tim Minette, is a multimillionaire who may allegedly be doing fraud. Like, because his names are on the business, not Omar's. And for good reasons.
We have. So
Very good
I don't know why we're trying to politicize the committee.
Now, on the wine operation, one label was called Blockchain. It was described as featuring aromas of blackberry and baking spices. The sales pitch said you would not want to trade it even on the dark web. It sold for $7, Harris.
You'd have to sell a lot of bottles to get to millions.
Literally.
Interesting. Chad, thank you. And focus now. Kaylee McGee-White, a Fox News contributor. Look, there's a whole lot of money on Capitol Hill, both sides of the aisle. And you could say that you want to follow all the money trail. Look at the Shush Fund years ago.
No, I ain't gonna lie though. That's the problem with going after Ilhan Omar, because if that's what we're doing, I mean, bro, we can find the same thing on the right. Like, I promise you, and this is me being fair. Like, bro, if we go comb through all of the spouses of the women on the right of their husbands and what they're connected to, and we like, and vice versa, we're gonna find some wild stuff too. We're gonna find some pretty shady stuff. And of course, if we do it to the left, as we're doing right now, as you see, we can find some shady stuff. So this is a slippery slope. Like, do we really want them to really start biting at each other like this? You know what? I'm all for it. If they like, you know, go at each other and take out each one that is corrupt because of their secret dealings, I'm all for it. And their fraudulent business and all that good stuff, I'm all for it. But it is a slippery slope that could lead to that. Now, if you don't want that, then I mean, hey, it is what it is. But me personally, I would enjoy it.
And we're being quieted for some of the discrimination that was going on the Hill. So we get that. This is a very specific case. Why is that?
Yeah, I was doing a bit of research into Tim Manette, Ilhan Omar's husband's various businesses, and his investment firm. It has no known clients, no known investment deals. It doesn't even have
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
active SEC registration, and his winery, which is also purportedly making him millions of dollars per year, has no online presence. It has no marketable products available for purchase online. And get this, back in 2024, an investor into that winery actually sued Manette and his business partners, alleging that they had fraudulently misrepresented the winery as a legitimate business operation. So yeah, maybe there's a version of events here in which, of course, all of this is conveniently timed with his wife's election to Congress and her growing considerable influence in the Democratic Party. And maybe there is a version of events in which Ilhan Omar and her husband have just been extremely fortunate. But in that case, you would think that Ilhan Omar might be a bit more appreciative for this country in the ways in which it's aided her success. But I look at these events and I think they have cracked the Hunter Biden playbook. And I think that there are many other people in Washington, D.C. who watched the success of the influence peddling scheme that the Biden family ran. And more importantly, they saw that the Biden family faced zero consequences for that scheme. And they decided to try and replicate the results themselves. So I do hope that James Comer is successful at cracking what is actually going on here, because I think that she's probably not the only one in Washington with some considerable wealth to answer for.
Look, that's exactly where I started. There's a whole lot of money on Capitol Hill. And I just wondered why this particular case, it's also probably the timing of the fraud to the billions that's now been uncovered in her state. So it's a complicated issue at best. And she has some apparent in a House committee explaining to do. Speaking of millions, I want to talk about people, not money. Millions of Americans chose faith, family, and freedom during Super Bowl halftime. Turning Point USA hosted the first ever halftime show headlined by Kid Rock. It racked up 5 million views on YouTube alone, 26 million total views across several platforms. Now, the show also included this tribute to late Turning Point founder Charlie Kirk.
Honestly, I mean, I kind of like both of them. I ain't gonna lie. I like both of them. Like, let's be real. They were both nice. Of course, I love the whole Christian Jesus and all American theme to it. I love that. And then, of course, I like the Hispanic American heritage mix. I love that part too. And be real with you, I had no problems with the halftime show. Either of them. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get on to our guy Epstein. And then, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and play a couple documentaries because we're gonna get into this whole, I guess, hatred for Islam or the Christian versus Islam and how, I don't know, people feel like there need to be a second crusade and all this crazy stuff. We're going to get into that again. But first, let's go ahead and get into CNN and these Epstein files because Ghislaine Maxwell, bro, they need to take her ass back to jail, bro. Like, I don't even know why they let her out and like put her in this sweetheart prison. Like, if she was just going to sit there and plead the fifth and just not answer no questions. But then they gave her the sweetheart interview without giving her the hardball interview. But all right, man, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, has emerged from that hearing and informed all of us that Ghislaine Maxwell has decided to take the Fifth Amendment and refuse to answer any questions. Listen to what he's saying.
Ready? As expected, Ghislaine Maxwell took the Fifth and refused to answer any questions. This obviously is very disappointing. We had many questions to ask about the crimes she and Epstein committed, as well as questions about potential co-conspirators.
Pleaded the fifth.
We sincerely want to get to the
Yo,
truth
and shout out to my man Monty, says you're alive. And yes, I am.
Survivors.
Yes, I am alive. Hey, shout out. Shout out to me. And shout out to my man Monty. And oh, guys, bro, I would play the deposition tape, but it's gonna piss you guys off. She didn't answer a single question. She literally sat there and just plead the fifth the entire time, and now she's asking Donald Trump for clemency. Like, bro, I would literally send her ass back to jail. Like, I mean, look, either you're gonna answer these questions or you're gonna go back to jail, super max. I'm gonna put you with the tough dyke women, the ones that like to cut people. Like take a pick, because like, bro, there needs to be some real action against this woman, and I don't have too much of a care for her, honestly, because I mean, she was trafficking children. So I mean, why the fuck is she being treated so nicely? Like, I'll be real with you. Oh, no, never mind. Let me not go too far with this because, like I said, she's getting treated too nicely. They gave her a softball interview. You know, the way they're supposed to do it is, you know, you let her tell her story. She's allowed to sit there and lie. You let her feel comfortable. Then you go there. Then you go out, do some real investigation, then catch her up on every lie every lie she told you guys while you guys were playing good cop. She never got that interview from Todd Blanche. Never did.
Investigations about. I want to mention the next steps. We can confirm we have 5 more depositions in the book scheduled for the Epstein investigation. On February 18th, Lex Wexner, who is a financial client of Epstein and I believe the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. February 26th, we have former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. February 27th, former President Bill Clinton. March 11th, Richard Kahn, Epstein's accountant. And March 19th, Darren Endike, Epstein's lawyer. So we will continue to move forward and try to get answers for the American people.
Yeah, hopefully they don't do you like Ghislaine and just start hitting you with the, oh, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth all the way freaking through. Because, I mean, that's what Ghislaine did. They most likely going to do the same thing, especially Endike. Because, I mean, I don't know how he can defend himself.
Britain's royal family. Do you think that Britain's royal family has questions?
Come on, just start cleaning out now.
Well, we would love to hear, you know, from anyone. Obviously, I can't subpoena in foreign countries, or I would have done that in the Biden investigation. But do you have anything to add, Andy?
I'll just add one thing that that the attorney for Ms. Maxwell said that she has no indication and would say that neither Presidents Trump or Clinton are culpable for any wrongdoing. And that's one thing they said in his opening statement to us today.
But was Ghislaine Maxwell put under pressure to stay silent?
What's that?
Was Ghislaine Maxwell put under pressure to stay silent?
Well, I have no idea.
Is that your suspicion?
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell wants clemency, so she wants to be able to tell her story without having any real consequences or extra charges come down upon her. And I mean, let's be real. Trump gives her or tries to or pardons her, or bro, it's gonna ruin his presidency. I mean, if that's what she's saying, look, the only way you're gonna get me to talk is to make sure that you guys can't hold me accountable, then F it, bro. Throw her in the dungeon.
But I have no idea. I mean, she was given an opportunity.
We'll find another way.
We would have brought her in months ago, but she's indicated she was going to plead the fifth. And unfortunately, she had an opportunity today to answer questions that every American has, questions that would be very important in this investigation. And she chose to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights.
President Trump and Clinton, and do you think that there's anything more to do with Ghislaine Maxwell now that she's pled the fifth?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Just to be clear, what her attorney said, Maxwell didn't say. Her attorney said that she would answer questions if she were granted clemency by the president,
Trump,
and that she went on to say about Clinton and
but he went on to expand that. The other thing is he pointed out a number of times that she has a habeas corpus petition pending for a new trial and release, and that's why she is not going to answer questions.
I know that those conversations are ongoing. They would like them to be public. Is your understanding still that we're looking at those same February dates and they're going to be private?
Yeah, that's what they agreed to, and they will be public, just like this will be public hopefully very soon. We've released every transcript and every video and audio of every deposition we've done since I've been chairman of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, does the committee have any plans to subpoena Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick given the revelations?
We're going to try to get these 5 nailed down. We've got a lot of very important people we're trying to bring in to answer questions.
Yeah, because Ghislaine Maxwell hit us with, of course, the I'm pleading the fifth all the way through for every question. So there's no use in watching it. And then we got to get into Epstein's lawyer Endike. We're also going to get Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton to talk about their involvement with Epstein and all that good stuff. And I really want to hear what Bill Clinton got to say. And honestly, I mean, like, bro, can Bill Clinton even make it? Bro might be too old.
We don't want to do anything to jeopardize
the 5 that we have on the book. So we'll see what happens here, and we'll move forward. We're interested in talking to anyone that might have any information that would help us get justice for the survivors. Yes.
Thank you. On the disagreement with the Clintons about closed or videotape testimony versus public hearing, are you concerned this will be enough to restart contempt proceedings, or do you think you'll come to a resolution?
I mean, they said they agreed to a standard deposition. That's what a standard deposition is. Every time I've come out here for a press gaggle with you all, we've had a standard deposition. So this is how depositions work, and it will be made public. So they want a public deposition. This is what they're going to get.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you about Ilhan Omar for a moment? Mr. Chairman, your investigation.
Chad.
Your investigation about Ilhan Omar. Why are you targeting her when there is a Ilhan Omar? Your committee investigation with Ilhan Omar, when there is a process in the House, if people have questions about their conduct, this would go through the ethics committee. Why is this?
And I've spoken. I'm glad you asked that question. I've spoken with the ethics committee. The ethics committee has jurisdiction over members of Congress. The 2 businesses in question are owned by Ms. Omar's husband. So the ethics committee does not have jurisdiction over a spouse, only a member. So that's why we just asked. We would have questions. I don't think anyone would.
I mean, let's be real. Did you sit her down and she's just going to hit you with, well, you'd have to consult my husband. You'd have to consult my husband. And I mean, it's actually kind of funny. That's kind of what, I mean, that's kind of how her culture is. Hey, look, hey, don't talk to me. Consult the husband, consult the man of the house. So yeah, we'd have to run an investigation on Tim Mynet and not on Ilhan Omar. It's like, I'm sorry, we'd have to investigate the husband and not Ilhan Omar, so they can't really bring her in because everything's under, well, the husband's name. So we gotta check him out. Let's see where that goes. And I don't know if we can check him out. I don't know. I mean, bro might be connected.
That is listed on her financial disclosure report. Even though
Well,
that's
we've run this by the ethics committee, and we think this is the appropriate route. So, and we'll do one more question. Yes.
Ain't too much they can do. It's like, bro, we're gonna bring her in. She's just gonna say, you're gonna have to defer to my husband. His name is all over the business. So why are you talking to me? She could literally sit there and claim, oh, I have no business in his business, and I just focus on, well, being a congresswoman and all that good stuff. It's like, she can hit them with that, and the paper trail would prove it.
I understand that you're going to release the transcripts, you'll release the video. Why is there reticence to just have it be public since the Clintons, look, they are not your typical
When you say public, what do you mean? I mean, it's going to be the video, and we'll release it. The public will see every second of the deposition. I think they're trying to muddy the. What's that?
But not at the time that it happened. So
What, a few seconds later? I mean, I think the Clintons are trying to muddy the waters and create a false narrative, like, oh, depositions behind closed doors. That deposition was behind closed doors, but you had at least 10 members of Congress in there, and you'll have the video, I hope, very soon. Yes. Go ahead. All right.
Ghislaine Maxwell, we know from the Epstein files, didn't tell the truth. She got moved to an open prison. Now she's asking for clemency to speak at all. Was it a mistake to move her to that prison? Should she be moved back?
I don't know the rationale for moving her from one prison to the other, but look, initially she had asked that the oversight committee grant immunity, and when we met with the survivors of Epstein, it was pretty clear, according to the survivors, and we had 20 some members in that meeting, that Maxwell was a very bad person, and she committed a lot of crimes. And it was the intent, in my opinion, when we left that meeting in a bipartisan manner, that we would not grant immunity. Now, what she said today, she's asked for clemency from the president. So I personally, for the reasons you just stated, don't think she should be granted any type of immunity or clemency. But we'll obviously, as more documents are read and understood, then we'll go from there. But I'll close with this. I think it's great that the Department of Justice has let members of Congress come in and look at all the unredacted versions of the documents. Attorney General Bondi is doing what she was supposed to do via our subpoena first on the House Oversight Committee, as well as the Epstein Transparency Act. So I think we're finally going to get some answers, and hopefully at the end of the day, we can do what our objective is in this hearing, provide justice for the survivors. So thank you all very much.
All right, so there you have the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, explaining what's going on right now. Ghislaine Maxwell pleading the fifth, refusing to answer questions before his committee.
That's right.
Yeah, but if you heard her interview or deposition with Todd Blanche, trust me, she was talking. She was saying she was talking. She was trying to disconnect herself from Epstein. She was trying to say that picture with Epstein and Virginia Dufresne was fabricated. All that. Oh, she was just lying out her ass. She was just lying. But like I said, they let her have that softball interview and never gave her the hardball one. So it's a bit strange how they've been treating her. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next one, Epstein files. What these lawmakers saw in the unredacted files. You know, shout out to CNN for making it sound oh so dramatic.
After the Justice Department made millions of unredacted records, unredacted about convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, available for certain members of Congress to view today. Here's what Representatives Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna said they saw just moments ago. Take a listen.
What I saw that bothered me were the names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files.
Our bigger concern is that there's still a lot that's redacted, even in what we're seeing.
Here now joining us, Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida. He serves on the House Judiciary Committee. So, Congressman, you got to look at some of these files today. The Epstein Files Transparency Act only allowed the Justice Department to withhold the personal information of the victims, the survivors, and material that would jeopardize active federal investigations. Did the redactions that you saw comply with the law? And tell us what you saw that concerned you.
Well, thanks, Jake. Thanks for having me. First, let me say, obviously, we're all hoping for Savannah's mom's speedy return to her family. So first of all, you go into the Department of Justice today, you go to the 10th floor of a building. There's nobody who works on that floor. You go into a room with 4 computers. The system that they set up for us to view these documents has a 24-page handbook on how to use it. There's 2.7 million documents that you have to go through. There's no way to go through them unless you know what you're looking for by batch number. Try to match up the redacted.
Wow, they deliberately made it hard for the congressman to look through those files. They deliberately made it hard. I mean, come on, bro. There are people right now all over YouTube. I mean, shoot, Ian Carroll made a goddamn app, made an AI just to search through the Epstein files. So, bro, there's Jmail. Somebody made a freaking website, Jmail, for Jeffrey Epstein's email, so you can go right through it. So it's amazing how our government is making it oh so hard for them. But shout out to my man Monty, man. How you doing, big dog?
What's up? I'm a little mad right now. I think the Seahawks don't deserve anything nice. Seattle doesn't deserve anything nice. They started tearing the city apart when they won. It's almost like Democrats never get good, nice things. So when they get them, they don't know how to act. I don't like the Patriots either. The Super Bowl halftime show fucking sucked.
Goddamn.
Turning Point's halftime show was great. I could understand it. It was in English. Anyway, Ghislaine Maxwell, you don't get to threaten the Fifth Amendment. You're supposed to use it to not incriminate yourself, not use it as a bargaining chip to get clemency.
Yeah, that's really what she's doing.
You're a piece of shit. Into the wood chipper.
Yep. Or back to the dungeon. Or back to the dungeon. That's also acceptable.
Get her poked up. Get her out of solitary confinement. No, I don't want her in solitary confinement. I want her in Gen Pop.
Man, literally, like, bro, because like it's unacceptable at this point. It's like, no, she's like, we all know why she's holding out, because she's expecting to be able to, all right, well, I'll tell you everything as long as you can't hold me accountable for it. And we're like, no, you did too much atrocities and the American people just won't let it go. Actually, I mean, even if you got your clemency or even a pardon, do you really think you could live a regular life after what you've done.
Man, the amount of people that would go hunt that woman down.
Exactly. It's like, lady, you're safer in jail. Like, let's be real.
I say threaten her with the death penalty and then give her life in prison if she talks.
Man, like literally, that'd be the best one. Like, all right, bro, it's either a
That's how you
punishment.
play that game.
Yeah. Or that, yeah, honestly, that's how I'd play it. But all right, let's get back to it.
Document and look for it in an unredacted capacity. But first, let me say that today I saw a worldwide sex trafficking ring with people in other countries sourcing young children for Jeffrey Epstein, co-conspirators' names, men and women. Clearly, other people that might be on the client list that are on text messages and emails. Over redaction, dramatic over redaction. It looks like intentionally so. And then documents that are still redacted. And when we asked why these were redacted, that's because they were submitted into this electronic system redacted. And the people that were at our disposal to ask those questions did not know why they were still redacted, Jake.
Could you identify any of the names of individuals who are mentioned in the files that concern you? And if you're afraid of doing it with me now because of fear of lawsuit, there is the speech and debate clause of the Constitution. Obviously, you could go to the floor of the House and you could say it and not be sued. Can you tell us anybody?
Well, Jake, we have Pam Bondi coming to the Judiciary Committee hearing on Wednesday, as you mentioned. It's the first time she's coming to the Judiciary hearing. She's the only cabinet secretary yet to appear in the House on the Committee of Jurisdiction. And I think,
bro, I mean, Pam Bondi better bring her game face, because oh my goodness, they are going to crucify this lady because she has too much to answer for.
And she knows. I mean, I'm assuming someone in the government has seen the unredacted files. Like, someone had to redact them.
Yeah, and then here's the thing: is like, bro, they're gonna grill her over the Epstein list. They're gonna grill her over Comey, grill her over Letitia James. They're gonna grill her over the fact that, well, why didn't you appoint a, what was it? Because one of the main reasons why the cases against Letitia James and what was it? She didn't get one of her prosecutors certified, I believe, or confirmed. No, she didn't get one of her prosecutors confirmed by the Senate, and that's why.
Oh, so not the narrative that everybody likes to put, that there's no crime there. It's just a paperwork issue.
Yeah, it was no, that's it. It was a paperwork issue because the prosecutor who was working that case was never confirmed by the Senate. And because she wasn't confirmed by the Senate, that means the case had to be thrown out. And because Pam Bondi thought, well, what you mean? I gave her my thumbs up. She's supposed to be my assistant. And I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works. She got to be confirmed by the Senate first. Yeah, and she made this mistake as an attorney general, so that's why I blame Pam Bondi, because I'm just like, are you freaking serious? It's not. And here's the thing: is they didn't get off because Comey and Letitia James is innocent. They got off because Pam Bondi's low-key a dumbass. Like, be quiet.
That's
we're going to give her the opportunity to start naming people. I think that's what Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna have talked about. Obviously, these names need to come out. I think the DOJ needs to release an unredacted version of these documents while still keeping the victims' names secure. But there are
no, screw that. No, hot take here.
Yeah,
they already screwed the victims over. The only thing that should be redacted and should stay redacted are the faces of the victims engaged in sexual acts. I like, they've already thrown the victims under the bus. So that whole, oh, let's protect the victims nonsense, you had your chance to do that. You didn't do that. The victims' names are out. Like, what was it? The first time they released the documents, they just put highlighter over the things to actually redact it, so you could just copy and paste it without the black highlighter, and you could unredact it that way. Like, this is complete and utter nonsense, and it needs to stop. I'm so sick and tired. They're just playing games.
Yeah, at this point, they were like, and I'm gonna be real with you, gotta blame the DOJ on this one. They should have just unredacted everything, so there's no ifs, ands, or buts.
And you know what's sad?
I understand, like, honestly, I do understand redacting victims' names, but let's be real though, in the context of these emails, you guys redacted.
You gotta know that somebody is a victim and somebody is a criminal, not just, oh, black highlighter goes over everybody and you don't know if it's a victim or a criminal. No, that like it needs to be completely unredacted, 100%. They already doxed the victims. Like the information is already out there. That you're not protecting victim identity. You you had your chance to do that. I can go look at victims right now, victims' names right now. Victims are complaining that their names are in the files. I'm sorry, but a matter of in order to have a crime, you have to have a victim. Period.
Facts.
So I want these people to be visible to the public. Like,
I agree. I agree with you on that one. But let's keep it going.
Name, okay? I mean, in the documents I saw, we got pictures and their names. They're talking about sourcing girls. There's people in Paris. There's people in Russia. There's people in Czech sourcing girls for Jeffrey Epstein, and then other people talking about these girls being sent to them. They refer to them as, we're dropping the child off. I mean, it's really gross, Jake, on how these people are talking about this stuff in text message and email. I think the American people need to see it and understand that this is a worldwide network that Jeffrey Epstein was running.
Today, Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney said she's prepared to speak fully and honestly. She took the fifth with the House Oversight Committee earlier. But she said she'll speak fully and honestly, but only if given clemency by President Trump. And her attorney, essentially at the same time, was saying, hey, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person who could clear President Trump and President Clinton and say they're innocent of wrongdoing. Some people might see that as a quid pro quo. What was your reaction?
That's exactly what it is, Jake. First of all, why was she moved from the maximum security prison? Why did Todd Blanche move her? I hope we get an answer from Pam Bondi on Wednesday. Nobody seems to know why she was moved. Who directed that? What was that exchange for? By the way, when she talked to Todd Blanche, she didn't claim any Fifth Amendment privilege. And so her right to remain silent. So all of a sudden now, I mean, this is another failed, Comer.
Because, I mean, there wasn't the threat of perjury. That was the difference. When the interview with Todd Blanche, there was no threat of perjury. They let her, she could lie if she wanted to. That was the problem. Like, remember, they gave her softball interview, but never came back around to give her the hardball one. So that's the reason why there was no threat of perjury when she was there with Todd Blanche. When she's there in front of the the oversight committee, yeah, they told her, yo, if you lie, you will get hit with perjury. If we find out you lying, you're gonna make it worse on yourself. That's why she just said, oh, well, I'm gonna plead the fifth because let's be real, if you heard her deposition, everything she said is a lie. Like, you read the Epstein files and you hear what she told Todd Blanche, everything this lady said concerning Epstein and her involvement was a lie.
Hearing that he has where he says Ghislaine Maxwell's coming in to talk and we're going to get the truth, and when we get nothing. She needs to go back to that maximum security prison. There should be no deal for clemency for her to bail anybody out.
I have a question.
But at the end of the day,
and this is my own ignorance, so bear with me here. When Epstein Island was discovered, were there any victims on the island?
At the time, no. No, actually not at all. No, like when they discovered the island, like when everybody found out about it due to him tracing his financial records and all this good stuff, and of course, I guess some of the emails, like there was no kids on the island when they seized it, but there were definitely kids on that island, though.
Okay,
according to the emails.
This is just such a clusterfuck.
And the videos that we took. Remember, we never really released I'm not. You know what? That's probably what the other 3 million is going to be. The videos from on the island, because those are considered part of the Epstein files.
I don't know. This is the most bizarre. Like, he trafficked kids, but we don't know who he trafficked the kids to. We don't know any. I don't know. This is.
Well, we know, but for some reason they're redacting names. So we're about to find out who these trafficked these kids to. The problem is, like, it's the stuff that gets a bit satanic that scares people at a certain point, especially when it comes to this island. Like,
I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared too. It's hard mentally, personally, for me to go through this stuff. I understand that it's not, for general viewing audiences. Like, I don't have a problem with them, saying, "Hey, you got to be 18 to read these," because honestly, you should be. But this is this is an issue. Like this was like the leaders of the free world and the biggest power players in the world are all satanic child rapists, and the biggest concern right now is because Bad Bunny wasn't speaking English during the Super Bowl. Like, give them bread and circuses and they won't revolt, right?
Yep, and that's what was blowing me too. I'm like, hold on, we're worried
Are
about
you
the
serious?
Super
Like,
Bowl
it just
right
blew
now.
over. Like, oh yeah,
But
no big deal.
I promise you, we're reading emails that guys are literally trafficking children, little boys. They're drugging women. I mean, they're talking about sending torture videos to each other. I mean, one guy's talking about child sacrifices and all this wild stuff.
You hear pizza party mentioned like 8,000 times in the files, which
Yeah,
is code for pornography. Like,
bruh. So it's just like all this out here, and we're worried about the Super Bowl. I'm like, we might be being ran by pedophiles. Actually, I think we are being ran by pedophiles right now, guys. Are you sure we want to worry about the Super Bowl?
I mean, there might be pedophiles in the Super Bowl too, so who knows?
God damn it. You know what? I mean, you got a point.
It's a globalist institution. And right now, any globalist institution, I do not trust. I do not trust.
And now the whole P. Diddy human trafficking thing kind of ties together because, Jay-Z kind of get tied in with Harvey Weinstein raping some girl. It's like, bro, this is crazy.
It's
crazy. It's like everything that we call people conspiracy theorists for,
they're
it's
right
turning
about
out to be true. In the worst.
And I've been guilty of that too. I'll hear some wild accusations and I'll be like, all right, whatever. That's not mainstream news. That's not. I owe anybody that I said anything like that to an apology. Like, I'm questioning whether or not we went to the moon now.
At this point, that's what I'm saying. It's like when it's this crazy and you see it in emails and you're just like, bro, they're really out here talking about like trafficking children, sacrificing children, talking about Pizzagate and all this wild stuff. I mean,
I will say from now on, when I hear someone say some off the wall shit, that's going to be when I listen more.
Yeah, at this point, now you want to lean in just a little bit more because you never know. You never know. But I mean, we could always go straight to some old Epstein files readings after this.
Need to know why she was given this deal, why she was moved, what did she trade for, and what does the administration know that they're not telling us?
Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida, thanks so much. Always good to have you on.
Joining us now, California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna sits on the House Oversight Committee, sat in on the Maxwell testimony, and viewed some of the unredacted files today. So, Congressman, what are your biggest takeaways after viewing some of those unredacted documents?
That too much of it was still redacted. Anderson, you'll remember that in March, the FBI had 1,000 personnel going through these files. Donald Trump had ordered them to go through the files, and they made many redactions. And it looks like what happened is those files were redacted then, and then they sent them over to Justice, and Justice kept those redactions. Well, the FBI works for Pam Bondi, and they need to unscrub the redactions that the FBI made to comply with the Epstein Transparency Act.
So even the files you saw were redacted?
I'd say 70 to 80% of them were redacted. They made
What?
302 statements where survivors
Yep.
talked about who raped them. All of that was still redacted. Now,
Still, it's like, are you effing serious, bro?
I'm sorry.
It's in the name, Epstein Transparency Act. Like, what part of transparency did you guys miss? It's like,
Hey, anybody that has a good, strong white hat hacker in their back pocket, just rain hell on the DOJ right now for me. Just put it on WikiLeaks at this point.
Yep. Because, bro, apparently we can't trust these guys. We can't. It's like, it's in our face. It's too blatant. It's like, you guys are literally trying to cover for these pedophiles. Like, no, that's what y'all literally doing.
That's what's
You're
going on.
covering
That
up
is
their
what is
name.
happening.
Like, are you serious?
And I am not with this whole, oh, let's play this song and dance and circus. They're doing everything like DC does, completely inefficiently. And now it seems maliciously delaying things. What is there to hide? What is so revolutionary that we just can't continue as a country if we know about this?
I mean, I don't even think it's that. The problem is that they we're probably going to want to overthrow our government or want a complete gutting of the government and be like, yo, no, all you guys are done. No, we don't trust nobody no more. No, now we need to throw out the Congress, throw out the Senate. We just need a refresh, completely new people, and then start over. If that's the case, I would just say if the Epstein files came to be what it is, if it's everything everybody built it up to be, then we just need a complete flush out of the government. No fans or buts.
Nah, they'll release the unredacted documents 3 days before the midterms.
Yeah, or maybe after.
It'll be before the midterms. If there's a bunch of Democrats in there, it'll be before the midterms. If there's a bunch of Republicans, it'll be after.
Man, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says the entire American system is corrupt. Let me on. Not yet, my brother. We are about let's see. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, we're about $84 away. 84 away. We're at 30.
Send him $42 on Venmo.
Yeah, if whatever you send on Venmo gets doubled towards the call-in. So that's the cheat code right there. Shout out to my man Castro.
He did find information about some excessive redactions where there were 6 men in the 2 hours we reviewed who should not have been redacted. And I do hope the Justice Department makes that public. Some of the most sensational emails, frankly, some of the redactions may have been legitimate because some of them were from women, some of them may have been survivors. But the broader theme is that a lot of this was redacted back in March before we passed the law. And the law requires an unscrubbing of those files so we know who the powerful men were who visited the island and raped these girls. And that was never done.
You were at Maxwell's deposition with the House Oversight Committee today. She invoked her Fifth Amendment right multiple times and also promised to clear President Trump's name in exchange for clemency. I'm wondering what your takeaway was from that and the whole deposition itself.
I was outraged. I mean, she spent hours talking to Deputy Attorney General Blanche and answering his questions. Yet when it came to the Oversight Committee, whether there were Republican or Democratic questions, she took the blanket Fifth Amendment, even when we were asking her nothing about incriminating herself, just asking her who else came to the island. Who else do you know that could have trafficked in girls? And then she says, well, I do have this information. I know this information, but I'm only going to share it if you give me clemency and don't have any prosecution. That's not how things work. She should be sent back to the maximum security prison.
Bro, I mean, bro.
No. I disagree with that.
She should be like, oh yeah, but hold on first. First, shout out to my man Jet. He says no prison time should be punishment via wood chipper.
Yeah,
honestly, I would tell her, look, lady, either you're gonna tell us everything you know, or I'm gonna put you to the most dangerous bitch in that prison, and she's gonna deal with you. And
that's what I was saying. Don't send her to the max. Don't send her to the max. The maxes are, and anybody that's been to prison can correct me if I'm wrong on this. The maxes are where it's kind of chill and tame. You want her to go to a minimum security yard where they're all just gonna poke her full of holes.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, send her to like the most savage, bro. Make her be the most savage woman in history. I don't know, ex-killer. Put her next to that lady, okay? And I was threatening her with that. I'm like, either you talk or we just make your life hell in prison. So, what do you want to do? Because we're not giving you clemency. Like, I would literally tell, like, you're not going to destroy the president's reputation because you want clemency. Like, there's just no way Trump could do that without everybody turning against him. I mean, let's be real. Even me and you would sit there and be like, hell nah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, part of me wants the information, but not at the risk of her getting clemency, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like not at the risk of letting her off. It's like she's too involved. Maybe if you was one of Epstein's, I don't know, groomed sidekicks at it, like, you know, they brought her in and then they got her used to it and then she started doing it herself. Maybe we can provide some type of forgiveness for that. But you, Maxwell, nah, you were too in. You were in too deep.
I think they should give her clemency, and then as she's driving away, pull her over for speeding and send her to prison for life for speeding.
Oh, damn. That'd be a tough way to. That would be tough.
We played that clip where you and Congressman Massey said there are at least 6 men whose names have been redacted who should be incriminated by their inclusion in the files. Can you elaborate more on that? I mean, is it clear was that part of the group that was redacted in the first place?
No, that is not part of the group. It doesn't look like that was part of the group that was redacted in the first place. There are certain documents that say there are 10 co-conspirators, 15 co-conspirators. In that document, some of them were women. Now, I don't know if those women were survivors or not survivors, but we give the benefit of the doubt to justice. Maybe those were survivors who also happened to be co-conspirators and they appropriately redacted them. But there are 6 men in those documents, some of them foreign born, a couple of them in the United States with their pictures. And there's absolutely no explanation for why they were redacted. Now, we just discovered 6 men in a 2-hour review. My guess is there are more of those people, and we are going to petition the Justice Department to release that. That could have been incompetence and a cover-up. The broader cover-up, though, that I'm concerned about is the scrubbing that took place in March in the FBI files, where all of this redacted information was then sent to the Justice Department. I think U.S. attorneys looked at it in good faith, but they were looking at documents that were already redacted. So when I said to the Justice Department person, who was very nice, helping me search through the documents, I said, why are these redacted? He said, well, sir, we got them this way. So we just are putting them up in the form we got.
Oh,
and that is the big issue.
I understand now.
Yep.
I understand now. So remember way back when I made these claims, it's like they probably don't have any Epstein files, probably because the Biden DOJ destroyed all of them. They didn't destroy them; they just redacted them.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet if we ever had a timeline on the redactions of these documents, it was not from this DOJ.
Man. And bro, and here's the funniest part about that though, is that bro, I think Ghislaine was actually confident that the actual files wouldn't come out because I think she actually thought that, look, they're gonna go for it, they're gonna give me clemency, I'm gonna tell them what they want to hear, I'm gonna exonerate Trump, and I'm just gonna throw everybody else under the bus. And
the blackmail card she has is still fucking working.
Yeah, in a way, you're right.
And this is because
think about it, I mean, bro, she went from what was it, like a mid security jail now to a jail for rich people.
No, she went from a max. She went to a max.
So she went from a max jail now to a jail for rich people, where she can have a dog. I mean, a good amount of commissary, all that good stuff.
You remember Iron Man? What was it? Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3? It was Iron Man 2, I think, when he breaks the guy out of jail and he gives him a bird and then he fucking kills the bird.
Oh damn.
But no, like that explains why there's some of the documents that are like there's 5 copies of the documents and one of them's redacted and one of them's not. It might be earlier versions of the documents, and then you get to see who, like, what was redacted because it shouldn't be redacted. Does that make sense? Because I heard a lot of people going off about this, like, why is it redacted in one spot and not redacted in another? I think because there's different. This is kind of fucked. This is honestly, too many people have had their hands in this cookie jar. This evidence is contaminated, and I don't think anything. I think it's by design. I don't think anything can come out of this because it's already been fucked with too many times.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get out to some Epstein files readout, and then I guess we can go ahead and move into probably maybe get into a bit of Iran updates, and then we'll see if we can go ahead and cover these 2 little documentaries.
Did you see the J-Mail thing?
Yeah.
That thing's cool, huh?
Oh God, it is. I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty damn cool. Bro, it's more, bro. I don't even be real with you. It's killing me that they created a more efficient way to look through the files than the DOJ did. It's like, bro, get y'all tech team together, bro. Get them together.
The DOJ just needs to go and validate Gmail and just be like, this is the official Epstein release, and just release
Bro,
more
so
directly.
Gmail.gov, it should be like, no, it's ours now. Like, give us that.
Give me that.
Like, good
I
job,
stole
though.
that
We'll
shit.
pay you.
Oh, man.
All right, let's get to it.
It looks like a public blackmail campaign, all to
Yes, it
bomb
is.
Iran.
Bomb, 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 bomb.
All to
Iran.
bomb Iran. You even have the U.S. Secretary of the Navy on the Epstein flight list.
What?
Yeah. Bro, when I heard this, I was like, are you fucking serious, bro? Like, for real? The Navy app, like, yes, guys. Top guy at the Navy.
The U.S. Secretary of the Navy on the Epstein flight list. Yeah. Yeah, guys. You know, the guy that's in charge of the entire fleet lining up to strike Iran right now. That's, the U.S. Secretary of Navy on the list, too.
John Flynn.
Epstein files keep getting weirder. On top of pizza and cheese, jerky beef shows up in spots that sound like code for human meat. Now there's this 1,700 mentions of dentist and a full-on dental chair room on his island. There's also these masks. By the way, these masks are in the U.S. Secretary, the U.S. Navy Secretary's office too, but I guess we will ignore that. This reminded me of, I mean, look at that mask. Good Lord. This reminded me of, there's a scene from the movie. If you haven't seen it, it's a good movie. Spoiler alert. There's a scene from the movie Kingsman, Golden Circle.
Yes.
Kingsman, Golden Circle. And there's a scene where the big bad drug dealer, the big criminal, lives on an island. She has her own island.
Yep.
And whenever you're going to join her team of criminals,
You get branded.
first, actually, two things happen. They send you to the dentist chair so they can grind down your teeth and give you a new dental record. So, dental records can be used for numerous different things, including
identifying
potential criminal investigations.
Yep.
Or if you're a missing,
especially if you've been out here eating children, you might need to compare some bite marks, but hey,
child
about that.
Let's say you go missing, whatever. They have a dental record. Well, they can maybe identify you with your dental record, but if you go to
Have
the
you
dentist
seen the Golden
on
Circle?
Epstein's Island, they can grind your teeth down. Now they can't identify
Which
you.
one? The Golden Circle outside of Epstein's crib?
No. Have you seen the Kingsman, the Golden Circle?
No, I haven't.
Watch the movie because you'll be. It seems eerily similar to the files.
All right, got you.
So they can't identify the members of the criminal organization. They can't identify the children that are getting trafficked. They grind their teeth down. That's what it reminded me of.
Yep.
And you can go look at, true crime drama and stuff like this. It's not odd to remake or erase your dental record whenever you're going to be doing massive crimes like this. So it's kind of well known. I think it's a fair assumption. But you know what else they make you do in that movie? So we're talking about dentist chairs. We're talking about jerky, which does appear to be human meat. That's what it seems to be.
Yep.
Stop. Don't insult my intelligence. Okay. Listen to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If you're going to sit here and pretend like they're talking about beef jerky, then just stop. I'm done with you. You're not a serious person. You're insulting my intelligence. I'm done. And I got to say, I was surprised. And you know what? I will accept that I'm on like the extreme side of ultimate skeptic. I will accept that. If you say, well, Owen Schroyer is an extreme skeptic, fine. That's fair. That is fair. And you know what? I'll accept that there's a counter to that. And there's the extreme skeptic. So there's the person that's always saying, no, hold on a second. Good. This is healthy. I'll be the extreme skeptic. And then other people can be the, hold on, I'm going to check you with every skepticism you have. That's good. That's fine. That's yin and yang. That's a good process. That's healthy. I like that. But if you're going to come to me and you're going to say, oh, they're just talking about beef jerky, you're done. You're done. I was stunned at how many people here. Again, there's one thing to be the well-rounded, fair-minded skeptic, and just want to take the approach of, hey, let's just look at it at face value first. I'm okay with that. That's fair. That's good. That's healthy. That counters my mind. That's good. But if you're going to come to me and say, they're just talking about beef jerky, I'm sorry. You're done. Don't insult my intelligence. I don't want to hear from you about this anymore. I don't know if you're just lying or if you're that stupid or what it is you're doing. I'm not having the conversation with you anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're trying to sit here and tell me that, well, like, come on, Seth, you know, people be having a whole dentist setups in their crib with masks all around, bro. Like, what you mean? Like, that's just like, I know it's weird, but there's really nothing too weird about it. I'm like, bro, I'm sorry, I'm not really trying to hear it from you right now. I'd be pretty mad with you. I'd be pretty upset. Like, are you trying to gaslight me?
I'm done. So you know what else they do in the movie? Which a lot of
They
people
ground people up
suspected,
into hamburger.
the Kingsman movie, both of them, great movies, that there's a lot of not so subtle hints about how these criminal networks work in these movies, by the way. So they send you to the dental chair. They grind down your teeth so that your dental records are changed so you can join the criminal operation. And then you know what they do after that? They make you eat human meat. Yeah. Well, just saying. Just, I guess, a little context. So they got dentists. Here's some of the emails from Leslie Groff. We saw her in the potential co-conspirator slide that they deleted. To Jeffrey Epstein, subject Faith Cates. Please call Faith Cates back after 5 p.m. She's going to meeting, then dentist for surgery. Okay, you know, it could be, it's like, okay, you know, maybe one or two of them. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you go to the dentist. Yeah, it does happen. All right. That's a little late for dental surgery, but it's just once. But it's way more than that. Here they are talking about dentist surgeries again. I can't even read that. It's so small. Sorry, I couldn't wait any longer to organize help for the weekend. Maybe next weekend. I can't wait till the last minute. Don't worry. I'll help with the dentist. Whatever that means. I'll help with the dentist. We got more on that. We'll have more about dentists. I don't think they're talking about dentists. The problem with my brain and the Epstein files is noticing patterns and being unable to stop looking. Everyone talks about pizza, but I want to talk about the dentist. No one on the planet has ever used the word more in emails or among friends. His last girlfriend was a dentist from Belarus, but she was listed as his executive assistant in 2018. She got most of his money. He left her a 33-carat ring, more than Ghislaine. He had a dental chair, creepy room on his island. There are 1,700 entries that use the word in the file.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, certain people that worked close with Epstein and just happened to be females that got redacted. So this dentist, like I said, allegedly, probably might have been one of Epstein's assistants that, you know, he sent people to get their teeth done. Now, you know, Epstein could have had to hook up on the veneers, you know, get you a new set of teeth for the low, or he could have got you to, you know, hook up on dental work to hide yourself, you know, from any crime that you may have committed. I don't know. Or, you know, maybe there's a body that they threw away that they might have been eating that has teeth marks, you know, from the child sacrifice and all that good stuff. You never know.
Here's some more of them. Oksana was at the dentist this morning. Oksana says she cannot.
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He says, for Castro, check Venmo. All right. And shout out to my man Monty. He went ahead and sent into 43, doubling that. That is 86. So shout out to my man Monty. The call-in line is now open. My man Castro, hopefully you're still here and you're still listening, my man. Come on up. I'm going to go ahead and post the call-in link now.
Come at 6, but she is calling Aloya now and will get back to me. I let her know about the haircut. Oksana will be getting on the subway shortly and not be available for an hour. So it's like, if it was just one or two of those, you'd say, oh, maybe it's okay. Thank you with all my heart for always being there for me. Do you want the dentist to send the bill directly to Leslie, or should I get it and send it to her? Huge hug, Sophie. So what? Epstein is running a dental's office? He's running a dentist's office now?
I mean, he got one at the crib.
What was the name of Jeffrey Epstein's dental practice? Anybody tell me? To Simone Geraci from Redacted, or Simon, subject Jeffrey Epstein. Hello, Simon. I have in my calendar, you will be coming to New York in February. Just wondering if you have your dates as of yet. Also, we can get you to Jeffrey's dentists while you are here. Hope all is well. Okay, so again, folks, I mean, maybe it's like, oh, I don't know. Who travels and goes to a dentist? Most people have a dentist that they go to. What? 99% of the country probably has a dentist that they go to in their hometown. But people are traveling to New York to see Jeffrey's dentist, who works from his own mansion, his own island.
I mean, that's crazy.
Don't be so naive. Don't insult my intelligence. Okay? Don't insult my intelligence. And I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, if you were like biting into humans, maybe, just maybe, if you were biting into babies and that leaves a mark, you just might want to change your dental record. Just, just thinking out loud. That's all. That's all. If you were leaving bite marks on victims, if you were leaving bite marks on children, you might want to change your dental records, so they can't trace back to you.
And I mean, bro, it's going to sound even crazier. So, we get these guys who's on the Epstein list, those who work with Epstein, and then we all figure out that they've had recent dental work done on their teeth. Yeah, that's going to be like, oh, no, y'all didn't. Because, I mean, why else?
Just conspiracy theorizing here, guys. Just a crazy person, I guess. More on the dentist, subject dentist, with images attached, but who knows what they are. From Redacted to Epstein. Thank you, Jeffrey. Now I have extra clean teeth. We will see what will they do next with my mouth. Huh? I hope you were doing great.
Bro,
I cannot wait to see you again.
I mean, maybe he did have the hookup. He could have just had the hookup.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
All right. Sorry, you're right.
Like that's so fuck. Like, who talks like that? I want you right now to go through your text messages of just like the most random person and tell me that your text messages look even half as sketchy as this. Because people don't talk like that. People don't talk like that. You don't
People don't talk in
dentist
code
and be
like this.
What are you
You're
going to do
right.
with my mouth next time, Mr. Dentist?
I mean, whoa. Well, I don't know, like, bro, what you mean? Like, bro, you did so good with these veneers. I mean, maybe I can't even make that shit make sense, bro.
No,
I mean, really.
I'm trying to get people to think.
Yeah, because he lost me
Go
on the
through your
what will you
messages.
do with my mouth the next time? And bro, who's ever eager to go to the fucking dentist?
Who says it like that? Who says it like that?
Bro,
Maybe
maybe
you really are excited about some dental work, but why would you say it like that?
Like, bro, like, what will they do to my mouth next time? I mean, like, bro, like I said, who likes going to the dentist?
I'm laughing because the outrageous bullshit of what this is. It's not funny. This is the only way in which I can cope with the atrocities that is this island.
Yeah.
But come on, man.
Like
You
literally,
couldn't
like
come
we're
up with
all
a
just
better code. The greatest intelligence agency in the world, so they claim they are, can't come up with better code.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
like literally.
Back in New York, many kisses. So people are traveling to New York to see Jeffrey Epstein's dentist. Hmm. Donald Trump went from Bill Clinton as an Epstein problem to I love Bill Clinton. There's a whole Clinton file. This album from the Epstein files includes pages titled Clinton Trips with pictures of Epstein trips with Clinton and has a lot of redactions. As you can see here, you can pull up the website right here from this post if you want to. Now, why would Epstein have a file called Clinton Trips? Well, golly gee, that almost sounds like a blackmail file. And all these redacted images and potentially children, potentially evidence, potentially blackmail.
I mean, and Clinton's about to go out there and explain to us how this is a nothing burger. I mean, bro, he had a Clinton file for you, bro. Jeffrey Epstein had a Clinton file for you. Like, please explain, Bill Clinton, what the F is going on? Like,
They're
it's really
all
hard
monsters. They are all monsters. That's all there is to it. All of them are monsters.
I just want to see how Bill Clinton's about to come before the world and tell us, yeah, well, you know, those Clinton files and me and Epstein are just like, well, look, bro, it's not as bad as it looks. Or bro, he could come right out and just say, all right, look, I'm just gonna keep it real with you, bro. Yeah, we were eating babies, we were raping kids, bro. We were doing this, that, and the third. We're just gonna keep it real with you, and we're just gonna bring down the whole government because F it. Highly unlikely. But I mean, hey, they ain't got nothing to lose.
But you know what's funny to me? I don't know if you saw this short. You might have played it. I might have saw it from you. But it's like the entirety of the Epstein files does nothing but implicate all of these fucking major prominent people and exonerates Trump. And everybody's like, but Trump's mentioned in the files. But they're eating kids. But Trump's mentioned in the files. But they're eating
sacrificing kids. Like,
they're sacrificing
Trump's
kids.
mentioned in the files, bro. They're trafficking kids with Trump. No, not with Trump. No, not with Trump. Okay, you gotta let it go.
Those have been refuted, but they're still in there. He's in the files.
It's like, God. It's like you only cared about it because of Trump, huh?
But yeah, that's all they did. They hoped that they could score a political victory with this, and when they realized they can't, all they're trying to do is hold on dearly to anything that that mentions Trump's name. It's like, oh, it could be credible. It could be. That's what I was trying to say the other day is because I remember the conversation. I don't remember where it was. That's why I can't go and find it. But I do remember the conversation with Sid. I was like, will anything be enough to exonerate this guy to you? And he said, no. It can the only evidence that is going to happen is evidence that's going to make Trump look bad. And I'm like, and this is exactly what he said, echoed by many other people. They only care. They're only interested in things that hurt Trump politically.
Yeah. All right. Now
I don't remember where it was. Maybe you have better knowledge of it than I do. But we were up here, and I was grilling him, and I was like, dude.
Oh, okay, no, because you're right. He did say something like that, but then he said off the belief that I believe that only more bad things are gonna come out about Trump.
Yes, and I asked him point blank, and I was like, what if that doesn't happen? I was like, are you gonna drop it? He's like, no, because I think Trump's a predator is what I think he said. He said, I'm not gonna drop it. And I'm like, so it doesn't matter what comes out. It can only the only thing that can come out that you'll care about is things that affirm your beliefs. And he's like, yeah, because I think he's a monster and I think he should be gotten rid of, or something like that was the essence of the conversation. And I was like, then you don't actually care about justice. You just care about your orange man bad syndrome.
All right, though, let's get right back to it.
Here's another one. Here's another one where I have no patience for these people. On the exact same day that the FBI opened a child sex trafficking case against Epstein in 2018, he ordered half a dozen 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid to his private island.
No.
It
God,
could be
God. What?
Yeah. He orders sulfuric acid. Bro, so much sulfuric acid, 55 gallons of sulfuric acid to the island to do what?
They were going to do it like they did in Ozark and just put people in barrels.
Yep. Put barrels in all, dissolve them, and dump them somewhere in waste.
And
we let him do it. He did it.
And we're sitting here arguing about Bad Bunny.
Exactly. So pretty much, yes, Epstein was out there taking out little kids, young boys and young women alike. Apparently, there might have been some child sacrificing going on. They might have been actually eating the fucking children. But yeah, you're right, though. We're worried about Bad Bunny and in TPUSA. Yeah.
I mean, I like the TPUSA half. I came on. That's why I came on and said what I said, so we could get that the fuck out of the way. Because while there is some controversy, that is the last thing we need to worry about.
Because this is it's crazy, and it's happened in our face. So it is almost confirmed. I'm like, what else you need that much sulfuric acid for?
I mean, unless they're cleaning the evidence off of everything. But that's the optimistic version of that story set. That's that's me saying they didn't just dissolve the kids in barrels. No, they were just trying to clean up the evidence of all the sex crimes that they did. It's not as sinister as it sounds. Even if you try to make it sound better, he's not fucking Nile Red ordering. He's not trying to like turn toilet paper into whiskey. He is doing something nefarious, and we're just supposed to. You know what? No big deal. Look, Cadillac. We have our new F1 team. Budweiser, Eagle, Horse. Yeah, stupid Americans.
Man, you gotta love it sometimes. You gotta love it. The distraction is just like how some people fall for it, and when stuff like this is right in our faces, like, so this is how they get away with it. This is how they do it because we
have
do
a very, very, very short-term memory when it comes to politics. There's so many things happening, we can't keep track of it. Like the human mind cannot keep track of it. And then, like, here's a little conspiracy for you. I think it's by design. I think the reason shorts have become so popular, the reason all of this, 30-second news cycle shit has become popular is for this reason. We are decreasing our attention span via the internet, via all of the grunge content and the fucking brain rot content, that we just forget about things and we move on to the next thing like it never even happened. And I think that's by design. I think it has assisted. If it's not by design, it has definitely assisted in the political words are hard. Expediency of, we put a story out and you don't care about it 3 days later because a new story comes out.
I mean, bro, I completely agree. Shoot, let's get back to it.
Coincidence, but what are the odds on the same day? Was he tipped off? Folks, give me a break. I see people saying, this is for water treatment. You know what? F you.
What?
F you.
Water treatment.
Again, if it was only this, if this was it, if this was the only thing that
they said that the sulfuric acid was for water treatment.
I'm not a good chemist. If there's anybody that understands anything about chemistry, because we want to actually exhaust this argument.
I mean,
what would 55 gallons of sulfuric acid do for water treatment?
That's what I'm thinking too. Like, maybe I don't know enough about chemistry.
Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just ignorant. And
that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe we're just ignorant. But I mean, we got water filtration systems for all your water problems. So I'm a bit confused.
A fucking soft water, like. I mean, again, it's on an island, so I don't know what the logistics of doing that on an island are, or how many times he's bought sulfuric acid before. But come on, man.
Man, bro, shout out to my man Castro. Castro, maybe you know something about this. But what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's up, man?
It's all good. So you hearing about this sulfuric acid, right?
Actually, that's the first I'm hearing of it. So what's up with this?
So
apparently,
allegedly,
go ahead.
a couple of days before Epstein was indicted by the FBI, he ordered 6 barrels of sulfuric acid.
Oh, somebody got the tip off.
Thank you, bro. So you literally have not heard anything about like what we were talking about the previous 5 minutes, right?
No. I just
So you
finished
just
eating
came
my
up.
food.
That's literally what we just said. Someone got the tip off, but then he said it could be for water. Someone said it could be for water treatment. Do you know anything about sulfuric acid and water treatment?
No, not at all.
I don't either. I may be ignorant, but I don't remember that in chemistry.
Most places have reverse osmosis systems.
So they said sulfuric acid is widely used in water treatment for pH adjustment, descaling, and rarely as a disinfectant for removing alkalinity.
Okay, because it's an acid. It's an acid. You want to balance the pH if you have very basic. So in order for that much sulfuric acid to be useful, you'd basically be running a water park.
Look, I run reverse osmosis system for an industrial plant all the time, and they use salt water in reverse osmosis. They don't use sulfuric acid.
Because it's the electrolyte. Yes.
All right then.
So that's bull crap.
I work at a water park. Just for the record, I work at a water park, and I don't ever remember seeing sulfuric. Actually, no, I do remember sulfuric acid, and fuck. Give me a second. Yes, it is for balancing the pH, but even the water park that I work at, now you can imagine how much water is in a fucking water park, a little bit more than an island. They run through about that much sulfuric acid in a month. So is he trying to have a lifetime supply of sulfuric acid to make sure his water is not a little too alkalinic?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's or to remove contaminants and bacteria. Like you don't need that much sulfuric acid to, for that island.
Because a barrel is a measurement. A barrel is 55 gallons.
Yeah.
So, all right then. Well, let's hear the explanations.
Could present to you and say something is fishy here, then fine. This is one on top of a mountain of things. Clinton fought.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He said, would that mean ADHD is a man-made creation? And for that, you get the might be on to something there, bro.
I know the guy that does our water treatment in the water park. I'm gonna text him and ask him about 55 gallons and how long that would last.
Gotcha.
Files, Clinton trips, redactions, age 10, age 11, age 9, grape soda, pizza, cheese holders, jerky, white shark, white tuna, make babies for the black market. I want to buy a baby from you. I mean, on and on and on. Give me a break if you think that this is a coincidence. Stop it. Stop treating us like children. I'm not going to treat you like children. I'm not going to be treated like a child here. Clearly, somebody tipped Epstein off and said, bury the evidence, whatever it is.
Boy, dissolve the evidence.
Whatever it is. Somebody told Epstein they were coming, and so they got 6 gallons or 6 drums of sulfuric acid. I guess it was like 600 gallons or something. Somebody tipped Epstein off that they were coming, and they went into red alert mode, and they needed to get some sulfuric acid, probably to dissolve bodies. Shut up. Don't say anything else. I'm not a frickin' child. I'm not a frickin' idiot. We've read the emails. We've read the files. We can back check the dates. It is not a coincidence that Jeffrey Epstein ordered 6 55-gallon containers of sulfuric acid to his private island the day that a child sex trafficking case opened against him. That is not a coincidence. Don't tell me it is. Don't insult my intelligence. Don't act like there isn't all kinds of other information, all other context that make this look beyond suspicious. Oh, it was for water treatment, Owen. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not listening to that crap. I'm not going to be treated like an idiot. Don't insult my intelligence. It was just a coincidence. She was just using it for water treatment. Oh, yeah, on the exact same day they opened the case of child sex trafficking. Stop it.
Bruh.
Stop it.
On the exact same day, that was crazy.
That would be wretched.
Now you're starting to look suspicious. If not for just outright retardation. Again, here's the purchase. All agents activated, folks. All agents activated. That's why it's like even people you wouldn't suspect. Even people you wouldn't suspect. And then they're telling me nothing to see here. It's for water treatment. You too? You too? You too, Brutus?
Hmm.
Yeah. How many out there are there? How many of you are there? It was for water treatment. Who told you to say that?
You.
So I just did the quick math on it. You want your parts per million for sulfuric acid, if you're using it for that, to be 10 parts per million by weight. So it would be 921 million gallons of water is how much that would treat. Or million pounds. So divide that by 7, and that would give you your gallons. So
All right.
200 million gallons of water is what that would treat.
Nice. All right. So maybe, but on the day of the investigation?
So, like the answer to your question set is that's completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't need that much.
Hey.
900. So 200. Let's divide it by 7 real quick. So
You're right. Epstein wasn't running a water park.
140 million gallons of water. I think we have a million gallons of water at the water park. So 140 water parks.
Bro, he could have ran the biggest water park in the world. I ain't gonna lie. Only if he'd have used it for that. He could have used his powers for good. Well, or his financial savvy for good. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
Good God.
Who sent that fresh piping hot propaganda down the pipeline? It was for water treatment. Yeah, and the dentist chair was for dental surgery. And they were just eating pizza. They were just drinking grape soda. And they just like making beef jerky and keeping it fresh in the freezer. And they just like making babies for the black market, too. Yeah. And Epstein just wanted to buy babies because he likes taking care of them so much. He's such a father figure. Yeah, guys.
Yeah, he offered to buy his girlfriend's what? Like, if she was to have a baby, he offered to buy the baby. And his ex-girlfriend, to the point where he's like, look, I'll pay for your boyfriend. I'll pay for you. I'll make sure your life is comfortable. You just have, but once you have a baby, you give it to me. Like, this man's like the real life Rumpelstiltskin or something.
This is disgusting.
Give me a break. Why was Epstein paying tuition for the children of the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands? The former first lady of the U.S. Virgin Islands sent Epstein multiple tuition invoices. Are these bribes? Why they turned a blind eye to his many crimes and gave him huge tax breaks? Here's the email from Cecile de Jong. We've seen her name before. To Jeffrey Epstein, subject tuition. Jeffrey, I've attached the tuition invoices for the kids for the 2009 fall semester as per our conversation last year. I've only included tuition, fees, not room and board. Please let me know if we can proceed with the payment. And if you have any questions, please call me. So, I guess, no. Nice little deal. Nice little deal here. Here's the emails with the attachments. Here's the actual numbers from the attachments. So, yeah, you got your island. You're in the region here, and, you want to make friends. You want to make friends with the government. Say, hey, look, we don't need you guys poking around. We don't need you guys sending police over here. We got things under control over here on our island. And, wink, wink, nod, nod, just to show that we're good. We're operating in good faith and we're good friends with you. Why don't we just, pay your kids' tuition? How many kids you got? I got 4 kids. They're going to be going to college soon. Oh, boy, college, pretty expensive, isn't it? Yeah. Looking like about $70,000 a semester here, huh? Yeah, you guys, I don't know. Governor, you probably don't make that kind of cash. You're probably not pulling in that kind of change, but I'll tell you what. Hey, you guys let us operate on our island. Don't worry. Don't poke around. Don't send cops over, anything like that. Keep things nice and clean. And that $70,000 a semester for your kids' college, we got you. That'll be paid for by the Epstein tuition board. Yeah. Sound good? Everything sound good, guys? Yeah? Cool. Great. Oh, the gnashing and wailing of children that you guys heard? Don't worry about that. $70,000 for tuition, all right? We cool? Oh, the missing kids that people reported headed towards our island? We know nothing about that, but here's that check for your kids' tuition. Have a nice day. No, nothing to see here too, guys? Nothing to see here too, guys? Totally normal. Epstein paying for college tuition for the politicians in the Virgin Islands? Nothing to see, right, guys? Just craziness, huh? Just normal stuff. I'm just crazy. How about this one? This one's not so subtle. Not so subtle here. An email exchange between Shelley and Jeffrey Epstein. Just go to the juicy. Let's just go to the juicy part. Are you okay? How is your tummy? Only okay, not well today. Sorry to hear that. Did you eat something bad? Is that what it is? Thank you for your concern. Not food, people. Oh, well, this could mean anything, guys.
I mean, it could.
Did you eat something bad?
All right. I mean, yeah.
Did you eat something? Does it actually say, did you eat something bad?
Brings new meaning to the words eating ass.
But Jesus Christ.
Let's hear that again.
Concern, not food. Is that what it is? Sorry to hear that. Did you eat something bad? Is that what it is? Thank you for your concern. Not food, people.
Maybe people are
could
making
mean
that
anything,
person's
guys.
stomach hurt.
People, like, maybe he's around people who make his stomach hurt.
So, like, yeah, right. Like, fucking, it's not food that's making my stomach. It's talking to you, Set. That's making my stomach hurt. Like, people. Like, not that he's eating people.
Not he's eating people, not that he just ate like an arm and he's like, damn, that arm didn't go down too well.
That didn't go too well. Yeah. Maybe it's I just can't deal with this person right now and I'm sick to my stomach.
What the fuck?
I mean, yeah,
I don't know. I'm trying to make it make sense because I'm a rational person.
But I don't know, bro. My mind is going some other places that I'm trying to pull myself out of.
But it's only because we're in this context of the conversation that we're like this right now. So I'm trying to remove everybody that's in the Epstein files is an idiot or is a demonstrable person and eats people. I'm trying to get away from that so that I could do my best to try to disprove this guy's thought. But I mean, that's a stretch.
And it is a bit tough out here. But all right. Let's just get back to it.
Did you eat something bad? Okay. Not food, people. I mean, come on, guys. This is open for interpretation here. I mean,
it is. He's being disingenuous. It is open for interpretation.
And this is why the gaslighting is so crazy because this is crazy. They want you to think you're crazy.
I feel crazy.
They want you to think you're crazy, folks. You are not crazy. You just read the exact same thing that I read. You have seen the same files that I've seen. You've seen the context. You've seen the code words. You are not crazy. You are a normal person. A normal person can easily interpret what's going on here. A normal person will have a visceral response to this. That is a normal person. You are a normal person. Do not let them gaslight you. Do not let them tell you you're crazy. Do not let them tell you you're a conspiracy theorist. Do not let them insult you. Don't. You're a normal person. You're thinking logically. You're still in touch with your humanity. You're still in touch with your soul. Do not let them gaslight you. This isn't even subtle. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear somebody explain this one to me. Did you eat something bad? Not food, people. I'd love to hear it.
Because the conversation's talking about why
I'd love to hear how I'm crazy, guys.
That's my best response to that. And I'm probably wrong, but that is a logical response. Like I've said, people are making me sick all the time.
Yeah. But shout out to my man James Foley, says check Discord DM. All right, I got you. Oh, James, you can go ahead and come up here and talk about it if you want to, dog. You know, the call-in line is open. Just go to that post tab, bro. You already know. All right, here. I'm gonna go ahead and check on that.
Fucking Father Foley over here.
I'm weak. Father Foley.
I'd love to hear some other interpretation of did you eat something bad? Not food, people. I'd love to hear it.
Like that's saying no, I didn't eat anything. It's people that are fucking that are making me sick.
All right, we've got some of the raw files. We're going to be getting to the raw files next.
And who is this guy that said that?
But you're not crazy, folks.
Let's see here.
Redacted turned to me.
Like, oh, redacted.
Oh my God, of course.
Of course.
How did they redact?
It's like, bro, oh, I'm not saying people redacted. I'm like, bro, like that's what makes it bad. That's what makes us assume the worst. Because it's like, well, what's so bad about him saying, oh, people are making me sick? Why'd you have to redact the conversation about that? Unless
they redacted. So hold on, they redacted the word people.
No. They redacted the guy who said it. They redacted his name or the person, woman. We never know because apparently Epstein.
How did they go through
women too?
How did they go through millions of redactions that quickly?
They used an AI software.
Yeah, most likely. But all right, though, back to it.
Files here, guys. An email exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and Shelley. Can you tell me what you actually did for me since we had our conversation? Did you find me something I would like? Did you buy a cookie? Seems like cookie is a new code word here.
Oh, my God.
We saw Chinese cookie in a couple of emails. So not sure what cookie means, but seems to be some sort of code.
I mean, oh, God.
Are we still in the land of I was thinking about redacted and I met a girl in the flea market, very beautiful, and redacted turned to me and asked me a la Shelley, could it be that this girl has a point to prove? So again, it sounds like we're recruiting girls.
Yep.
What are these cookies now? You've been pushing me away, not encouraging me to be close. Can you please be clear? And for the redacted thing, what is it she is trying to say? It's very weird code language here. Enabling me, what does that mean? I gave you a great gift by enabling you to do what you do gracefully, and you want a t-shirt. I bought you many t-shirts, none of which you wore. It does look like t-shirt might be code word too for something. I don't know. That's maybe up for debate. It sounds like a lot of code words here. Sounds like we're recruiting girls at flea markets here, specifically young girls.
That's ridiculous. That
From
absolutely
Jeffrey
is
Epstein
code.
to Melanie Spinella.
Hold on.
Grant Charity Herzog. Is that the president of Israel Herzog? Looks like it. Coming to Ireland this weekend. Come, plain free issue, art, gift, court, accounting house. art gift, accounting house. Well, we know they like to launder money through art. Herzog and Ehud coming to Island this weekend. But don't worry, guys. There's no connection to Israel, as they say.
Uh-oh.
Now, this next one is going to be important context for what we discuss later today when we get into our cultural segments dealing with what we saw during the Super Bowl halftime show. To Jeffrey Epstein from Jess Staley. You want to know why we are not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about hip blacks in hip cars with white women. The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z. Now, again, I can get into the context of this more so, but I want you to remember this for when we get into the context later on. Talking about the people that should be in the streets bought off by Jay-Z. So talking about black people who should be in the streets, but they're controlled by rap stars like Jay-Z.
Yeah, we know that.
These people,
Or the Super Bowl.
whoever they are, have.
I mean, like, yeah, we know in the rap game that the guys who are still in the streets are controlled by rappers. I mean, that's the reason why they went after Little Durk, because he was getting connected with a lot of murderers and drug trafficking that was going on in Chicago.
Bought off.
Tarka.
And they even admit, yes, we turn the culture, we turn the propaganda into pro-gangster ghetto blacks, and then we promote them with white women, and then we control the entire facade. So just remember that email. Just remember that email when we come up to the cultural stuff later. It's going to be very important. From Masha Drakova to Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, this might be a Russian. I found, but see, they won't talk about this. I found criteria to find smart people. The more Jew you are, the smarter you are. You said you're 98% Jew. You are very smart. My ex-boss is 78% Jew. He is super smart, less smart than you are. I have a close friend / business partner who is not.
Oh, the open supremacy is hilarious. He's like, hold on, you're not 8% Jew? Oh, you're smarter than my friend who's only 78% Jew. Wait, Monty, how Jewish are you? Look, Monty, you might be actually really Jewish because you're actually a really smart guy.
Fuck that. Bro, if I'm a Jew, I'm just going to jump off a fucking bridge at this point.
I'm sorry. The open supremacy is so crazy.
Good God.
You said you're 98% Jew. You are very smart. My ex-boss is 78% Jew. He is super smart, less smart than you are. I have a close friend / business partner who is 99.3% Jew. He is crazily smart. We take all Jewish people. Sourcing can be done through relatives. Ask them to do 23andMe test. Do event for everyone who is 98% Jew. Also, all of them are not religious. Do you think it makes sense, right?
Oh my God.
See, guys, Russia.
Special privileges for Jews, pretty much.
Bro,
or they're hiring
what was
based
it?
off the sole fact that they're Jewish. They're pretty much, send me your 23andMe and you'll get the job.
Oh my God.
If you come back at least like 50% Jewish or maybe 50%, maybe 55% or higher, we got to
Fucking ask that. We just need
to have a goy in here.
Good God Almighty.
At least they're not At least they're not DEI.
Yeah, I mean,
there it is. From Drakova. This is clearly the Russian scandal we've been looking for. There is the Russian smoking gun we've been looking for right there from Masha Drakova. We finally got it, guys. It was the Russians all along. Now, notice. Of course, I'm being facetious. Now, this could be a Russian. This looks like it's a Russian. But see, when they're making their whole pitch that it's Russia, they'll never show you this email, will they? They'll never show you the email about their Jewish supremacy.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that funny? Now, you can even tie this into other emails we saw where Epstein was apparently obsessed with doing the 23andMe test. And then you can go back and find other stories, New York Times, wherever, where they talked about at Zorro Ranch how Epstein wanted to seed the entire human race. Now, this is a little conspiratorial, and perhaps now we might be reaching. So, okay. But it does look like Epstein was trying to seed the human race and only wanted Jewish blood. Now, there's also other talks of Mormon blood and other such stuff. So who really knows? But they were trying to, quote, seed the human race and clone Jeffrey Epstein at the Zorro Ranch.
What the fuck?
Now, how dark does this get? How deep does this really go is the only question.
Is Jeffrey Epstein the ultimate Jew? Is that what he's
like? Basically, top Jew,
top G,
like
top
bro,
J,
bro, literally the top J at this point. Because like, bro, what wasn't he doing? I mean, bro was into trafficking. I mean, bro was into science and all this crazy stuff. I mean, it's finance. He was involved in a lot of things, bro. Remember, he was talking about designer babies.
Maybe he did clone himself, and that's who died in the prison cell.
Man, god damn it, Monty. Now I gotta throw this sound effect on, man. Where's it at? Well, never know.
Did they want to erase the human race first? Was step one erasing the human race and then replacing it with whatever Epstein was building? They talked about super babies. They talked about superhuman abilities. And now basically they're talking about eugenics. I mean, folks, this is eugenics is what you're talking about here is eugenics. And so look, I mean, if you want to be around nothing but Jewish people, then I have nothing against you. I really don't care. Really don't care. If you find that being in the presence of other Jewish people and you think Jewish people are the best people on earth and the smartest, what have you, that's your prerogative. Go for it. Doesn't bother me one bit. But I'll tell you this. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Fucking
so
Zoloft,
if you're
really?
allowed to believe that, so should other people. So should other religious groups. So should other ethnic groups.
Is Zoloft in the back trying to get in?
Yeah, but he's setting up real quick.
Oh my god!
Hey, shout out.
I'm a secret agent. Fuck you, Zoloft. Bro, it doesn't come up here as long as I've been on the channel. Doesn't come up and then comes up and says that shit. Fuck you.
No, Zoloft actually has been up here a couple times.
According to Castro, I'm a fucking Indian, and according to Zoloft, I'm a Jew, and I'm in India throwing shit at people as a Jew. What the fuck?
Hey, you know, you remember G-Do? Remember G-Do Plant thought you was Jewish as well.
Who?
Remember what was it? G-Do Planet? All right, I don't think you remember.
I do. I remember. Yeah, Jito. Okay, yes, I do remember Jito Planet. Fucking saying I was a Jew.
Yeah.
Why? Because I didn't subscribe to let's blow Israel off the face of the earth fucking mantra.
Exactly. Which was pretty wild. By the way. I thought that was like, I mean, come on, bro. You can't call like just because somebody doesn't want Israel to be wiped off the map like Dan Bilzerian doesn't mean that they're automatically a Jew or pro-Zionist.
I'm pro people. I don't think people should die, but I might have to rethink this after the whole conference of Jews based off of 23andMe.
Oh God, and bro, they're talking about
at least the 98%
Jewish. Oh, you must be intelligent. I'm like, well, Dan, what do you think about us with no Jewish in this and us? Oh, we must.
Bro, we're just fucking dumb as a box of rocks.
Like, bro, we gotta be retards to y'all then. Like, dude, I'm a goyim, no Jew. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh my God.
I'm weak. According to me, the medic is Don's. Oh wow! Shout out my man James Foley. Remember for 15 months.
I am not Don's. Will you shut the fuck, bro? I have been on the channel longer than he's been off the channel.
Right. Not low key at this point. And Dons, if you're out there, hey man, we miss you. You can come back. You just gotta stop all the lying. And that's it.
Bro, we need to cover this guy because I haven't, all I've gotten was he was just a big liar and I sound like him.
Man, you know what? I might have to bring up an old episode, at least like from last year. I think it was like last year. Probably will have to bring it up because he was on the platform a lot. So we'll see.
God damn it.
As we found out from other emails, they want the exact opposite. And what we've seen from even public statements. They want the opposite for every other ethnic group on the planet. They want the opposite, except for Jews.
Yeah.
Oh, but I guess we're not ready for that conversation, huh? That one might be a little too out there while they talk about this eugenics. So here's some emails from law enforcement that are certainly eye-catching. Good morning, sir. We are requesting guidance redacting photographs. Who is protected under this transparency task? These are all redacted as far as the
who is protected
names and emails of law enforcement here. But these exchanges, this email is from last year. As mentioned before, we need guidance to redact 1B items. IMD RIDS is requesting clear and consistent guidance to process these. 1B items contains photographs of multiple individuals to include the subject of this investigation, Epstein and Maxwell. We need clear and specific guidance to redact those photographs. Some photographs depict victims, unknown, unidentified females and males, former U.S. presidents, Secretary of State, and other celebrities. The software does not have AI facial recognition to assist with the identification of some public officials and celebrities. So, I mean, it's what we already knew. There's a whole Clinton file. There's all the files. This is what they did, folks. This was part of their operation. This was part of their job, is to get as many photos with as many celebrities, politicians, bankers, etc., as blackmail. Even if it was just picturing them at a dinner, it's like, no, let's be friendly. Let's get them to the dinner. And then eventually you got them on the island in the dentist chair eating jerky. And in other photos. Here's some details on the actual spy apparatus they had. From Jeffrey Epstein to IVJIT. Let's get 3 motion-detected hidden cameras that record. Thanks. Also, a new AirPlay-compatible receiver for Jim. Thanks. Jeffrey, I already purchased the motion sensor camera for the spy store in Fort Lauderdale yesterday, from the spy store in Fort Lauderdale. I charged them last night and figuring out how to work them as we speak. It's amazing how small they are, the size of a thumbnail drive, 64-hour recording motion sensor. I'm installing them into Kleenex boxes now. I'll bring them by later today. I just had a root canal done, so I'm still hurting. Another dental reference, but perhaps that one's innocent. We're installing cameras into Kleenex boxes. Now, we got some photos from the island, from the New York, and from the Florida mansions, and you can see they have cameras pointing at the beds. So we know Epstein was bringing in minors and recording whatever was going on in these beds. Now, nobody wants to watch that. I feel bad for the agents that have had to, but who are they recording and why? I mean, I don't think it's too big of a conspiracy theory to say, oh, they were bringing in powerful, influential, famous people and recording them in compromising positions. And then they got you. This is the blackmail network. This is what we thought it was. And this is what people are trying to gaslight you against right now, even though the conclusions here are pretty obvious. Oh, man. What else do we have? An exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and Redacted. Here's where Epstein basically admits it. A friend of mine Skyped me because they wanted some advice. She said she was working on a sex trafficking movie. She said she met this really beautiful girl that used to be a sex slave for a guy with a private island. She met this pilot/girl at Burning Man. I asked her if she had ever met Epstein. She said no, she hadn't. And I said, yes, you have. She almost fainted. He's talking about himself. She didn't know she was talking to Epstein, the actual guy. I'm confused. I never talked to her about anything to do with you, but she knows Redacted. No, she was telling me that she is doing a movie on sex trafficking and met a sex slave. You. She had no idea that the Jeffrey she was talking to, me, was the Jeffrey she was talking about. So there's Epstein basically admitting he runs sex trafficking and that this girl is his sex slave. And she's very confused, as you can see. And then he goes on, I'll get more info, no worry. Pardon my French, but we're reading the email. How's the puss?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if this is going to be connected. I'll have to cross-reference it right now with these dates because I didn't think of it. I didn't think of it at the time. So here's Epstein. It sounds like admitting he's a sex trafficker, talking to one of his sex slaves here about a movie that they're trying to get information that's about him, but the person that is doing the movie don't even realize that she's talking to the actual guy. Now, let me do this, and I apologize, but since I have this email up right now, this is going to get a little graphic, guys. All right? So, FYI, this is going to get a little graphic in nature. Notice how he asks, how's your vagina doing? How's your puss? Okay? So this is in, this is insinuating that something is obviously going on there, or something went on there, or something is going on there, and they've had this discussion before. Okay? So let me try to pull up. I don't know if I have it. Yeah, okay. So here we go. So this is from 6 years before that. This isn't the first time or the last time Epstein is caught asking girls about their vaginal status, let's say. There is a history here. Here's an exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and Redacted. Give Redacted $2,000 and transfer $7,000 to your account. So this is Epstein basically paying somebody off here for whatever reason. Now I'm guessing, we can only assume is the girl, but based off of what we're reading here, this is a girl that Epstein is paying. So Epstein is paying this girl and someone she's associated with $7,000 and $2,000. Okay? This is going to get a little graphic, guys. I went to the doctor. They did a full checking for diseases. She said, I'm very good, but I got a virus called molluscum contagion. She said it's not dangerous, and it could even be on a child.
Okay.
Now, why would she bring that?
All right. And shout out to my man JB too. He said, Whoopi knew he was indicted and still for his plane. Huh.
That up.
Well,
her son had it on her arms, but mine is on my pussy.
Whoa.
Do you remember I was complained?
I'm sorry, JB. I'm sorry. I was taken back. Whoopi, my bad. He said Whoopi Goldberg knew it, and let's see here. My bad. He said Whoopi Goldberg knew it and felt he was untouchable. All right,
folks.
Sorry, bro. I'm a bit thrown back with what this man is saying and what I'm also reading too as well.
Son had it on her arms, but mine is on my pussy. Do you remember I was complained, folks, pardon me. This is hard to read, not just because of the nature of it, because whoever is writing this can barely even talk. Maybe to me, I'm reading this, and it's either somebody that doesn't know English well, or this is a child, or this is a minor. And
or both.
Maybe that's why these names are redacted. Could this be an exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and a child sex slave? That's how I interpret this. Based off the way this email is written, this is either somebody that doesn't speak English or doesn't speak English well, or this is a child.
Jesus.
What the fuck?
Either way, this is clearly one of Jeffrey's sex slaves or sex partners that he's paying off and gave a disease to. Again, went to the doctor. I have a virus. Said it could be on a child. Mine is on my pussy. And who even says that? It's like, I guess you could say that. Again, this sounds like a child to me, folks. I got to be honest with you. This sounds like a minor to me that's writing this, the way it's being written. Do you remember? I'm just going to read it how it's written. Do you remember I were complained about a big pump there? I can't imagine how I could get this virus. Could only be somewhere in the gym or from a sex, but I do have sex only with you. So she said I need to go to dermatology doctor. She gave me a number of the good skin woman doctor who works with this kind of problems. I know you have a Dr. Victor, but I don't feel comfortable with the man doctor. Don't want he see my pussy. So what should I do? Make appointment with the doctor she recommended? Epstein replies, did you get prescriptions for birth control contraceptives? If not, go back and get it. We will talk about doctor. So he discounts the disease and asks her about birth control. Bruh. Yes, I did. I took pills for 3 months. I think this is Epstein talking to a minor, folks.
I think it's a minor that doesn't speak English, because even a minor would speak more eloquently.
Yeah. I said a foreign minor. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. English may not be their first language, but it's like, bro. Like, and you could tell they're a minor. And this is how you know they're a minor, because, bro, they don't know the gravity of what they got. Like, she's talking about it as if she really don't know the seriousness of this.
And he had to tell him to get birth control.
Right. Like, he says all that, and he's like, did you get Plan B, by the way?
Like,
did you go to CVS?
Like, wow.
This is Epstein communicating with a minor. That's why I think it's written so poorly. That's why I think it says, quote, it could even be on a child. That's why I assume that the author of this says, I only have sex with you. This is one of Epstein's, personal slaves. The way she talks about herself. It's definitely either a young girl, perhaps a minor, or a foreigner. But obviously one of Epstein's personal sex slaves. So, sorry for the graphic nature of that, guys. But like I said, we're just reading these raw files. That's what's in them. From Jeffrey Epstein to Sierra Polion. Subject, please. You broke your agreement. You can leave if you want. If you do, I can no longer help. Your choice. Please, Jeffrey, I never felt unsafe until today. I am going to die. So it sounds like they had some sort of agreement. In Jeffrey's perspective, she broke said agreement. He says he can no longer protect her, and it sounds like this girl thinks she's about to get killed. But nothing to see here, guys. Nothing to see here. Maybe she thinks she's going to get turned into jerky. Nothing to see, guys. Nothing to see, they tell you. From Jeffrey Epstein to Todd Meester, I will trade you one redacted for the redhead.
Bruh.
So this sounds like a trade of sex slaves. That's what this sounds like. Now, what is redacted here, and why is it redacted? Well, whatever it is, it must be so gruesome. Whatever it is, it must be so apparent that they had to get rid of this in the files. I will trade you one redacted for the redhead.
Well, who's this Todd guy?
We're trading people now. Nothing to see here. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein.
No fucking way.
Happy New Year. Yes, I'm here. Just got my visa.
All right. So the Todd Meister, the guy he was texting. So, okay, bro. It's like, let's see here. Novilla. Yeah, Novivia or Novilia. Oh, wow. Sorry. But it's a Rothschild. This guy, Todd Meister, who Epstein was texting that weird email where he said he was going to trade him for, trade your redhead for whatever. Yeah, bro is the ex-husband of a Rothschild. And then let's see, here is a chairman and CEO of Meister Company LLC. They own a minority interest in a variety of companies that focus on different, off what, church base? And I ain't doing all that. But yeah, this is the guy that Epstein was texting. And once again, a connection to the Rothschilds is very strange. So yeah, one of the daughters, one of the women of the Rothschilds, he was an ex-husband of. Interesting. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to it. Just wanted to go ahead and give you guys a filler on, who the hell is this guy, Todd? Well, this is Todd. And once again, that is another lead back to Epstein when it comes to the Rothschilds, the, age-old banking family. They really old when it comes to banking.
Yep. I'll go to the 2B Riga agent.
Oh, and they're also Jewish as well. Come on now. Who don't know about the Rothschilds? They're at the beginning of almost every conspiracy theory when it comes to money, of course, and finance.
So am I hearing that? Actually, no, I probably can't say that. That'll get the stream taken down. It sounds like a certain painter might not have been completely wrong about everything he was saying about Israel's favorite or America's favorite ally.
Yeah. There might have been some. Yeah. We'll just leave it at that.
I walk around. There are little girls. They have good bodies, but the faces are weird and they are not so tall.
Oh my God.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Girls. They have good bodies, but the faces are weird and they are not so tall.
Talking about Asians?
Excuse me? Folks, who talks like this? Okay, nobody.
Exactly.
Nobody. No normal person, no sane person. This is pedophile.
That's why I said
this is an exchange.
Remember back when I said, where's the flight logs? Where's the client list? I'm like, none of that exists. He didn't just keep a little fucking folder in his desk that says everything Trump has done bad, everything Bill Clinton has done bad. We're thinking about it way too shallowly. It goes a lot deeper. The fact that they're speaking in code to each other. There's no such thing as a client list. There's no such thing as, a little black book that Jeffrey Epstein just kept in his desk. He's like, you know what? Let me add someone to this book. Let me go out and find X, Y, and Z person. That information, if it ever did existed, would be dumb. but if it actually did exist, would have been destroyed immediately.
Bruh, what's crazy is that, like, look, if this guy Tom Meister, if he does not get brought in, bro, I'm telling you this right now, that's a problem, because bro, they didn't redact his name. They did not redact his name. He can get brought in on that. This is, like I said, it's chairman, CEO. He got his own little LLC, which has interest in an array of companies, and these companies focus on oil, gas exploration, production, and solar and wind energy, and food services and consumer goods.
Oh my God.
He's one of those guys. Like I said, hedge fund guys. We all knew it was going to be the hedge fund guy.
How do we rid the world of scum? How do we do that? Can someone give me an answer to that question? How do we get these people's hands out of the cookie jars? How do we get rid of them? And how do we function as a society if this is what happens in our society?
Well,
society has to shun them.
I mean, look, bro, apparently if you're married to a Rothschild, you can get away with whatever. Because, I mean, for some reason, these guys are at the head of it. Well, when it comes to that, well, I mean, Epstein, when it comes to Epstein, at least. Him and Wexner, that's why I keep on tracing the money back to.
God damn, dude.
Yeah, I know. It gets deep. And then, bro, if you even look up the history on the Rothschilds, that gets even crazier. So the fact that he's even like connected to them, like, bro, that just opens up a whole bunch of more conspiracies now. It's like, oh, not you involved with these guys, the Rothschilds? Like the guys that invented this whole shady ass banking system, those guys, you're in with them. Okay, say less.
I mean, think about it. How do you, if you don't play the game, how do you get power? And if you play the game, everybody in the game has dirt on you. So it's just this fucking closed circle of no one's gonna tell on anybody because they got the same amount of dirt on each other. And meanwhile, they're running our day-to-day life.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, there's a reason why they wanted all this covered, because this doesn't just make the people on the list look bad, it makes the people connected to the list look bad. Because how much information do the people around these people know and let them get away with?
They're complicit in it, yeah. Like even Donald Trump, like I don't think, from what I've seen, he has any direct connection to any of this shit, but he is surrounded by Jeffrey Epstein. So that it makes you wonder, what did he know that he's not saying? What did fucking all of these people know that they're not talking? And why are they not talking? What do they have to lose to talk about it? You know what I mean? Like that whole web sounds like it's just completely supported on controversy and abhorrent fucking bullshit.
All right.
Seems like they know what can happen to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was saying in the chat, bro, I think y'all are too trusting, bro. There's no chance that they're ever going to tell us the full details of all of this shit, man. No shot.
I mean, they're giving us glimpses right now. In my opinion.
They're giving us enough that even what we have in front of us right now is too much to fucking mentally grasp. But imagine if we actually knew the whole story. There would be riots in the fucking streets.
Bro, man, we had the videos.
There would be riots in the streets. No one would be able to stop it, and the entire country, the entire world would be rioting in the streets.
As they should be. As they should.
Everybody's
implicated. Like,
they already should be.
We got like countries already holding some of their world leaders accountable. People are already stepping down in other countries over this. Like, if you get mentioned in the Epstein files in other countries, you're cooked. But apparently in America, we're kind of like taking our time here.
I mean, we should, before we just completely destroy somebody's life, we should make sure absolutely that they're a bad person. But
well, see, that's another thing too, bro, is like there's a lot of people that are in the know that might not have their hands dirty themselves, but they know people that are.
They know,
and they know what's happening, and they haven't done anything about it, man. Like, they're either being paid off or they're being threatened. There's so many people that are within our government that are in the know on a lot of stuff that know exactly what's going on.
Yeah. But all right, guys, let's get back to it.
Excuse me. Folks, who talks like this? Okay, nobody. No normal person, no sane person. This is pedophile talk. This is an exchange between two pedophiles.
Yeah.
Who's redacted here and why? Who are they redacting that is clearly talking in pedophile language here? I walk around, there are little girls, they have good bodies.
What?
That's a damn pedophile. I don't want this name redacted. I want this person redacted off the face of the earth. Oh, but we got to protect him, huh? Gotcha. And by the way, this whole tall thing continues to be a trend. I mean, folks, they like tall kids, okay? I don't know why, but whenever we see exchanges like this, they're always bringing up how tall the kids are that they like to, whatever, cook pizza for, make jerky for, whatever it is they're doing with grape soda. They want them to be tall. They're always talking about them being tall. Your guess is as good as mine. To Jeffrey Epstein from Elysia. I'll find girl for you this time. I promise. I'm so bitter now. I'll do anything. Europe would be better to find little girl. Mm-hmm. To redacted from Jeffrey Epstein. Subject, jerky. I guess this is first redacted writing this to Epstein. Francis has time to come tomorrow to show me how to make it. Jerky class, anyone? He will also bring you a taste of his new jerky recipe from the restaurant and sends a warm hello. He is working at a restaurant called Cannibal and Cooks. Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it. Beef jerky and steak. He has time at 3 p.m. tomorrow if this is okay with you. Now, again, Cannibal and Cooks, beef jerky and steak. So this appears to be another reference that cannibal and beef jerky are somehow intertwined and that beef jerky is actually code word for human meat.
Cannibal beef
and
jerky.
Epstein says, yes, redacted.
Cannibal beef jerky. Bro, who puts the word cannibal next to beef jerky? Like, am I tripping?
Somebody that's people set. That's who does that. That kind of a person that's willing to nom on a fucking thigh, not unironically, is the type of person that does that.
Cannibal jerky. I'm just like, and you try to rationalize it in your head a little bit. Like, hold on now, cannibal.
Because
jerky.
your brain is trying to protect your psyche from the fucking atrocity that you just heard.
Like,
that's what's happening. That's why your brain. That's why you're like falling over yourself right now. It's because everything you're saying or everything you're seeing, yes, take it at face value because that's what it is. But your brain's trying to fucking be like, no, that can't be what it is.
Come on,
who would do
cannibal
something?
jerky? Like, really, human meat? They're making meat out of the
exactly what it
children.
sounds like.
Like,
it's exactly what it fucking sounds like.
All I know is these people were making my stomach hurt.
Bruh.
Yes.
Yeah, it's sick as fuck, man.
Well, let it.
But remember when I said earlier, it could not be people that like literally people that she's eating. It could just be her stomach hurts because of people.
That's why I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now the cannibal jerky though, it's kind of hard to work around that one.
No, that's exactly what it sounds like. There is no. It's not a new fancy flavor. I've never heard Frito-Lay say try our new cannibal jerky. Release the inner wolf inside.
Bro.
This is bro.
All right. All right, Bati, what you for? But let's get back.
You should do marketing for him, bro.
And beef
Tove wants
jerky
in.
or some.
Oh, gotcha.
Tove.
Oh, hey, Tove.
All hail Tove.
Hello.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
Somehow intertwined, and that beef jerky is actually code word for human meat. And Epstein says, yes, redacted. Please, guys. You don't think that Jeffrey Epstein is talking about beef jerky? Please.
Not when you put cannibal next to it.
Oh, yes. Epstein and his friends, they're engaged in such innocent activities. They just like making roast beef. They just like making beef jerky, guys. Just good family fun, good wholesome activities. They just get together and just make beef jerky. It's what they do. And the whole cannibal and cooks, the whole cannibal reference here, I'm sure, is just a joke. Now, let's see what else these guys are into. From redacted to Epstein. Subject Kundalini. Meet me at class 9:30. So many hot girls. Promise. Hari NYC 30 between 6 and 7. Then we go to matcha, okay? Promise and abundance of young pussy flesh. Love.
Hell.
So A is who the redacted here is.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know what's. I don't know between 6 and.
Yeah.
What did I wake up to?
30 between. So, bro. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This was pissing me off. The fact that they redact the names of who's like getting these messages. Like, all right, bro. So where were you going at 9:30? Where they're between 36 to 7-year-old women? Like, can you please tell us what in God's name were?
Yeah.
Why were you getting a text like this? And where were you on that day at 9:30 at this point now? Oh, and give us your cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Current
stomach
location.
literally fucking hurts. I don't know.
Yeah,
Jesus
I know.
Christ.
It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, this is oh wow.
I don't know. I don't know between 6 and 7. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's ages or if they're rating people. But this one gets a little more suspicious.
That's a nice
Abundance
way of
of young
looking at it.
pussy flesh. Folks, who talks like this?
Oh God.
Demons.
I was about to say the same
talks like
thing.
this?
It's the flesh parts with
Fucking monsters.
Don't gaslight me. Don't tell me
Not
this is
even
normal.
demons. Demons have more. Demons have an excuse. They have no soul. These are just monsters. They know, and they're happy about it. They're joyous in it. These are fucking monsters. You know, I can't tell my daughter monsters aren't real anymore after hearing this.
Yeah.
These are monsters.
Crazy. Well, you know it's crazy. Like I knew all this about the Epstein file. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. The only thing that caught me off guard is the eating children part. You know, the cannibal jerky. Everything else I knew, but reading it is just throw me back. It's like wow.
You can know something, but having it confirmed is a bit different because when you just know it before you hear about it, there's still that
You can
flicker
be like, yeah,
of
no, that's not real.
there's still that flicker of hope that maybe just because you heard it, that it's in the files, that it's not actually there. It's that confirmation that jars you.
Yeah, but all right.
Well, the worst part is that we're
Don't
not
gaslight me. Don't lie.
We're
to
not
me.
just.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead,
Oh,
Zolo.
you're good. I was just gonna say that the worst part is that this isn't just something we're looking back on like, oh, this happened. These people are still out there and they're still free to do whatever they want to.
And one more thing, I want to see some cross-reference of missing persons to the areas of where these emails came from, and see if there's any correspondence. You know,
I was saying that yesterday.
I could see us solving probably over 100,000 missing person cases if we did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was
And
saying that
like
yesterday.
they
I
don't
wonder how
even.
many.
Here's the thing, right? So it's the quote unquote perfect crime. You abuse these poor fucking children, and then you just grind them up and eat them.
Damn.
That's
No
what
body, no
that's what I'm
crime.
gathering from this dude.
Damn. It's just like it is sick, but it's like you wouldn't think somebody would be that
Hansel
freaking.
and
I like,
fucking
bro, this is
Gretel?
like beyond serial
Not just
killer
somebody.
depravity.
Set.
This
This
is
isn't just like
beyond that.
one
It's like, bro,
guy.
not even they're doing all this.
This
Like,
is
bro,
biblical.
Just one
yeah, like,
guy.
bro,
Set. This
yes,
is
like this goes like beyond what you hear like of the gruesome stuff that serial killers have done. This is like
Yeah.
next level. It's like
I
this.
was
This is
just
good.
I was
Good
just
and
about to
evil.
say, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
yeah. We can
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay. So, like I used to be like really into serial killers, like going into their backstory because I wanted to like be a forensic analyst.
Yeah.
And like, well, I more specifically a forensic psychologist. And I really wanted to get into like the heads of these people and figure out what made them tick, you know?
Yes.
And
Typical white girl shit.
yes, absolutely. Well, I think the reason this is not bothering me as much is because I've become desensitized because I did full-blown research into people like Ed Gein, Albert Fish. If you don't know who Albert Fish is,
Oh man,
he's the real-life boogeyman.
Yeah, he's fucked up.
I like
It's a big story. I know what you're talking about.
I'm just like this, like knowing they were doing this to children. Yeah, that hurts me a lot. It just, I think I've just become desensitized to.
How horrible humans can be.
Yes, absolutely.
Those
a
are
lot of
all
people are.
individual cases, right? Those are all one person. They don't have a group of people around them that think that this is fun. Let's email about it and let's have an auction for it. Like,
Or did they?
Shit, you
man,
never know.
Jesus Christ.
You never fucking know at this point, bro.
Ooh.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be fucking surprised if all the serial killers in the world were just fucking disgruntled
network?
Epstein employees.
The one who got caught trying to out him or something.
Yeah, or before Epstein. But all right,
Yeah.
now, back to it.
Like me, don't tell me this is normal conversation. Don't gaslight me. Don't lie to me. There's something very sick in this email. I'm not sure what exactly, but it's sick.
The whole thing.
Don't gaslight me. All right. I'm not a square. All right. I'm not so innocent. Okay. I've got my own intuition. Okay. And this email, there's something sick going on here. All right. I don't know what it is, but that something sick is going on here. When we're talking about young flesh and young pussy and young girls between 6 and 7, is this what that is? What is the image that's been redacted here?
This is disgusting.
Let me zoom in. I was hoping you might be able to speak to me. Redacted. This is from Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Hi, my name is Redacted. I am friends with Redacted. They passed along your email because I have found myself at the center of the QAnon conspiracy theory. It has become a very distressing situation, and I'm especially worried as I have an Redacted. Q followers are harassing me and also posting images of Redacted, as well as my friends, family members, and their kids. Here's an article and a link to a YouTube which shows a little bit of what's going on from Redacted to Redacted. Sorry for the late reply. Has anything progressed since your last email? I will have to check which office, if any, are investigating QAnon and perhaps refer this to them. I don't think the Redacted office is investigating this group. So an office. Now it sounds like we're in intelligence agencies.
What? Hold on.
That's
Pause.
speculation.
Wasn't QAnon that rogue white right-wing organization that, thought that people were sacrificing kids and demons and all that fun stuff?
Yeah,
Yes.
and they were right.
So it sounds like they were 100% fucking right. There was absolutely no looniness to it. We just fucking, like, I even was like, that's a little weird. They were fucking right.
Well, yeah, they're right whole time. Yep, QAnon is a far-right American political conspiracy theory and a political movement that originated in 2017 on fabricated claims.
Fabricated. Sounds fabricated to me.
Oh man.
No,
Yeah.
so the thing is, whenever this is probably going to get shut down anyway, because
Your whole stream is probably not going to be able to be posted, Set. I just want you to know
probably
that.
not. But there's what I'm saying here is people saying people pinpointing the conspiracy theories that are being proven true. Watch them all get some sort of cease and desist or something like that, saying, "Hey, you're not allowed to say I told you so."
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
I kind of want to look into the recent QAnon videos just to kind of see how much they've, especially this. Who is being
We need to compare and contrast, and we should have a whole segment. You can choose when you do it, Set, but you should have a whole segment of going through these individual conspiracy theorist groups and trying to prove them wrong with the Epstein files or prove them right. Because I think before this becomes, we're still in the wild, wild west phase of this where anybody can kind of do anything and get the information out. As soon as the dust kind of...
You gotta believe. Look. When it comes to QAnon, their core belief is that a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic child molesters is in league with the deep state and is operating a global child sex trafficking ring, and that Donald Trump is secretly leading the fight against them. So they might have been spot on. I mean, bro,
Jesus Christ.
I got a separate theory.
Nope. God damn it. My head hurts.
No, seriously.
But everybody, last thoughts on this one, and we're gonna move on to the next segment, actually, because then we'll continue more of this tomorrow.
I know.
Go ahead, though.
So,
I'm not ending the stream
here's
yet.
my theory. Let's go. Here's my theory. They released all of this at the perfect time.
Super Bowl.
I've been saying this. I've been saying this when the files first dropped.
Super Bowl.
Before everybody hopped up on here. So what I think this is happening. Number one, this ain't even all of them. They were over 100 terabyte, and it's even listed in some of the FBI's own documents. There was over 100 terabytes of data. Me working with data, dude, this is 0.03% if we're just going to keep it nice and even. Okay.
Yeah.
This
that's
ain't
what
even
I'm saying.
all of it. So FBI seized 100 terabytes. They only released stuff. And if you look at the redactions, they have redacted the names of the major shakers and movers. Secondly, all of this stuff is stuff that people have been saying already, but the masses who aren't really looking at stuff for what it is and aren't seeking objective truth are the ones that are stunned. All of us up here, yeah, it feels nice to be vindicated, but it's like, holy crap.
I don't want to be right about any of this stuff.
Thank you.
Like I'm stunned. Yeah. I believe some of it and I'm still stunned.
Man.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's the second part to it.
Mm-hmm.
So gonna get a little weird, so just bear with me on this. Set a timer for 4 minutes, please.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
All right, set a timer for 4 minutes. I'm gonna try to keep it nice and tight. Is it going?
And go ahead.
All right. So I used to participate in witchcraft, and there are certain things that you can do to get certain effects that you want. Like I said, I am a Christian now. Lord Jesus is my Lord. One of the things that I do know that happens, and I was talked to by certain witches, whether they claim to be white, black, green, whatever, is there's a such thing as traumatic rituals, which is where they dump a
Yes.
whole, where if you do a certain level of PTSD or stunning or whatever type of things to people, you can then cast different types of rituals on certain type of people or over a large crowd of people. There's also participation rituals where the people don't really pay attention to what's going on because they're so enthralled by the distraction. And I think this is one of those. Think about it. Like I said, I've been screaming it since the files dropped. The timing is too odd. The timing is too perfect. Number one, we
Demon.
had the Renee Good situation and the Alex Preddy situation. Then, well, first it started with the fraud, then Renee Good, then Alex Preddy, then we snatched Maduro up out his drawers, and then the Greenland incident, and that then on top of that we had the Iran incident where there was a bunch of people that are like getting killed and dying and stuff.
I will say
And then
news felt like it was going really, really fast in that time period.
yeah, and then
Yeah,
you
now
had
that you mention it, I agree.
and then you
And
had the um Donald not the Donald Trump. I'm trying to think what else. It was like one more thing before the files dropped that and the riots. Then you had all of the major riots. And then the files finally got released. I kept saying something feels off about this. They're like really trying to rapid fire this. And unlike in conventional, like when you try to rapid fire something, you want to hit a lot of people at the same time. But what they haven't been pushing out in the media is CBDC. They haven't been pushing out blockchain. They haven't been telling you that this Bill C9, which I encourage every single person on this panel to go look into, it's called C9, Charlie-9. It is a bill in which they're going to market it toward kids, but instead what they're going to do is use it to target Christians. I'm not making this about Christians. This bill is literally used to do exactly that. It's already in Canada. It's already making its way through the European Union. It's already in Britain. It's making its way. A similar bill is already in China. And then lastly, I'll go ahead and end on this. I've been saying this for the longest time since these files started. They've already got that Congress passed a bill to where they can bug your car to track its location and shut it off. Congress also passed a bill basically allowing for 15-minute cities. I've been talking about the beast system in the Bible, and people still think I'm crazy. All of our quote-unquote conspiracy theories have been proven right. Pick up your
literally
Bible.
all of them.
Pick up your Bible. All of this is culminating in one big event. And if you think it's wrong, if you think I'm wrong and you think I'm lying, unfortunately, these files should prove to you otherwise.
All righty. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get into this video. I'm gonna get your thoughts on it and then pull you guys back in. All right.
The Islamification of Texas is here. In Dallas, 48 mosques have been built in the last 2 years. We are standing against this radical ideology that is looking to change everything we love about America.
God is the greatest, and in God we trust. We're on our way to Dearborn to meet up with the mayor.
Are Muslims compatible with Western society?
See, that's where people get crazy. Signal if you're in danger from the Muslims. Let us know. We'll get you out of here.
Where does the mayor of Dearborn Heights live? I'm going to come up and shoot up his house.
Let's go see what these evil Muslims are up to.
How dare you bring in the name of Jesus Christ? Would you like to be treated the way you are treating us?
I don't preach about the Buddhist. I don't preach about the Hindu. I preach about you and your wicked, idiotic religion.
I have never felt more comfortable. Here, this is my home.
Islam is not compatible with the West.
We're in Beverly Hills. Literally, it's called Beverly Hills. This is not the one in California. This is in Michigan where people freeze like this. 17 degrees to make you question your existence, man. Why anyone would live here to begin with, I don't know. Especially Arabs. Could you imagine being from like hot temperature desert and then you're in freezing snow? We're going to go check out the local community. We're going to see what they're doing. Today's Friday, so we're going to head to the biggest mosque in Michigan, one of the biggest mosques in America, from what I understand. Let's go see what everybody's doing over there. Let's see what the vibes are. What was it, 2 weeks after Jake Lang?
I know you live differently. No, you live differently. What do I do differently? Dearborn. I play football.
In this video, you could see Kaddour step in to stop the protester from burning the Quran.
We tried offering them food from our end, telling them, here, brother, we're here to offer you guys food. Looked at me straight. He was like, I'm not going to shake hands with evil.
Dearborn, Michigan needs to be cleared out of Muslims.
So my first impression so far, I love what I'm seeing. A beautiful church, a beautiful mosque, and another church. All I'm seeing so far in Dearborn, Michigan, without the agitation of outsiders, is coexistence. This is the America I believe in. Religious freedom, we live together peacefully. You pray the way you want to, I pray the way I want to, and there's plenty of people that don't want to pray at all. There's plenty of atheists in America. That denomination and that denomination at one point killed each other in Europe. That's the irony of all this. My family was massacred in the Kosovo War. I lost 28 relatives in a single day. I have never blamed Orthodox Christians or the Bible for what happened to my family, even though there's videos of Orthodox monks blessing Serbians before they went into battles, committing some of the worst atrocities since World War II. I don't show any hatred towards that faith, because that's not the religion's fault. That's not what Jesus Christ taught in Christianity. Stop playing with yourself. Yeah, he's doing better, 100 degrees. Nothing. I missed you. Send me some money. No, this kid has AIDS in here right now. Yo, I feel much better right now, though. Good, dude. I still don't want you out there right now. Rest. Friday night, Dearborn Heights, Dearborn, Michigan. I met this brother right here. His name's Ali. Went to Friday prayer in Dearborn. Came up, very hospitable. Show you how our life is around here. So you got a lot of law enforcement here. They're paying respects to one another, fallen. Everyone's of different nationalities, races. This is what life in America is supposed to be about. It's about the fusion. Right? It's about unity. It's about sticking together with your community.
Dearborn Heights, man, just regular communities, man. I encourage anybody to come visit.
I just saw that you guys were all playing tonight, law enforcement from 2 different towns, to honor the memory of a fallen officer.
Yeah, Robert Dowday. Died on duty while in a vehicle pursuit in the city of Dearborn Heights 3 years after the city was founded. So I believe it was 1966. Don't believe what's on social media.
It's like every other place in America. Literally.
I'm more welcome. Done this every year for the holiday. We decorate just like any other city does.
The tree's not here yet.
Not yet. We're about halfway through with the lights.
Is that a nativity scene?
That is. We respect everybody. And as you can see the sign right here for you where it says, Jesus was born in the Middle East.
Yeah.
We love our Christian brothers and sisters. And our Christian brothers and sisters love us here too, and they have our back. That's all I can say. The small group of people that sit behind keyboards mean nothing to us.
We don't respect you. We want you out of our country.
And especially now with AI and where it's going, like you really have to question, where is this information coming from? Is it really the truth? We live in a time that's very easy to manipulate public opinion, and that's why I came here.
That's not what America looks like.
My town, they do the same thing. They put up the trees, they put up Happy Ramadan. Everyone celebrates everyone's holiday. It has respect. It's respect. You don't have to believe exactly the same.
But as long as you love me, let it snow and snow.
They don't have Christmas trees in Dearborn because they're Muslim fanatics. I can't believe we actually have to make a movie about this guy. Like, we really have to make a movie.
This is so stupid, Trump. Let the Muslims have it. You should be glad they took this spot.
You can't say it's the worst place in America.
It's up there. Bro, it's not. The middle of Michigan in the winter.
In the winter, okay, but it's not like the worst place in the world.
What's worse in America?
It is currently 15 degrees out. We're on our way to Dearborn Heights to meet up with the mayor. It's freezing, though. It's winter. Jingles. People think they're not affected. I think that's why
They use this rhetoric about Muslims. They keep repeating it to make people believe it. Yeah. Think about it. I've never used Safe Light in my life.
Safe Light repair, Safe Light replace.
Not only that, but then they'll conflate a word like terrorist with Islam.
Yo.
So, you mean to tell me? Let me make sure I say this right. They decided to release a video. They're known Muslims, so I know for a fact Muslims know who each other are. That much I can tell you from being in the Middle East. So they made a video, quote, debunking the myths. Basically painting American Christians who have a genuine concern about how many of them are coming over there and not wanting outsiders, especially Muslims, in their country, because ... some Americans went over there for tourism and treated bad. Israel's not disincluded from that. Israel is included in that.
Hold on. What does the Muslims overseas have to do with our Muslims here and how they treat us?
Because they came from overseas.
Yeah, but those are two different groups of people. There's the ones that are involved in our culture and the ones that are involved in their culture over there. To sit there and try to say that, oh, because they treat me bad over there, I mean, Muslims are going to treat me bad over here. I mean,
you're jumping entirely You're jumping too quick to defense, bro. Just listen.
I'm not. What you're saying is
you are.
Really
you
fair
are.
to
You
say.
didn't even.
I mean, bro, come on now. Does that really make sense? Like, that's like saying, well, because this black person here treat me bad in the hood, I mean, all black people everywhere is just going to treat me bad.
Seth, you doing this thing whenever somebody says something that questions Muslims, you get real defensive about it.
I'm be honest, bro. I'm be honest. I'm not. Look. I'm be honest with you. I heard everything you said, and I think you're just speaking out of ignorance.
You didn't even let me finish.
I did.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You cut me off in the middle of my sentence and then went to defense, bro.
Nah, I'm let you finish.
Yeah, you did. Hey,
so what was you about to say?
What happened? All right, so basically, there's three quick points I'm gonna go over. One, it is not unfair, and I don't care how you feel about it. It is not unfair for people in the United States to see these Muslims basically coming into different cities, because it's not just Dearborn, Michigan. It's also Texas. It's also New York. There was just an attack actually a couple days ago here in St. Louis by a Muslim. And that ain't propaganda. I know this street. Laughable can back me up on this. Our news don't really cover hardly anything of relevance. They try to stay mainstream. So for them to pick up the story means it had to have happened at least a couple of times. Plus I have friends in the force who actually said, yeah, this is starting to become a regular thing.
No, I feel like I believe this man.
No.
So there you go.
No, I'm being factual. No, I'm being factual. You can't really cut me off. You can't really cut.
Well, you're not. You're giving anecdotal experience saying I'm being factual.
I'm not giving anecdotal experiences. You don't want to
listen. In my place where I'm at, a Muslim got arrested. Me, and I'm just like, okay.
No, I'm giving you example after example.
Because
you don't want to
no.
hear
I
it.
know why he's doing that, because if someone says something generalizing and they don't have specific experience to back it up, you go the other way with it. And it's like you don't know that actually happening. So he's giving you an example of something he knows actually happened, and now you're saying it's anecdotal.
If he's trying to relate that as if it's all Muslims that are all Muslims that are causing a problem.
No, that's not what we're saying.
You jump to defend Muslims every single time.
That idea
bro, I'm sorry, dude, bro. Hold on, bro. Then what are you saying then?
What I'm saying then is, why is it bad that Americans can't say we don't want Muslims here?
Because it goes against American values.
No. You have Muslims have 50 other countries they can go to. Why does it have to be here?
It doesn't matter. Freedom of speech.
My point. You don't even have an argument for that. You don't.
What argument, bro? There is no argument. It's called the Constitution.
There you go.
No, other countries have freedom of religion. I've been over to the Middle East, and I know you probably haven't, but I've been to at least 5 or 6 of their
So
countries
you're mad that
that are
they
more
made the
liberal.
personal choice to come here as Muslims?
No, I'm mad that they come here
Okay.
and they're actively changing our country. This is the same reason why Japan is kicking them out. And you told me I was wrong on that.
How are they actively changing our country? Like other
Dude,
places
look at
can cut out their
Western
Look
Europe.
at Dearborn, Michigan. Set.
Look at
Dearborn,
Western
Michigan
Europe.
did not
How
look
are
like
they
that 10
changing
years
our
ago.
country? That's a city,
at-
not a country. And all
You don't wanna
ethnicities do
see it.
this.
Start.
I
You
remember
don't
when
wanna
we
see
argued
it.
how
The
Jews
entire
do
country.
it,
That's
Hispanics
how,
do it, and you guys
Dude,
don't say anything?
Take a look at
we
Western
say the
Europe.
same thing. You literally said no immigration. They're changing our country too much. But when it comes to a Muslim, you're like, but freedom of speech.
No, I said no. Hold on. I said freedom of religion, and you're right. That it goes with freedom of speech. But what you're not getting is he's trying to say that it's wrong for Muslims to want to come over here. Like, what are you getting at? Because you're not really being direct to what you're saying.
We're anti-immigration.
No, I am. You took what I said.
No. This is different than anti-immigration. Because if these guys are all illegals, then sure, get them all up out of here. Like you're acting like I'm
you
playing.
took what I
fiddle with
said and
Muslims.
made a point. You took what I said and made a point I didn't make.
No, I asked you what you were
quite
talking
literally
about.
just
I
did
made
that.
the assumption. So if you could please clarify,
You didn't even
I
let
would
me.
also thankful.
Can
Let
you do
him
it? Can you do it?
clarify.
Can you, without interrupting me and trying to cut me off? This is like the second time in a row you've done that. So
Gaming, he's trying to let you go. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm doing. So basically, based off of both police experience and here, off of firsthand experiences from people I know and based off in my own city, Americans don't want Muslims over here because they bring problems. And so far as they have been coming over here and these laws have been coming, you even have the new mayor of New York saying that he's like Sharia law, the law of New York. This isn't just an anecdote. It's actively happening in other countries. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in Germany. It's happening in Spain. It's happening in France. The problem that people are having with this is we should be able to say no without people throwing a hit, and it seems like we can't. We don't want that ideology here in the States to be quiet.
So you don't want Muslims here in America?
Yeah,
Like,
we
bro,
were
so
not-
okay, this is not about immigration. This is kind of about prejudice then. And I was right to kind of call you out on it. And when y'all was all jumping on my ass, I was kind of
We don't want
Okay, well then
Mexicans
let's-
in our country either.
Wait.
We don't want fucking people
Right.
from Africa in our country either. We want our country to fucking
How many
have
times,
its
Bro,
culture not.
Muslims is not a people. They're not all Arabs. That's a whole religious faith you're talking about.
No one said they were. No one said they were Arabs. You said
So,
that.
but you're saying that you just don't want Muslims in the country, right?
I don't want Muslims in the country.
have-
I don't want more Christians in the country. I don't want more Jews in the country.
At least you're consistent. I mean, all right, I can respect the consistency. Are you that consistent, gaming?
What I don't want is a group of people that are routinely destroy every country they go to. A country that even Japan, as peaceful as it is actively fighting against having them there. Not because it's mainstream, but because the citizens are saying the same thing I'm saying, the same thing other American citizens saying, and are being painted as these racist, homophobic.
It's like the same. It's the same argument against anti-Semitism, right? If you say anything that a Jew does is wrong, then you're anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic.
Your argument's a bit different though, because you're consistent with it. I mean, gaming, you got to grab against Muslims, which is
I do too, but I have it for the same reason gaming does across the board, and I understand his point because I see it. I'm not so blinded by just
all right.
Muslims.
Oh no, but Monty, you're consistent gaming. And can you answer this question for me? Would it be okay if we also did the same thing to Christians? If we said, all right, no more Christians either, get them up out of here too. Well, stop bringing them in too.
And if I give you my answer, will you let me explain it, or are you?
Oh no, I'm gonna let you explain it. I'll let you explain it. Yes, no, go ahead.
Okay, so I would not be in the same thing if there were Christians. Now, as far as the Jews concerned, I have literally said, and y'all can go back in the podcast, I don't want them over here.
Yeah.
Can we all agree to that I've said that in the past?
Yeah.
Like, we even joke
I don't
about
remember you
Seth's live
specifically
being
saying
taken
it, but
down
the
because of me saying
attitude
that.
is definitely there. The attitude
No,
is there. I
he's-
don't know of any time you
Yeah, I don't-
specifically said.
I do.
But all right.
Like,
All right then.
Them and Indians. So,
All right.
I want Christians to be able to come to
Respect.
the United States because this is realistically, the United States is the only safe haven that they have.
That is true.
Where a
Set.
country
Now let's
isn't going to actively try.
The only safe haven?
Yes. So
they're pretty safe in
the
Georgia.
United States was now for. Give me a
Virginia.
Give me a second, gaming. Let me respond to what you said and clarify a little bit before Set jumps in because I see where he's going with this, and it's not a disingenuous point. And I want to address it. So the United States now, while we have freedom of religion and while we understand religious persecution, this country was settled because Christians wanted to get away from other Christians. And so it is in a way a safe haven, or is supposed to be a safe haven for Christians. It's supposed to be a safe haven for all religions. However, all religions do not see Christianity as legitimate and therefore don't follow in Christianity, which in the hallmark of Christianity is that you accept everybody. When you accept everybody, you open yourself up to be manipulated and to be overthrown by people that are willing to follow your rules as it applies to them, but completely ignore them as it applies to everything else.
All right.
So,
well, okay. Well, Monty, if I could just stop you there, let's get back to the video, and I would like you to watch with an open mind. Then, all right. All right.
On purpose.
Islamist. And subconsciously, you start mixing the two together.
Terrorists in Islam.
Normally, bro? Please? You can film?
Let's show you the American dream. The Muslim takeover.
The entire menu, bacon and sausage. And who do we have serving it?
2 Muslim hijabi women.
And then they love to throw bacon in the Muslims' faces. That's what they did when they came to Singapore.
The Muslims made this. It must be poison. Why you gotta get right in my face, bro? I swear to God, he comes like this. Hey, what the is wrong with you, bro? Like, seriously, keep your distance, man. You know what I mean? Let people sit down this shit.
So, this is the Dearborn Heights City Hall. Are you a Muslim?
I am.
Do you want to take over America?
No. Why would I want to take over America? I live here. No one's trying to take over anything because I pay my taxes. I'm here paying my water bill right now. This is the way of life. That's not a question,
bro. That is.
Why did you Arabs pick the most freezing, cold place? Like it's like the complete opposite of your genetics. Bro.
I don't know. I was born here. You know who this guy is?
No, I don't. Muslims and Christians and Jews are brothers. The fact that they kill each other is a disgrace. That's called ignorance. We're all equal, man. Everybody's the same. Oh, you've seen our videos, bro. Honestly, I'm on a haram algorithm.
Mr. Mayor. There he is. How you doing? The man, the myth, the legend.
What's up, brother? Like, as far as mayors are concerned, literally, as far as mayors are concerned, I wish this was my mayor.
My name is Mo Beydoun. I'm the mayor of Dearborn Heights. We are home of the greatest community in the world.
Mind you,
Just
this
got
is
elected.
the
I was a
same
city
mayor
council
that told
chairman
Leduc
for 4 years.
throw a party when it got
Just last week, our Dearborn Heights fire chief got a phone call from a man out in California, said, "Where does the mayor of Dearborn Heights live? I'm going to come up and shoot up his house." And it's not because I'm the mayor of Dearborn Heights. It's because I am a Arab American Muslim mayor. But what they don't know is that we don't have a Christmas tree for our tree lighting ceremony. That didn't come in this year. It's still stuck at the port in New York. We needed to figure out either cancel our tree lighting ceremony for the first time ever, or we spend money that we didn't budget for.
This 40-foot tree is going up in front of City Hall in Dearborn Heights, and it will be in this spot for years to come.
Made a few phone calls. A local Muslim business owner donated $10,000 to have a real live tree planted here in the city of Dearborn Heights?
I thought it was the right thing to do, given the circumstances. I mean, this is our way of giving back.
It's a tradition that was almost canceled.
No other community will you see do that. And it's a man that does not celebrate Christmas, but he understands the demographics of this community and wants to make sure that people are appreciative and get to enjoy a joyful holiday.
This is the first time I've ever known about this. I'm happy.
As an Arab American Muslim mayor, we still coexist and we still celebrate the traditions of Christmas. This is a unified community, and we're going to stay unified, and we're going to stay working and loving and showing respect to all faiths and religions.
Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, welcome to Dearborn Heights.
It's like every other city hall in America, bro. Toys for Tots.
Wow. Toys for Tots.
Oh, no. They have Toys for Tots.
How are you?
I'm good. How are
How's
you?
everything?
Good. You need to work on the south end.
We are definitely going to work on all parts of the city of Dearborn Heights.
How long have you lived in this area?
40 years.
I mean, is there a problem here between Muslims and non-Muslims?
No, I don't feel that.
You're not Muslim.
No. I work with Muslims.
You're not.
I work.
You're Christians.
Christian. I've been here in Dearborn Heights for 41 years.
41.
I'm only 42. No, I'm just kidding. I respect Mo, our mayor. He particularly is a breath of fresh air to our community.
Signal if you're in danger from the Muslims. Let us know. We'll get you out of here.
Look at that, Rick. Look at him. Look at him.
Yo, just wink. Are you in danger? Certain towns that have more demographic of this or that, but at the end of the day, it's still America, dude. Still America. Thank you guys. No, thank you.
Keep up the great work.
Good luck. You guys are awesome. The town's awesome. Thank you. We should have a holiday season. If you're in danger, just wink and we'll attract you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Now we're at Dearborn City Hall. Like literally Dearborn City Hall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry about that.
There's only two kinds of people, the young and the young at heart.
Would you mind introducing yourself? Just your name.
Can I?
Do you want to do it?
Let me do this, man. We're here with the most infamous mayor in the world. He's coming to bring Sharia law to take over America. We're in the headquarters. We made it behind the scenes. Here we are in the beautiful City Hall of Dearborn, Michigan. I'm here with Sonny, and we're here with the mayor, and we're here with our friend, the pastor. And we're here to tell you the real story of Dearborn that a lot of people in the media won't tell you.
All right, this is Ford World headquarters. This is Ford Town. We got a saying in Dearborn: if you ain't driving Ford, you're driving foreign. My mother came here in '74. My father came here early '80s. I was born and raised there. A lot of families actually came here, migrated, given the opportunity that 104 at the time opened up, and many families came to get a good paying job, to have a dignified life and put a dignified meal on the table.
Let me ask you this, demographic-wise, I mean, what is it?
The census would say we're roughly 55% Arab, 3 to 5% Black African American, a few percent Hispanic Latino, and then the remainder would be white, so about 35-40% white. We are the second safest large city in Michigan.
Why do you think your community is being targeted?
This isn't the first time. I mean, we've been targeted for as long as I've been here in the city of Dearborn. You know, growing up in the post 9/11 era, Dearborn's always had a target on it. We used to have a festival called the Arab American Festival on Warren Avenue, and the festival was actually canceled because we had folks that marched through with pigs' heads on spears and signs that read, "We have dipped our bullets in pig's blood, so when we shoot you, you go to hell."
There were games and music and food and fun at the festival. Everybody had so much fun. But in recent years, there have been Christian missionaries who have come to the festival carrying signs, anti-Muslim signs. And last year, they even had a pig on a pole.
They think we're vampires.
After that, yeah.
They think if they dip the bullets in pig's blood, that we're in a Korean part of the Detroit area. Are the Koreans taking over America?
Korea law.
안녕하세요. Tiger Market. They're great. It's like the Tiger Market. You know, like Tony the Tiger. They're great. The Koreans are great. That's the beauty of this country, bro. It's great.
What's your guys' current ruling on the call to prayer being played out loud?
So the ordinance says that between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., you essentially can do your calls to prayer. So as long as it doesn't exceed a certain decibel threshold, that's between those hours, it's permitted.
Your freedom of religion does not allow you to force me to listen to your prayers in my yard or home.
It's no different than a factory that exceeds a certain decibel. My name is Nathan Hayes, and my church is on the west side of Dearborn. I've been a pastor there since 2014, I believe it was.
And you lived in the Dearborn area
or 17. Yeah. When I first moved here, I was nervous. 9/11 and the Muslims. And so when I moved here, I was prepared for like pushback and a fight. And then I realized 6 months into it that, man, it's nothing like everybody was screaming about.
What happens if, God forbid, a Christian comes in?
They're more than welcome, man.
Do you feel like that?
I'm white and Christian. I love this place.
How do you feel about the Islamic invasion of Christian?
I think there is one.
Let's be honest. We have idiots on both sides. You have idiots who do things in the name of Christianity. You have idiots who do things in the name of Islam. Right? You just do. That has nothing to do with a religion. That has to do with just pure stupidity from a human perspective.
Like you said, you have idiots that do stuff in the name of a sports team. They fight the Yankees fan because they're rivals.
The stupid we will have with us always.
Are Muslims compatible with Western society?
See, that's where people get crazy. If Christians read their Bibles, they would realize drunkenness, not right. Immodesty, not right. The gentleman's club down the street that we tout, not right. Would I prefer to see it closed? Sure, I'm Christian. This idea of, is it compatible with Christianity? They haven't assimilated. I was like, assimilated to what?
Beers and bikinis.
Right? Beers and bikinis, right? I obviously believe in the Christian faith, and I hold that with my whole heart. That doesn't mean that we can't spend time together, that we can't be friends, that we can't talk together, raise our kids together. That's a wild thought process to me, because I've lived here 17 years. I raised all 4 of my children here.
It's like anywhere else in America. You got bars, lounges, places where women sell their morality for souls in essence. So
the picture that gets painted from the outside in is just irritating more than anything else. This goes against everything that I've been taught to do as a pastor: care for people, help lead people to Jesus. I've never been prevented one time from speaking what I believe. I don't understand it from the outside looking at it. I obviously believe what I believe for a reason, right? But if I believe it so strongly, why does it?
The Albanians holding on to their identity, but still proud to be American, man.
Go over there. That perfect.
Night before.
Porque roupa bola, caminhonando do gadinho, deixa atrás da fonte do cielo. Hello.
You said what?
The Albanians are in Detroit, bro.
Yes, bro.
Come on, yeah, bro. Come here, bro.
The best sujuk.
You don't know about sujuk, bro. Bringing the Albanian tradition to America, bro.
Yes. You got that right. Yes.
Dude, are you serious?
Merry Christmas.
Don't even take my money. What? That's Albanian hospitality. This is the story of America, bro. This is the story of fusing into cities and what everybody brings to the table. What the was that?
Dude, we're downtown Detroit, Michigan right now. This place is a straight up dump. I mean, most of the buildings around here are completely abandoned. The streets are all run down.
And you know what the sad part is, Sonny? We're literally a block away from the first plant that Ford made, and it was the leading company in the world of making cars. But I know, I know who they should worry about. Who should they worry about? They should worry about the Muslims. The Muslims are the reason all the jobs left Detroit. The Muslims are why everything got outsourced.
We've fallen so far that as Americans, we've been convinced that our biggest problem now is actually what our biggest strength is.
It's what?
Catholic Central.
Catholic
High school. Yeah, I've been coaching in Dearborn for 40 years.
Diversity and finding love in being Americans. This is what we're being told is our biggest weakness nowadays, when it's always been our biggest strength.
The American dream.
really taking over this country, or is it fake news like the rest of what we've all woken up to?
It just smells like a lot of cow shit, and we're gonna get to the bottom of it. Let's go explore Plano. Let's see what's up. Happy to be in Dallas, Texas. It's sure a lot warmer. The sun's shining, man. We almost froze to death in Dearborn. Jake Lang's coming to town to create hatred between Muslims and Christians.
Please be there, 1 p.m. Central, at the Epic Mosque in Plano, Texas.
In any event, we're behind the Islamic Center.
You have to talk to the camera. You can't keep turning it around.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, just don't interrupt when I'm cooking. We're in front of the Islamic Center of Collin County. Right on the other corner, you have a massive church.
Jake Lang wants to put the Quran in a pig's head. This is how you're supposed to treat the Holy Bible as a Muslim. We wish this country would operate by the Bible. We wish Americans would actually follow and practice Christianity more. It would make this society a whole lot better. And at the end of the day, the values between the Abrahamic faiths, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, they're really all the same.
Being a Muslim is about caring about your community and the people that live near you, even if they're not a Muslim. The Prophet Muhammad said he is not a believer whose stomach is filled while his neighbor goes hungry. Peace and blessings be upon him. That's what it means to be an American. That's what it means to be a Texan. That's what it means just to have morals. We are all part of humanity, and that's what Islam teaches us. My generation there, we failed you guys. You got to break the curse. That means want for your brother what? Want for yourself. And be companions to one another, bro. So I'm here with my brother. What's your name?
Ethan.
Ethan, you're born and raised in Texas?
Yes.
And your family's of Mexican descent?
That's right.
And you recently became a Muslim?
That's correct.
How long ago?
A month ago. The entire world started over, and everything's fresh, everything's clean. And here I am, the things that I'm pursuing, the mindset that I have, I would never have been the same way.
What do you want to say to Americans? What do you want to say to Texans that are targeting the Muslim community here and pushing this narrative that they're evil and they're trying to take over and they're forcing people?
Regardless of whatever you believe in, just open your heart to God. He'll guide you where he needs you to go.
Much respect, brother. Just be fine.
$14, 2 cups of coffee. That's something we should take up with the Muslims. That's ridiculous. $14. We are in Plano, Texas right now. We're about 2 minutes away from the Epic City Masjid that everyone's losing their minds over. We just wrapped up at the church, literally 2 minutes away from the mosque up the street. You have a bunch of Spanish and Chinese people all in there worshiping God together. And isn't that just the beauty of America right there? Freedom of religion. You get to choose what to do with your own time using your free will. Do you want to go to a mosque and pray to God? Do you want to go to church and pray to God? You pick. That's your American right.
You don't have to be Arabic to be a Muslim. You can be Asian, you can be white, you speak Russian. Say something to the world in Russian.
Есть только один Бог. Это Аллах.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
bro. Da.
Mirza is a Class A chef in hibachi.
Oh yeah,
He has,
where's the spot?
oh yeah,
I love hibachi.
yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Where?
And he does.
Where?
You know Dak Prescott? Don't.
So my name is Dan Cogdell, Cogdell. I'm a lawyer from Houston. I did not have representing a mosque in my bingo cards when this year started. And look at me, I'm brighter than a Ku Klux Klan.
Are you a Christian yourself?
Yeah.
What's been the most surprising thing just learning about Islam itself?
How similar to Christianity is.
What kind of respect do we have for Jesus Christ?
I think more than the Christians, right?
5 minutes.
You want to do 5 minutes? We do the show together online.
Okay.
Your tafsir is a prophet. Amazing work.
Alhamdulillah.
So we're here with one of my favorite imams in the entire world.
I was born here.
I was born here also.
Oh, okay.
I was born in Houston.
Feed the hungry, house the homeless.
Country,
That's
right?
the country.
Doesn't matter if they're Muslim, not Muslim.
You know, they don't care about
I know that, but they don't know that. How about baby formula?
Yeah, we have baby formula too.
They don't need their Muslim
They don't need this. On the contrary, to be brutally honest, the bulk of the people come here, it seems to us that they're from other faith communities, and that's obviously, that doesn't matter for us at all. I mean, tomorrow they're going to be running the Quran outside. Allegedly, they're going to be bringing pigs. I mean, we're not Superman and Kryptonite. I mean, like seeing a pig, we're not vampires and garlic, you know? Seeing a pig is not going to cause us to dissolve. But it's just so unfriendly, so unchristian. And I say bluntly, as a Muslim, Jesus Christ would be ashamed of you. That's not how Jesus himself interacted or taught anybody. To go hate on people, to spit on their holy book, to trample on it, to burn it. Who's going to convert to your version of hatred and radical? No, that's just, it's not Christian and it's not American. We're faith-based, we're family-oriented. And yes, I'll be the first to say we might have beliefs that are different than yours, practices, but there's nothing to be worried about. We're all in that diversity, and in that pluralism, you actually see the breadth of humanity. Come and listen to our theology, you might even be intrigued by it.
Dear Muslims, you are all aware that tomorrow groups of people who are claiming to be Christian and claiming to be patriots for this country will be marching outside of our mosque. And I know there's a whole mixture of emotions that we're all having now. But it is times like this that prove who really we are. So I say loudly and clearly, the people that will be marching outside tomorrow, they are neither true Christians nor are they real patriots. The people that are going to be protesting tomorrow outside, they neither represent the teachings of Jesus Christ, nor are they representing the foundations of this country. By targeting a center where families come together, children play, they are showing themselves not as guardians of patriotism, but as people willing to trample on the very freedoms that they claim to defend. Their march says far more about their own insecurities and their own intolerance than it says anything about the Muslim Americans they are seeking to malign. As a Texan, born and raised in this state, you are also not representing the values of our state and our country. And I quote Thomas Jefferson, he says this, in Congress, neither pagan nor Muslim nor Jew should be excluded from the civil rights of this country because of their religion, end quote.
God is the greatest, and in God we trust.
How dare you bring in the name of Jesus Christ? Was it not Jesus who taught all of us to love our neighbors? To even love your enemies? I say loudly and clearly, if you refuse to follow the teachings of the Prophet Jesus, we will show you those teachings in action.
I don't preach about the Buddhist. I don't preach about the Hindu. I preach about you and your wicked, idiotic religion. This is your cancerous religion.
We cannot exist together.
Where do you watch your news from?
Oh, Fox News. Fox News.
Why did you leave Palestine if it's so wonderful?
I love Fox News. I love Fox News.
Hey, Michigan, this is Texas. He's missing. Oh, any Muslims around?
Here is your kryptonite. We will drive you to the sea, across the sea, back to where you came from, with pigs in our hands and Jesus in our hearts.
Send them back! Send them back!
This is a straight South Park episode.
They're about 2 minutes away. They're pulling up right now.
We're here to show them some love, some Texas love.
Hey, Clay, is this you? Is this you, or am I mixing people up?
Oh, that is a picture of Jake. He's kissing the wall.
Is this Jake or am I mixing people? That's Jake.
Jake's not even Christian. Jake Lang ain't Christian.
4.3 says you can have multiple wives. It's illegal here in America. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. They just have like 10 baby daddies instead. What's the difference?
Muslim simping over there. Watch out for the Muslim simping.
I wouldn't take 2 wives if you gave me all the money in the world. I'd jump off the building. It's not a right. It's not a blessing. That's a big headache. More than one wife, I'll jump off the building.
This is Jake Lang, the guy leading this protest, kissing the wall, pretending to be Christian. He does not represent Christians in America.
The same wall that Jesus was on.
You guys are a disgrace, man. All of my friends from home are Catholics and Christians. They do not buy into this hatred. As Muslims, we love Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. We believe he's the Messiah. We believe he's going to return in the end of time to clarify if he was God or if God sent him.
When the master returns, he can tell us he was right or wrong. So that we don't need to be enemies. You know what's the enemies? The one pushing pornography on your children. The ones destroying the family structure. We love Jesus, we love you, bro.
You Muslims need to go home before we send you packing. I suggest you leave now before the Crusades really start.
In any event, God bless you guys. And that's it.
One day closer to death.
When you walk through a storm.
Literally across the street from the mosque, thousands of people are with their children of all different backgrounds, races, religions, coexisting.
What do you think about that? All of us living together, is it a problem?
No, it's not a problem.
How long have you lived here?
Let him speak, thank you.
I've been here my whole life. So yeah, everybody should intermingle together.
Does it bother you that there's a growing Muslim community in the area?
It don't bother me.
When did you move to Texas?
69. We've been here longer than both of us are alive.
I'm swimming in my dad's house like this. Just curious if you've had any problems with Muslims in the area or anything like that.
Or anywhere in your life.
I haven't had problem with nobody.
You ever have them knock on your door like Jehovah's Witnesses?
Oh, no.
They haven't come and say, Allah is your Lord and Savior? None of that?
The American dream, bro.
You could literally throw a baseball to the mosque right there and they have no clue. If that doesn't show you that all of this stuff that you're seeing on social media is just to rot your brain and fill your heart with hatred, I don't know what else you need to see. Step outside, go in the real world, meet some people.
Use your brain, I reckon.
While the Christian protesters are still marching along, this is what's going on at the mosque.
Muslim barbecue.
A Muslim barbecue. Is this not American?
I was born in Houston. Okay. As American as an apple pie.
You know, well, they can do whatever they want, but we're confident that what makes this country great is love and tolerance and compassion for all, and we're going to continue doing what we've always done for so many years.
God bless us as he blesses me each and every day, every way. I'm Jim.
Jim, good to meet you, Jim.
Not GYM, not GEM, but JIM. I'm Jim. Wear the handing outfit. I'm supposed to. They talked me out of going out there and messing with the people in the march. They're a bunch of cowards. I was born in Washington, D.C., grew up on the Maryland side. I used to be a computer guy. I discovered Texas women because I used to go out dancing to meet my true love. I got my heart broken back 33 years ago. Well, I'm still looking, but it's neat. The people here are neat. What's even neater is masjid. Well, I need to speak English. It's a mosque, right? Never, ever speak Arabic to Americans. Are you stupid? It's not.
Speak English, damn it.
Amen, amen,
amen.
Right? I have never felt more comfortable here. This is my home. I feel comfortable here.
With the Muslims.
Are you Muslim?
I don't know. Am I? Do I look like one?
Do you believe in one creator?
Of course.
Do you believe that this creator sent messengers?
Of course.
Do you believe that Jesus, Abraham, Moses, the Prophet Muhammad, they're all messengers, peace be upon all of them?
Yes.
How long have you been coming to the mosque for?
A couple months. I'm not the same person I was 15 years ago. Today, I'm not afraid of nothing, and whatever I do, I just know how to do it. It's incredible when God is with you, and it's like all the mistakes that I've done in the past, they don't exist anymore. I have patience. I take my time. I can see this stuff about what. Who knew Muslims were so clean? God. Within 2 years, I'm going to be able to deadlift 400 pounds like I did when I was 30. My doctor says, if you don't have goals high enough, and mine are high, very high. Nobody has more loftier goals than me. If you don't have that as a guiding light,
Cool
you can get
story.
lost, can't you? And most people do. I don't.
Come on, Jim, join us in prayer.
Righty. All right. Now I do want to hear y'all thoughts.
Cool story, bro. They show evil Jake Lane saying Muslims need to go back, and then they show an indigent that fucking can barely speak English. Look how nice they are to this poor indigent. That's what I gathered from that. nothing of substance. I get the messaging, but the messaging is weak.
All right. Wait, what was the messaging to you?
That we're not those evil people that you see on TV drilling little boys or little girls' heads in because they dared to go to school. We're not like that. Even though it happens every country we go to.
They literally said at one point in the video that we're not real Christians if we treat them that way.
Right.
Yeah, and first of all, let me go ahead and say this.
The Quran I want to believe in the same ones as well. But go ahead.
I want to say this. First of all, I hate when other religions try to talk on Jesus. Like, Jesus wouldn't want you to do that. You don't even know the Bible, my guy. And I hate this false BS lie that other people make and say. You even said it too, that Muslims know the Bible better than you. No, they don't. Because if they knew the Bible better than Christians, they would know that Moses, Abraham, and Isaac, every single figure in the Old Testament, spoke and pointed to the Lord Jesus Christ. This is one of the reasons why Christians don't like Muslims.
No, they
don't.
No,
they believe Jesus is a prophet.
No, they believe that the prophets did point to Jesus Christ. They just don't believe in the divinity.
Right, and so you throw the entire Bible away because in Genesis you throw the entire Bible away.
No, you're
in
not.
Genesis,
That's not throwing the entire Bible away.
That is.
You can't throw the
You
entire
let me finish,
Bible away.
Golly, let me finish without cutting me off. No, let me finish without cutting me off, please.
All right, I'm all right.
This is like time number 4.
I mean, come on, bro. You can't be.
No. I would like my time.
All right.
The gentleman from Missouri reclaims his time.
Thank you. So basically, if you say you know the Bible, then first of all, Genesis, when Adam and Eve sinned in the garden, God talked about a son who was going to bruise the head of Satan, and Satan's going to bruise his heel, but he's going to pretty much give eternal life to all of God's creations. That it wasn't in Abraham, it wasn't in Isaac, it wasn't in Jacob, it wasn't in Moses, it wasn't in King David, it wasn't in any of the prophets. You know who all the prophets wrote about, who God, Yahweh himself spoke to the prophets about? It was in Jesus Christ alone. And Jesus Christ alone is the only religious figure, if we want to take it that route, where all other religions mention him but try to downplay his role. And when you go to Christianity, he says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. You can't call yourself a Christian. You can't say you know the Bible. You can't say any of these things, regardless of how you feel about them. Sorry if it hurt your feelings. Regardless if you say anything about it, if you ignore those basic tenets, you are not a Christian and you don't know the Bible. And that goes for Jews as well, especially them.
They have read the book, but do not understand. Like, You
Hold on.
cannot read the book and proclaim to understand it, and then say, "Well, don't you believe that Isaac, Joseph, blah 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 blah, all those fucking people, that God sent prophets?" There, he was alluding to the fact that Jesus is just a prophet, but all of the prophets spoke about Jesus, not Jesus being another prophet, but Jesus being the Son of God. So they're manipulating Christians that honestly maybe don't know the book as well as fucking gaming or I or you do, Set. But they're saying, oh yeah, I agree with all those things. You know, Jesus was a messenger. No, Jesus was fucking divinity. If you are a Christian, that's why we're saying those people are not, they don't understand the book that they're following, and that can be true. A Christian can just be a Christian in name only.
Yeah.
But that does not do anything. Like, let him ask those questions to gaming, and you get a much different response than, you know, this nice B-roll of Christians saying, "Yeah, Muslims are okay. I'm cool with them."
Well,
That's all
here's
that
the thing.
was.
This is why I think the unfair part was, because, you know, disciples of Jesus also believe that, you know, he wasn't calling himself the Son of God, right? So
that's a bold-faced lie. What are you talking about, Seth?
Thomas, his disciple Thomas.
Thomas.
His disciple Thomas went through actually the Arabian and India spreading that message of Jesus, but not claiming that he was the Son of God.
Thomas was never
he
a
was the Messiah.
disciple of God.
Yes, he was.
It was
that's written in
Timothy.
history. That's canon. Timothy,
Timothy,
Thomas.
not
All right,
Thomas.
well, same one.
Bro, hold on.
No,
we're
it's
just
not
gonna
the same
gloss over
one.
that.
Wait.
Pause.
No, Monty, stop. Let me go ahead and address this point with Seth. Let me address that. First of all,
but hold on. There was sets of Christianity that didn't believe that
No,
Jesus was God in early Christianity. That
no.
definitely
Let me address this point. Let me address this point real quick. First of all, there was no Thomas. That was a fictitious character, basically made up by the Roman Catholic Church. Timothy is what
According to
most
you.
people. Timothy is most
other. You know, people actually deny that. There are actually people who actually say Thomas was real. They actually
no,
have, like,
Thomas is
stories
not
of his
real.
travels. Yeah,
Let me
other people say differently. So
stop
I
derailing,
disagree.
bro.
I'm
Let
not
me
derailing.
finish
I
the
just
point.
think you're not being honestly, intellectually honest.
No, I am. Let me freaking finish before you start jumping to conclusions. That's now time 5.
I mean, bro, if you're just gonna be wrong the whole time, I can't help myself. Like, I'm not
being
pull a
wrong.
Monty on
Anybody's
you.
wrong.
I'm
Do
gonna
you
pull
know?
a Monty
Do you know
on
God
you.
said? Did you meet Jesus? Were you back there 2,000 years ago?
Did
You
were
can't say
y'all?
anybody's wrong. No, none of us.
Okay.
Each other
Hey,
wrong.
chill.
Acting like y'all know though.
Hey, all right. So basically, Timothy, which is in the Bible, actually said, Jesus did not rise again. If he did, I need to be able to, and this is a quote, put my hands in the holes where they drove him through with a nail. I need to see him and basically face to face tell me that who he is, who he says he is. I need to both see and feel him. And what happened later on in that book, Jesus showed up. He was able to put his hands in the holes where they drove the nails through. And he basically told Timothy, yeah, I'm Jesus. And I died just this recently. What's critical to note about this whole thing before everybody says, oh, he's a prophet, this, that, and the other. Jesus lived in Roman occupied Judea, historical fact. Jesus went around performing miracle signs and wonders that even non-Christians recorded down as history during the time of Caesar under Pontius Pilate. That's historical fact number 2. I'm gonna give you one of them. His name is Josephus. He's mentioned in the Bible. Wasn't a Christian, but he was a very well-known philanthropist in sorry, there was another. He was a well-known philanthropist in Rome. Fact number 2, Jesus' trial was by the Sanhedrin, the Jews. His basically flogging and torture was public. Again, this was done under Pontius Pilate. Fact number 4, he had to walk with his cross. It would have been very public because executions were no secret in Rome. They were very public spectacles meant to send a message. Fact number 5.
Gaming. What was the point again, bro?
I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to the point. Basically, what I'm saying is every step of the way of Jesus dying, from his wrongful conviction to his public judgment, public show trial, pretty much, to his torture, to him carrying the cross, to him being nailed on the cross in the presence of both the Sanhedrin and 300 or 3,000, can't remember the exact number of people, him being up there on the cross for 3 hours and then dying in the presence of all these people and being confirmed dead by the Roman centurions because they stabbed him in the under the rib. Basically, what I'm saying is this was a very public spectacle, so everybody knew he was dead. When he came back the next day, it wasn't just his mass hallucination. It wasn't to say, "Oh, there's another prophet." No, it was to confirm everything that the prophet said about him, plus what he said about himself. Multiple people, Christian and non-Christian, the disciples and the non-disciples, seen Jesus come back, including Roman security at the time, who was basically
Damon,
like, we just crucified this guy.
Missed the point here, bro.
No, what I'm getting to a larger point. The larger point.
Discrediting Islam. That's what he's doing. He's discrediting the idea that Jesus was just a prophet.
A prophet.
He was not.
He's not just a prophet. He was divine in nature,
right? Okay, well, that's where y'all disagree. I get that.
It's not a disagreement if it's historical fact, and I'm sorry that it's a historical fact that's inconvenient for you.
Whoa, dog. They believe that Jesus was alive. He did all the miracles as well, and they also believe in that he rose to the heavens. They believe.
Tell me an Islam that believes that.
They also believe that he's coming back. So,
Tell me a Muslim that believes that.
Huh?
Tell me a Muslim that says that he was resurrected. Not that he went to heaven. Tell me one that
No.
I
didn't say resurrected. I said that he rose to the heavens. They didn't say because they don't believe that he was on the cross, that he died on the cross.
That's my point. That's my point.
That says he rose, he was resurrected, because there is analogs in history that he resurrected. Now, that is where Christianity and Islam completely diverge. That he was just a prophet. Now, Muslims will sell you the story that, yeah, he did all these things and all these things, but he wasn't. They will never, when they're having a conversation with a Christian, they will never get to the point where they disagree and say, "Oh, yeah, but he wasn't the son of God. He was just a prophet of God." And that is the convenient manipulation of the story, because they do not have an answer for the hole in their religion.
And the hole in their religion? I'm sorry, I don't really see it as a hole, because they kind of have
it is a giant. It's a gaping hole.
I'm sorry, but the way they see it, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. The way they see it, guys, is like, all right, well, when Jesus comes back, he'll let us know, because they believe he's coming back.
He already let us know.
He did.
There's no.
Hey, well, they didn't get the message. According to them, you guys are tripping.
And that's the hole, Set. That's the hole that we're talking about.
You guys are Christians, so of course you're gonna fight for your side, and I respect that. But here's the thing, though: you also got to be open-minded enough to hear them out and not think that they're evil for thinking differently than you.
That's the foundation of Christianity, that he died for our sins.
Okay,
that's
well,
great. That's great. You could take the teachings of Jesus without all that, though.
No, you can't.
Yes,
I would like he died for our sins and came back to life.
I would like to address a whole, I guess, bunch of different points that they are telling when they were talking about what is sin and what is not sin in the video. There were a few things they said. Drunkenness is a sin, immodesty is a sin, sexual immorality is a sin. Yes, most of those things are true. Immodesty is not what they believe it is. In the Bible, it's wearing fancy clothes, putting beads and braids in your hair, wearing jewelry, like wearing expensive jewelry, dressing like you're higher than somebody else. That's what immodesty is. It doesn't go towards how much your skin is covered. Yes, there is an amount that you should cover your skin. You should at least be covered enough to where you're not making other people uncomfortable, but it is not how much you are covered. It is it really points to wearing fancy dresses or wearing lots of jewelry to make yourself stand out more.
And it does not point to being educated and stuff like that. Like, because modesty, when you get into radical Islam, the modesty is broken when you become smarter than people, when you become more adept. And if you show that off, that's being immodest. And that's where they get the whole women can't drive, women can't go to school. That is where that's derived from. And it's not, it flies in the face of love thy neighbor and treat everybody equally. That's where it flies in the face. And I find it ironic that they quote that scripture to you while they support and do not condemn, because it's one thing to say, they're it's a radical fringe of the group and this and that, but that's what it eventually rises to. You listen to your elders, and the elders in a tribe or in a country start bringing that upon people, and they get more and more and more conservative with the way that they're interpreting the Quran, and that's where you start getting this kind of shit. Like,
has any of y'all read the Quran?
Have I read the Quran? No, I haven't even read the Bible.
Oh, well, shoot. I think we will. I think y'all should all take a listen to it so we can be properly educated on it. Because I think a lot of people have some misconceptions on it.
No, it's not about a misconception set. It's people that say, hey, I've read the Quran and this is what I take it to mean. Because it's not about what's actually in the book. It's about what people are acting on in the book. Just like cultists.
Well, if we're talking about extremists, then.
The other thing I'd like to address is they said more specifically that drinking is a sin. It's not drinking that's the sin. It is drinking to the point of drunkenness that is the sin.
And Seth, you just pointed out one of the main things that I was trying to hit on when I got a free chance to speak. America was founded, and the Christianity religion in America was founded on the escape of extremism. And I have no problem or qualms with anyone who wants to come here from any nation of any religion and integrate to America. But what we have to do is shield ourselves from all types of extremism, because that is what is dividing this country to this day. And all we're doing is adding to that problem when we don't protect ourselves from extremism. And that's the only point I really want to make.
We look at cults in America as abhorrent and against our values, and we go after them extremely hard. Why do we not monitor the same religious sects that come over here? I'm not talking about Muslims that are born here and they've lived their entire lives and they're more American than apple pie. Fuck that noise. That is a red herring in the argument. We're not talking about that. We are talking about an influx of people that just left this quote-unquote oppression and have come here under the guise of asylum and then failed to assimilate and start the same patterns that led them to the demise that they eventually escaped from.
Well, hang on. And that goes into my point too. Okay, so not just that they're leaving that, but that there also are extremists. And there are people here who are Islam and that have been Americans their whole lives, and they're good people. They just want to practice a religion. But there are people that are coming from these Muslim countries that know that there are people like that here.
Yes,
and they are using that as an excuse, and they're hiding, or they're using Americans, our ability to show empathy for these other religions and stuff like that. But this is not a conspiracy theory. These are real things that are happening in Western Europe. There's roving Muslim rape gangs that are taking out young girls over there. There's beheadings of Christians in so many of these countries over there. Where are Christians attacking Muslims over here? Now we're not attacking Islam. And, people who are born that way in this country are born into families that are Islamists, but there are people that are extremists and you better believe that they came over when those borders were flooded open.
Remember when I said,
all right, now guys, see, look, the reason why I played this video is because I'm actually happy about your guys' answers here, because you guys kind of answered the question that I was asking myself, is that now, do people act out are people like me where they can be like, all right, no, I hate, the radical Islamists. I don't want no type of terrorists over here, but I'm not going to throw a whole group of people under the bus and start, just trying to disrespect the entire culture of people. Because,
no, that's not what we're getting at. Remember, Seth,
yeah.
I want to cut you off. I want to cut you off because this is very important. Remember a few months ago when there was a Muslim from, I think it was the UK, that came on stream and was talking about the teachings of the Quran, and we had that ignorant lady up there that was just like, but your book says this, but your book says that. You know how frivolently I was fucking defending him? And I was like, no, there is a split and there is a difference. However, in all of these instances where Muslims come in, the extremists rise to power because they bring Islam into politics. And then because you're Islamic, you must follow your elders. And that is how you get the oppression that she was talking about. And I was like, it's not the book itself that teaches that. It is people that want power over other people that are willing to use that to gain power. As long as it's not me that's being oppressed, I'm fine.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. People believe that there's all right, because I think you guys are also the same mindset. People believe that there's a Muslim takeover going on. And the reason why I push back against that is because I'm like, yeah, guys, everybody has their own little towns, their own little cutouts in America. And you're telling me because the Muslims have one, now we need to have a complete meltdown over it?
It's not that. And here's why I'm saying it's not that. First of all, and I've always pointed, like, you haven't even disproven this either. So I'm just going to take it as I've been right and nobody's proven me wrong. There are over 15 Muslim countries in the entire world. There are westernized where they have almost the same rights as Americans, pretty much with the exception of keeping and bearing arms, where they're allowed to do pretty much everything that Americans are allowed to do. My question that you didn't even answer earlier is, why do they have to bring it to places like the United States, Japan, and Australia?
Economy.
It doesn't have nothing to do with the economy because you have OPEC. That still doesn't fly.
I mean, bro, hold on now. Come on now. That's disingenuous to say that. Oh, because
that's not disingenuous.
Their economy
that's
is
not
doing
disingenuous.
Okay.
Set. Kuwait, no. I'm not letting that fly. Wait, stop. No, I'm not letting that fly because you know what? Which economies are actually better than the United States, considering their money is way stronger than ours? Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Dubai.
Whoa! Their economy is better than ours.
Yes, their dollar is way stronger.
Their dollar is stronger than ours. Guys, it's not about their dollar. It's about the average wealth of every citizen in that area.
And the average wealth of every citizen in those areas is actually well above what we would consider middle class.
So hold on. You're talking about these Muslim countries that basically ran off a monarchy that damn near holds up all the money to the top. We know this. So when I say economic opportunity, that's
come on, Seth. Don't do that. You've been disingenuous because I've been over there. I've seen these economies. I've been in and through the cities, not just the tourist areas.
And I know I'm still not wrong.
No, what you're referring to is like the bottom 1%, and you're taking that bottom 1% as everybody, and it's really not. Majority of those people actually have a better standard of living in terms of like economic outcome than the average American.
Then hold on. So y'all went from calling these guys shithole countries to now they're richer than us.
No, there are shithole countries. Like Iran is a shithole country.
Absolutely shithole.
Is a shithole country. Fucking
and
Yemen
look how long they've
is a
existed.
Shithole country.
Afghanistan
shithole
is a shithole country.
And look how long they've existed. If America had been around this
where are all
long.
these immigrants coming from? The shithole countries.
Yes.
No, they're also coming from.
We're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know economics.
So my point is that you did not.
Why can't they go?
Wait. So my point is that again, you did not answer. Why can't they go to these other countries where they have really great economics, more westernized, close to American westernized?
The answer is because America is for everybody. That's the answer to that question, to defeat that argument, gaming. America is for everybody, and I will hold true
With the
to that.
caveat, no, with the caveat that to assimilate. With the
Assimilate,
caveat.
integration.
And
To integrate.
that's why
I mean,
I agree
assimilate
with
how
you.
though? Because they can keep their religion and still assimilate.
Without
Yes, but
without
No, a lot
extremism.
of them don't.
Hang on,
A
hang
lot
on,
of
hang
them
on,
don't.
hang on. The whole point of America being a melting pot is that you melt into the pot. You're
Yeah.
not sitting here.
You're not a chunk of chicken just sitting in the pot that refuses to melt.
Right. You're
The chicken
like
can't melt.
the way that it was explained to me since grade is that it's like a pot of fondue. When you add a chunk of cheese, it melts into the mixture of the fondue. And if you don't, then you don't belong.
And the problem that we're having as Americans is that we're not allowed to say that certain people don't belong. And yeah, to a degree, we can honestly say, yeah, Islam for the most part can't coincide with Western ideology. Not when you're forcing in Australia, and you can look this up, Set. In Australia, they're forcing kids to go to learn about the Quran. They don't allow the teaching of the Bible there. They don't allow the teaching of Christianity there. But for the most part, they'll introduce the Quran into children's early lives. We see that even in Alabama, actually, just recently, I think it was last week.
At least they'll get all the profits.
No, they won't, because
Yeah,
it
they
really
will.
it only touches on a handful, and it only does it in brief sections.
Hang on.
You're right. It is condensed. It's condensed. I'll give you
Yeah,
that.
I know what I'm talking about, sir.
You're
Whenever
right,
I debate you on
but
this
they will
Quran,
get the
I ain't
teachings of it.
Hello.
Yeah, they will.
So
come on.
I want to address this this comment though. It says that America's not a melting pot; it's a cultural mosaic.
The gentle lady from Missouri is now recognized for her comments.
Picture, you are not the entire picture.
We turned from a melting pot into basically a tossed salad, and that's not what
Hey,
we're
bro.
supposed to be.
We ain't finna talk about tossed salad.
But that's the argument. Is America a melting pot or a tossed salad? That debate has gone on before this argument has even come up. And the debate is always supposed to, it always ends in America is a melting pot because you come here and you try to adopt the American dream. Everybody is going for one thing, and it's the American dream.
The ideals, not necessarily the religions.
But all
Not
right, guys.
necessarily the
So when
religion.
it comes to Australia, the claim that Australia is forcing children to learn the Quran is false. The Australian Constitution and state-based education laws protect freedom of religion and prevent the government from.
Okay, that's cool. That's like saying America isn't allowing the call to prayer to be blasted, despite the fact that people don't want it to be blasted. Cool. The law's on the books. That doesn't mean it's not enforced.
Why can't they blast it to their phones?
Just because
why can't
something
they live
is
stream the
being
call to prayer?
Dude, these countries over there in Western Europe and Australia included are doing everything they can to
go around their
protect Muslims and to hide any inconsistencies with their narrative that they're doing nothing but contributing to their countries. Now let me go back to the video
So they're
there.
hiding
before,
it. So they're
Well,
hiding it. So this is all
yes.
information that we cannot verify.
There are so
We're
many.
just saying
Yes,
I've had
you can just go look, Set.
Dude.
We've had
have you
people
not
in the
seen what's
chat
happening in the
saying
UK?
this.
No. Now you're saying that they're trying to.
I've been
hide
through
the
Europe.
fact
I've
that
been through
Muslims-
Germany. I'm sorry. I'm
Shush,
gonna shout.
man.
I'm gonna shout.
Shush,
No, I'm gonna shout this.
shush,
I've been to
shush.
Germany.
Shush, my friend. Shush, cuz I'm talking. Come on now, bro. You just can't be doing that. Because I was just asking you on this a simple question. So what you're telling me is that in Australia, they're pretty much trying to hide the fact that Muslims don't add to their society? Like, did I
Yes.
hear that?
No, that's not. They're not
like
hiding
that.
it.
Okay.
You're not gonna find it with a simple Google search because who is Google? Oh my God.
I mean,
it's not gonna pop up in the
I could have did
algorithm.
it with ChatGPT, Grok, y'all still argued against it.
No, this is based off.
Oh my God.
Then find me something. Find me something.
If we do,
bro.
you're gonna say it's propaganda. You
No,
did that
I'm
the last
not.
time.
I'm gonna be like, okay, bro, give me a story. I'm open-minded today. Just give me an effing story, please. Just give me a story of some people.
Go get him a story.
Go
get him a story.
To learn the Quran.
I know I can't do it right now because I'm behind the wheel.
I've got one right here.
Panda,
I've got one.
Panda.
I've got one.
Give me a story.
All right, great. Send it in the private chat.
Zoloff
and I'll
has
pull
one.
it up. Send it in the private chat. And I'll pull it up.
It's not about Australia, but it's about the UK. It's about them covering up the rape gangs that are happening over there.
I said forcing the kids to learn the Quran. We all know about the rape gangs from the Pakistanis. Nobody's denying that.
Okay, but that's an example of how these countries over there are covering up to make the Muslims look out to be good. Like they're not doing anything
They're
wrong.
covering any bad press. They're running.
Hold on.
defense for any
So
bad
I'm sorry,
press.
but like I get what you're saying, but that's not saying that every Muslim in the UK is bad though, and all.
No
the
one's saying.
It's
No one's arguing that though.
all the way on or all the way offset.
Yeah,
It's not black and white.
No, I was went off his wording. He said that. Oh well, they're not. What was it? You said
This is okay. I hate saying this
I'm
word.
just going off the wording. Okay. So
I hate saying this word, but it's actually more nuanced than that. And I hate saying it and I try to avoid it, but it truly is way more nuanced than you're giving it credit for.
Well, hold on. Now let me go back to the video that we were just watching. Okay. Now, at any point did those guys in that video did they mention the part where they had a rally in Dearborn where they had Muslims? And now I will say that the mayor disavowed it or whatever, but they had Muslims there who were chanting "Death to America." It was a big rally they had there. I have the video. I posted it in this private stream here, and you can play it. It's a real thing, but the video itself is disingenuous because they're not showing that part of it as well. There are extremists that are already here.
But here's the thing, though, Zoloff. Everybody thinks that all Muslims are that video that you're sending me. They think all Muslims are that. They do. No, they do.
That's the propaganda.
If you guys are going to deny that, you're not being honest.
You're buying into the propaganda.
All Muslims.
You literally just in one breath, you said everybody thinks that all of Muslims are extremists. I say no, I don't.
I'm not saying you. I say there's people who literally believe
you said
that.
Everybody believes
no, I
that.
said people. I said
no, you said everybody.
He said everybody.
I said there's people who believe that.
You said everyone believes.
Everybody on this panel was saying you said everybody.
Well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. There's people who believe that.
Yeah.
All right.
And there's people that are Muslims that believe that America should die. Can you accept that?
I mean, of course.
Now, stop.
There's Christians in America that want America to fall.
Before everybody jumps in and fucking screws this up, I'm going to go down a line of questioning, and I need you to bear with me. So, if in one breath you can understand that is true and that has happened, why do you have such an issue with people saying, "I don't want that in my country"?
Bro, I don't have an issue with people saying they don't want terrorists in their country. What are you saying?
All right. It's not terrorists. They're not terrorists. They haven't done anything terroristic. They just said "Death to America."
They're just extreme.
They're extremists. And when we say there are extremists that are coming along with these refugees that do just want a better life, and we say that it's unchecked and we don't know who these people are, that they're living amongst us and that they're waiting for their time, and you're like, that's completely preposterous. When it has happened over and over, we can look all across the country. We can look all across the country for different levels of it happening.
Now y'all mischaracterizing my argument. When did I say that?
No, listen, just listen.
But you're saying that I said something I didn't say. But go ahead.
You did. You literally said
didn't.
When we point to other countries that have different variations of this takeover, because that's what this whole argument is about, is a takeover, not good Muslims that just want to go pray. It is about a takeover and a changing of a culture, and that is what we don't want. We don't want to take over. We don't want. So if the shoe doesn't fit, don't put it on, is what we're saying. If the shoe fits, then the people that have an argument to make against it, they're the ones that are going to be loudest. They're going to be the ones that are saying, "Oh, death to America," this, that, and the third. When you show a video,
I get that, but is that most Muslims? So I get what you're saying. Yes, a group of Muslims yelling "Death to America" is bad.
We're not trying to argue that.
That's not what we're arguing.
All of them.
That's not what we're arguing.
From a different
I know that's not what you're arguing. I'm telling you what I'm saying.
And that's not what anybody else is arguing either.
I know that. But that was my main argument from the beginning. That's what I'm saying. You guys are creating your own arguments of what I'm saying.
No.
What I'm saying.
So when we say that Most Muslims don't want that. We're not arguing against that. We're saying there is a gentrification and there is a cultural shift that's being forced upon us that we feel like is being ignored. This goes back to the statement I said back in December, where I said every single time Christians raise a point of contention and we have genuine concerns, it's almost like we're told to shut up, or it's not acknowledged, or we're given every excuse in the book
Or
on
we
why
get
it
hit
isn't
with the we
so.
all think that all Muslims are bad.
Right, and it's not the case. If you look at Zoran Mamdani, and I watched all of his debates, and I've watched every single thing he said, I can genuinely say that, and I've watched coverage of it. He has literally said he plans on instituting Sharia law. And plans on instituting halal food products. And the night that he got elected, there were a bunch of Muslims, New York Muslims, in the street. These aren't just extremists. These were all the Muslim community came out to support. They had a big rally, and then they started saying stuff in Arabic. And when somebody finally translated what they said, I mean, this isn't a Christian or a Republican or Democrat or whatever. This was just some dude that wanted to know what they said. And basically, he said that the New York is just a stepping stone. Soon, we're going to take it to the entire USA.
So
How do you argue with that?
law takeover?
Can I?
Yes.
Can I?
When I got onto the StreamYard, that was that headline title of this video was the Epstein files and the Muslim takeover. We're not talking about most Muslims. We're talking about the Muslims with the most power.
Yeah.
So hold on, let Panda speak.
Disproportionate to the. It's not like 50-50. 50% of Muslims are extremists and 50. There's no quantifying it. It is the amount of power and influence that's being put over our political landscape, and it is going down a very, very dark path. Most Muslims, no, I'm not going to sit here and be an idiot and say, oh yeah, most Muslims want to fly planes into buildings. And that's how we are characterized every time we bring this argument up. And even with you, we get characterized that way. And I understand you're trying to play devil's advocate and you're trying to give everything a fair shake. It is not about the fair shake argument. It's not about, most Muslims are good, so we should just ignore the most Muslims with the most power that are doing the bad things. That is what we're trying to highlight. And I think the reason people think you're not shilling, but the people they think you're being disingenuous is because we try to bring that up every which way we can, and you're like, but no, this, and look at this video of all these Muslims saying that they don't want to do it. For every video you find, I can find you another one of Muslims in America saying the exact opposite, and they have more power and they have more influence.
Let Panda talk real quick. But Panda been trying to make a point.
Hold on. He addressed me.
I hit a lot of shit on. I unloaded on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
So,
I've been trying to talk.
Like Monty, look, I get what you're saying, brother. Like, trust me, I get what you're saying, and I think you, like I said, you guys were like honestly forgot the purpose of like my question. My question, or what I was really answering, what I was really asking you guys is not to sit there and say that, oh, Muslims, oh, well, we got good Muslims here, so just ignore anything a Muslim does because, oh, that's just a small minority. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, are you guys of the mindset that all Muslims are bad? And you guys already told me that. You guys already told me that, right?
That's a dishonest question.
Right. All right. Now, whoa.
The answer is no. Let's leave it at that.
And then hold on. No, now here's where I'm getting it from. Because when I asked that and you guys were giving me your answers and all that, it kind of seemed like things kind of hinged on, oh, well, because honestly, I didn't get the separation of the two until I had to ask you it. It's like you guys weren't really separating the extremists.
No, I said that's a dishonest question.
I think that goes without saying, though.
No,
hold up. Without saying that we don't think normal, peaceful people are bad. When we speak about the Muslim takeover, it automatically gets rid of the people that don't want to do it. The shoe doesn't fit. Don't wear it.
But that's
why I said it's a disingenuous. No, it's a disingenuous set. It's a disingenuous question because you're asking.
No, I just want to see where your head was at.
It's not disingenuous if he's actually trying to see where we're at. That is literally the opposite of disingenuous. It's a completely genuine question.
Okay, well, never mind.
Can I please cut in?
Sorry.
Okay, so this is a huge, remember back in 2020, 2021, where a lot of these arguments were Feminists were saying like, oh, we hate men because of blah blah blah, and men were saying, not all men, and the whole like not just the feminists, but also other men were saying, but we don't know which men. It's the same argument here. We don't know which ones are the extremists, so we want to be careful of all of them.
Yeah. They're not going to tell us. They're not going to say, "Hey, we want, some of
We're
them
the
will,
ones that
but-
want to overthrow your country because that'd make it
Can I-
easy.
Can I propose something?
Go for it.
So what are we doing here if we're not proposing answers to questions? We're the problems. We're just,
Spinning
bitching
our
basically.
wheels.
The
So-
gentleman from South
so I-
Carolina will be recognized for 2 minutes.
North Carolina, but thank you. Close enough. What I propose is maybe we have a review board for the immigration process of independent research from of a Muslim American coalition to review these people and to identify these people from their
But you're
own
racist.
beliefs.
You're
No,
racist.
that would be hold on. Think about this. Think about the peaceful Muslims, because they do exist. If anybody disagrees with that, then you're a
You're
fucking
an
idiot.
asshole.
Yeah. The peaceful Muslims that actually want their religion to be seen in a good light, let them review their own people. Let them weed out the people that they're trying to get away from.
That's
Well, that's
I feel like that's a slippery slope.
That's a
It is,
because on
but
top
it's
of
the
that,
best answer right now.
Can I?
Those are kind of like
Can
the
I,
rejects in their community, I'll be honest with you.
The gentleman
Can
from
I-
Ohio should be recognized.
I agree to that
This
on
is
an
fun.
extent, but I would say have them with other other people that aren't Muslim, because you also take, when you do that, you take the what's the word I'm looking for, where they get I don't want to say forced,
Bribed.
but not bribed, coerced. They get coerced through, and it'll probably be done through fear, coerced through fear to let them in, because if these are the people they're getting away from, obviously they are scared of them. So having them be the ones to weed them out on their own, I do agree. I think maybe every couple of states where they're coming in majorly, they need to each have their own review board, because
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that way we can
wanna
get
be
them through
careful.
faster.
I want to be careful
And
with this whole let's characterize each person that tries to come to this country, and like, yes, we should set guidelines, and yes, we should set, if you're a risk, it should be like joining the military. If you're not the best of the best of the best, there better be a reason why we need you. You know what I mean?
yeah, it cannot
Let
be
it be
because they
completely
need us.
equal. Let it be completely equal across the board, and be investigated the same way it would be as if we were trying to enlist in the military. Because I tell you, that's a fucking rigorous process, but it's quick.
Oh yeah.
And what I was proposing was not the people who make the final answer, but those who release the information to the review boards of the immigration system.
Yeah. They're the ones that you got to go through first before you get the rest of the way, because they're the ones that are going to identify right off the rip if these people are going to be a problem, or if these are the people that they were running from.
Or we should create a foreign legion, just like France does, and let the people that want to escape this bullshit, make them assimilate through that process, and then they can become American citizens, and then they can get their.
So all of this, I'm going to go ahead and say, from the being in the U.S. security apparatus, that idea has actually been spitballed quite a few times. The problem that they run into is that when you run into places like Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these other, as we've established, shithole countries, The crime network is extremely weaved in, and it's almost impossible, even through the best upper echelons of the U.S. government, with the exception of the intelligence community, because Big Brother is always watching.
The intelligence community can run the Foreign Legion.
What I'm saying is it's a slip. First of all, let's call a spade a spade. Do any of us feel safe about the CIA, NSA, or any of the other three-letter agencies holding our security in their hands? Be honest on this panel. Just answer me that.
I will say I feel safe, but I feel like it's a false sense of security, and it's completely security theater. And they haven't stopped anything bad from actually happening that I know of. But that is also the mission. They're supposed to stop things without us knowing.
So what I'm saying is the slippery slope comes in when you entrust a group of people with a known sect of group of people who, by the release of certain documents, have proven that they are willing to do absolutely anything and everything as long as it gets them money and power. You're trusting them to vet people who mean to do the U.S. harm, knowing full well that these same people have a desire, have a known objective to destroy the country from the ground up.
But you know how to circumvent that. You plant false information in, and you put review boards in stages, and you have them review multiple stages, so that way the information must be verified through multiple different boards that are doing the same research on it. Yeah.
Talking about a canary trap.
Yep. And then all of those people who are on these boards must be using a CBDC or some kind of tracking for all payment systems, and they will be paid well, but they must be all their transactions must be public information because or traceable. Not knowing who the person is, but the accounts must be traceable, so that we can verify.
I have reservations about that.
Let me ask you this before you go down this. I heard you say you have reservations. Do you think it's better than what we do right now?
It can be. I see potential. That's my honest answer.
And that's what we're getting off the ground. Yeah, we're getting off the ground.
This is just like an overview. This isn't like the actual end result.
But the fact that 6 people or 7 people, including S.E.T, can come from all over the freaking country right now and come up with a better idea than what we have going on right now shows that there is a malicious allowance of this to happen for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Because it's about, so I'm going to bring up something that was actually in the Epstein files. If my computer would stop overheating because Bill Gates broke Windows 11, fucking pedophile. So I'll send it to you when I'm able to get to it. No, because fucking, I don't want to, I'm not finna even swirl off on that because that'll throw, I'm hot about it.
Yeah.
So basically what ended up happening in the Epstein files was there was actually emails between Epstein, some people, obviously they were redacted in the security infrastructure between the United States, France, Italy, Spain, and even as far east as China, where they were talking about like kind of the New World Order. And like a couple of YouTubers even covered it, and it's not fallacy at all. In fact, the sloppy job that the DOJ did releasing these Epstein files actually corroborates it, because we were able to see some of the unredacted names, just a handful. And basically what they're trying to do is their goal is to integrate all religions under this coexistence banner. But the problem that even Elon and a couple, I know Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were actually a part of this discussion. And one of the main, what is it called? Dean, boardsman, the leader of the school would be like CEO if the school was a business, like if the college was a business. Y'all know what that word is? Chairman, yeah. Is it Dean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the dean of Harvard and MIT were basically saying that in order for the coexistence to work, there would have to basically be a review of the religions. And in this document, they actually disseminated between Catholicism and Protestant Christianity, as they called it. And you know who had oversight over that? The Pope. Well, he was in on that conversation. They won't name which one because that would give away too much information. They don't want to do that. But they basically said that in order for coexistence to work, Protestant Christianity has to go bye-bye.
Damn.
That was in the files.
And you know
Protestant
why?
Christianity would have to go bye-bye.
And you know why?
They're like the least flashy to Christians.
Because Catholicism puts one man between God and absolution.
Yes. And Protestants.
That's why I said Catholics aren't Christian.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'll say.
Disagree, but still, whatever. I disagree, but I'll let y'all have it. Whatever.
It's extremism, man.
Let's not get on this. Let's not get on this argument again because we get onto that and it's like a 3-hour argument and we're all jumping down each other's throats.
But we got some traction. Yeah.
Hey
man,
I'm
not
three,
even religious,
three out of the
so-
7 have said yes. It's a different thing than Christianity.
Man,
Even
so
the
tell that
Epstein
to them.
Even the Epstein files have basically came out and said, like, yo, this is our plan, this is our goal, this is what we're going to do. So the whole coexistence thing, even in the Epstein files, they realized that coexistence is not a thing between Christians.
No. I disagree with that. So,
I'm like, come on.
Pause. Coexistence is absolutely a thing amongst non-radicalized people that have nothing to lose with coexisting with each other. You, fucking your friendly neighborhood Muslim down the street, your friendly Indian shopkeeper. We can coexist. What cannot coexist?
I can't coexist with those poop slingers.
No, shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. They're not poop slingers. All right, we can't. Where we cannot coexist is when you bring politics into the religion, and when you bring religion into the politics. You cannot, and that unfortunately, we like to say that we have a separation of church and state. This is a Christian-founded nation. This is 100% a nation founded on Christian ideologues, and it's 100% run by people that are Jewish. And it's trying to be infiltrated by Muslims, and that
Trying is an understatement.
That is what we have. We have a people. We have a country that is influenced and heavily coerced on one side, and it cannot coexist with the other politically. And what happens when you have political disagreements? Wars happen. That's why we say we cannot coexist. We absolutely, the powers that be can't coexist, but I can fucking be friends with a Muslim. Gaming can fucking be friends with the poop slinger. Like, that is the issue. The issue is not each other. The issue is the powers that control us. And that's my TED Talk.
And they're using this as weaponized empathy, and they've figured out the loopholes in our Constitution and our republic. And we have to start having more oversight and influence back into our government and back into our oversight, back into our security.
From our
people. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we need to stop trying to silence. And that's another thing that's pissing a lot of conservatives off.
College. We need to get rid of this idea that we have a representative democracy. We need to go to a direct democracy for about 10 to 15 years.
And as I was saying, one of the things that's really
is everybody there?
Oh, Monty went out again.
All right, and as I was trying to say is, and that's a big reason why a lot of conservatives are getting really pissed off because they're trying to do to us what they spent, the last 20 years doing, which was pacifying, and basically they slowly shut their voices down with pacifications of, oh well, we'll leave you alone. We'll leave you. It was basically a game of, well, we're okay with this. Just leave our way of life alone. But instead of leaving our way of life alone now, they're saying it's evil and wrong, and they're trying to silence us again, especially with the latest gerrymandering of Virginia and California. And a lot of conservatives are starting to see it, but this time they're doing it right in our faces and they're spitting right in our faces with it as well.
All righty.
I mean, what Tove is saying, Tove is saying is right. That is 100% what they're doing. They're deliberately attempting to try to pacify, the American people by being like, oh, well, we just want our way of life. We just want this. We just want that. And then we'll be happy. Okay, that's the same. And if you think I'm wrong, that's the same type of argument that the government makes. Oh, think about it like this. Oh, just 2 weeks to stop the spread. Oh, just 1 month to stop the spread. And then a month turned into a year. And next thing you know, we got a freaking dementia-ridden old geezer for a president.
It's not, yeah. Well, it's not even just that. It's like, they're starting to go after the farmers now. They're starting to go after the ranchers, and the whole, with, like I said, they did it quietly and over 20 years. Now it's no longer about letting us keep our way of life. Now it's just about full on silencing and forcing us to assimilate into the progressive, the democratic progressive leftist lifestyle. And now instead of trying to
they preach tolerance to get us to accept them and then murder us.
First of all, don't you guys love your bug sandwiches? Don't y'all love your bug sandwiches and your lab-grown meat, you ungrateful peasants?
Oh, 3D printed meat.
Right?
Don't you love your genetically modified cloned steak? What are you, some sort of sexist, bigoted homophobe?
Don't you love your pink pineapple?
I can't believe that I'm up
Vegan
here
is
with a bunch
life.
of... Ew! Don't ever say that. I can't even keep up the facade when you said that, bro. Like, no. That's a cuss word.
Hey, I gotta get ready for work, you guys. Y'all have a good one.
Shoot, I gotta head out my damn self.
You guys are a bunch of capitalist pigs slaving for the establishment. Destroy the machine.
Hey, somebody's got to pay. Somebody's got to pay the tax dollars for the Somalis of steel.
Hey, you feel me?
I know, bro. Like, we're such gracious people, aren't we?
We give so much.
That's where we go. We should be called Daddy American.
Bro, we're a single
That's
dad.
another reason why they come in here.
All right, hold on.
Is we are so giving.
Like I've said before, I'm very sick of being generous to the people outside of this nation. I want to be a bit selfish. Unless there's like a public outcry and nations are basically begging for us to get involved. Iran.
Hey, Seth.
Other than
so I who came in? Can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah, let me
go ahead.
Damn it.
So I got back to the guy that runs the chems for the water park, and I asked him point blank. I was like, "How much would 600 gallons of sulfuric acid, like how much would that cover?" And he told me that 600 gallons of sulfuric acid is about what we go through in a month at the water park.
Wait, 55 or 600?
600.
God damn! Like shit.
And that's with the sun already balancing the pH, and there's people in it and stuff like that. So that's about how much. And that wave pool is roughly what, 50,000 gallons?
Y'all talking about swimming at public pools, bro? Y'all nasty.
No, he said a wave pool.
I'm about to say swimming at public pools is disgusting because there are bacteria and viruses and parasites that do not get killed in the chlorine, and in fact, chlorine makes your pores dilate. So all of that stuff, and some people pee, and there are literally videos of people pooping in the pool, or when you fart, you release fecal matter. That stuff sinks into your pores. That's why I would never go to a public pool.
Anyway, so from what he said, from pictures that he has seen of said island, that is a reasonable amount of sulfuric acid for what they were doing with it. What the claim is that they were doing with it.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that guy, whoever sent them that sulfuric acid or whoever drove it over to him, at least they got some type of excuse. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it off on this one. I'm going to go ahead and end out on this informational video. I will catch you guys, later on today. So, appreciate you guys for tuning in.
Be grateful.
Only 13.9% of the nearly 400,000 immigrants arrested by ICE under Trump have charges or convictions for violent criminal offenses. Who's this according to? An internal DHS document obtained by CBS, so it's as legit as you can get. Well, it does show nearly 60% of ICE arrestees do have criminal charges or convictions. Less than 2% have homicide or sexual assault charges or convictions. Only 2% accused of being gang members. Well, that's still thousands of murderers and gang members taken off the street. Thanks, ICE. But 40% of those arrested merely had civil immigration offenses. Another 30% had other crimes, which could include other immigration-related crimes. So, yeah, well, guess what? Even those with mere civil immigration offenses can be deported by ICE according to U.S. immigration law. Do you not want them to do their job? It just goes against the notion that ICE is going after the worst of the worst when the vast majority are not violent or gang members. Well, the nature of illegal immigration is many of these people we may not have records on if they came in undetected. So for all we know, someone could be a murderer from Venezuela that we just don't have prior papers on, and under this chart, they're non-criminals. But since they've been here, the vast majority of those arrested have been non-violent. Under Biden, 72% had criminal history. Under Trump, it's 60. Well, ICE has also done more than triple the amount of administrative arrests under Trump. Yeah, and that increase has been targeting mostly non-violent people. Mass deportations meant anyone deportable. Okay, so just stop saying you're going after the worst of the worst, because it's not true. Thousands of the worst are gone.